Rallyx is brought to you by Cooper Tires, Olsbergs,
It's day 2 and it's round 6 of Rallyx, and we're here in Riga. We are looking forward to another excellent day of racing, with all of the championships now in class becoming ever more finely balanced. The circuit here is just under 1.3 miles in length. It's got this real pinch point of the first chicane, that left, right, left sequence, short burst of acceleration, and then another sharp left-hander that was the scene of much drama on Friday afternoon in the Supercar final. We'll come to that in a moment. Then you're back on the power, up to the first of the hairpins, and this not only is a sharp left, it also takes you from tarmac onto the loose surface. It gets faster and faster. Go right, go left, over the jump, and as you land, it's still fast, and there's heavy braking on the loose surface down to the hairpin. Scrabble your way around this ever so slightly banked corner, get back on the power and up towards the Joker lap split on the left, the standard lap on the right. There's another jump to contend with, and then the final right-left sequence of corners with that merge that brings you onto the home straight, over the line, and that is one lap of the Binkernicki circuit completed. We had an all-action day on Friday. It resulted in one or two rather damaged cars. It resulted in quite a bit of controversy as well. David Addison and Hal Ridge, trackside, looking forward to this 6th round of the championship. We were saying on Friday, Hal, that there was a day of repair time. Well, little did we know that actually the car that needed the repairs was so beyond repair it had to go home, Nicholas Gronholm's Hyundai. And actually, the mechanics spent most of Saturday repairing their heads after a mega night out in Riga. Some people even had their own postcode for the hangover. It was that bad. But here we are. We're good to go and looking forward to a good day.
Yeah, it's been a great atmosphere all weekend, hasn't it? It's a great city to be in. We're only just on the outskirts of Riga, and the racing on Friday was fantastic, so I can't wait for more today.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Friday, because that Supercar final really was dramatic, and so much of it came down to the first corner. Now, there's Johan Kristoffersson, who was the championship leader. He's absent this weekend, so all the eyes were on Nicholas Gronholm, and he'd done really well, hadn't he? He'd been fastest across the 3 qualifying heats.
He was, yeah, smashed it on lap time, on race time, was careful through the first corner. They managed their tyres. We can talk about that for the day, because tyres are such a key element here. And then it rained that little bit during the finals. It had been raining on and off all day, and then it rained a bit more before the finals, and that's when it all kicked off.
We're ready for the Supercar final then. Round 5 of Rallyx about to get underway for the Supercars in Riga. It is blast off, a dreadful start by German, a good start by Gronholm. Good start also by Belitsky. He's up into 2nd place and has a go at the race leader. Brinterson is 3rd. Eid on the inside of him, and then down in 5th is Baby. German staggers off the line, but it's Gronholm ahead of Belitsky, who's going to have a go on the inside line. Is he? He thinks about it as contact. He gets into the side of Gronholm, and off he goes. Gronholm in the wall. He spins and spins, and he gets collected by Baby. This might well be a stoppage, but big damage out of the car.
He's livid.
Gronholm, he's out of the race.
I think that will be looked at by the stewards. There wasn't a car's width there, I don't think. We'd need to see it again to be sure. Belitsky leads up front. Gronholm got fired into the wall, then got collected by OC Baby in the background. We saw how slippery it was off the start line. You still no one got traction. Brinterson's gone for the Joker early on. This is Enzo Eid now, following the race leader, but there is so little grip. Look at the Audi moving around.
I think it's a forlorn hope if the exclusion has been announced, but even so, Belitsky leads. Eid will Joker this time, but Thomas Brinterson is on target then for the win, seemingly, because he's 2.1 seconds only ahead of Brinterson. That's not enough, so it's all going to be a dramatic end to the day. That is for certain. I don't think we'd have predicted a Thomas Brinterson win necessarily. And where is Eid going to form back in behind him? He goes for the Joker lap now, so does Belitsky. Here comes Brinterson. He comes up the inside. There'll be a checkered flag and a black flag then for Yuri Belitsky. I assume he's been told about that from his spotters. Here comes Brinterson. He's going to get ahead of Enzo Eid, but only just up to the checkered flag. Thomas Brinterson Addison takes the win from Enzo Eid behind on the road, the disqualified Yuri Belivsky. And so it was Yuri Belivsky that led over the line. He hadn't been told by the spotters about that exclusion. He kept on pushing, so certainly mixed emotions at the end of the race. He thought he'd won it, then he got the news. He may have had an inkling that perhaps that result wasn't going to stand, but he kept on pushing. So let's have another look at that, Hal. Yes, it was a wet road. Yes, it was slippery. Yes, there was a gap. But Belivsky, when he commits to the move here, he's a long way back still.
He is a long way back. The brake lights just come on now. In the dry, that would be absolutely fine. In the dry, Nicholas wouldn't have been in the position he was in either, because they were both feeling for the grip that they hadn't experienced so far through the course of the weekend. So Yuri's back in the brakes there, realised that he's forced Gronholm off. Gronholm's gone so wide because it's just so slippery on the outside. And that there is the contact. You don't really see it as much from this angle, but there's Nicholas backwards into the wall. Nothing he can do about it. Veiby in the blue car in the background, he is totally unsighted by the dust there. I've seen some fan footage from the grandstand yesterday where he's driving into, you know, a totally blind situation, and he hit the Hyundai really, really hard in the side. And that has been the result in Gronholm not being able to race today.
So it's this hit now that has done all the damage, and even though you might think that the car doesn't look that bad, it was only one hit on one corner, it's done enough to really do significant damage, to the point that they can't fix it in the paddock. And there are the drivers discussing exactly what happened, and Veiby saying, didn't know you were there, mate, sorry.
Yeah, I feel for Veiby there. Of course, feel for Nicholas, because, you know, that's horrible. I don't think there was no malice in what Belivsky did. It was a very silly incident to happen, but everything happens so fast in these supercars. I think until you've been in one, you can't really appreciate that. Plus, those wet conditions, Yuri's not that experienced in a supercar. It was just a difficult scenario, sure. But the net result is really bad, and is going to cost the GRX team a lot of money.
And also, we now have joint championship leaders, Johan Kristoffersen and Nicholas Gronholm, neither of whom are racing today. There's one more round to come, of course. But before we think about today's racing, let's just go back to Friday, because after all of that drama, the drivers caught up with Molly Pettit.
Nicholas, talk us through that final.
It was very short.
What happened exactly?
Well, I had a good launch and got through the first chicane and had a good braking into turn 3 on the grip, and yeah, then suddenly got a hit from behind and not much to do. I almost saved it, going first into the wall, and then I just kept the full throttle and was about to get back, but then, Veiby hit the left front, and that was it.
Yuri, a dramatic final there. From your point of view, what happened?
Well, I think I got a very good start. So with that, then out of the corner 2, I tried to stay very close to Nicholas. I got the good grip out, and I saw a little gap. I went for it a little bit because the track got wet, and I didn't really get the very good feeling how was the grip. I a little bit miscalculated the braking point, gave Nicholas a nudge. I was less than half car inside, so that was on me. That was my fault, you know, that it was his line to take, and it was pretty disappointing that this little nudge, I think, cost his rear to go off the grip line, you know, catch the dust, and then he was spinning in a wall, and I think something happened later. I think Veiby went into Nicholas. It's, as I said, quite unfortunate that the little thing like that, you know, I'm sure if it would be dry conditions, you know, he would get this little touch, you know, and continue on his way, but in a wet, unfortunately, as I said, I owe an apology to Nicholas. I'll be on the way to him, to his stand now, and What I can say, sorry from my side. I think I was pretty clear. Get the fuck up.
Nicholas, talk us through that final.
There's no real argument about the general feeling on Nicholas Gronholm's part there, because not only was it the end of his weekend, it's also a huge repair bill, as Hal touched on earlier on. And although Yuri Belivsky did the right thing, he did go and apologise. He didn't stay in that tent for very long.
No, but I think what's clear from that is he didn't mean to put Gronholm in the wall, and the net consequence of what happened there, you know, was massively exasperated by the pack behind. So it's just one of those classic racing scenarios that just, you know, it escalates very, very quickly. I feel for both of them, but particularly for Nicholas, and I also feel for us that we're robbed from a great championship finale with Kristoffersson and Gronholm as it stands, because I think it's going to be very difficult for them to fix that Hyundai in time if they wanted to do it, but we will see if they're back in a couple of weeks.
It also makes today wide open with Nicholas Gronholm not being able to race. Of course, the other driver involved in that was O.C. Veiby, and again on Friday when the dust had settled, Molly spoke to him.
Actually, I had a good start, but then I came into the rubber that was on the tarmac, and then we had some rain, so I was spinning a lot. So I came out like second to last or something. So and then, yeah, when I came down to turn 3, I just saw a big, explosion in front of me, and I didn't understand what it was. I just thought that they maybe went a little bit on the gravel on the outside, but then sadly Nicholas was there. I didn't see him. I didn't have a chance to avoid it. I came there and he was suddenly in the middle of the road, so it's nothing he could do either.
So that was Ole Christian Veiby's view at the end of Friday. So we've had Q1, of course, already for the Supercars. But before we think about that, we just need to update where we stand in the championship. And it is this surprising situation of joint championship leaders, neither of whom are on track today. So Thomas Brintersen has a real opportunity to get himself into the pound seats with one more event to go. Sondre Evian is therefore 4th ahead of O.C. Veiby and Juri Belewski 6th. Philip Gehrmann, who ended up on the podium after a woeful start on Friday. He's 7th ahead of Enzo Eid, and then 2 more absentees, Matthias Ekström and Jari Kalikowski. They are rounding out the top 10. So let's have a look then at Q1 from earlier on in the day. Enzo Eid taking on in his race the cars of Ole Christian Veiby and Sondre Evian, both of whom made decent starts, got ahead of the Belgian driver heading into that first corner, but then there was contact. Evian and Veiby got themselves together. They battled their way down towards turn 4, which is now unofficially known as Gronholm's, I reckon. But Enzo Eid was quickly back on their tail, and the 2 teammates at JC had a really good race-long battle, Hal.
They did, yeah. That was quite an impact in the first corner, wasn't it? On the rear of OC. This is Sondre getting around the outside of him in the run to the line. There's very little to choose between this pair. I think Sondre maybe has the better ultimate pace, but Veiby is very, very astute and gets off the line very well. So there's little to choose between them. Enzo Eid on his own without a teammate, going about his business and getting right to the front of this race.
And Evian being given a driving standards flag for that contact at the first corner. Thomas Brintersen was the man on the inside line, pole position effectively for the final race within Q1, and he made the better start on the inside, got himself ahead of Gehrmann and also Juri Belewski, who is absolutely determined to right the wrongs of Friday today.
Yeah, I was just talking to him before in the paddock. He was frustrated at not being able to get any clear air at all. Has a look to the inside of Gehrmann. Gehrmann comes across. Philip was delighted with that podium on Friday afternoon, wasn't he? He needed that because he hadn't had things how he wanted this year, but really it's all going to be about this man today, isn't it? Thomas Brintersen, great result for him on Friday, and with another good performance today, a good haul of points, he can get himself right in the hunt for the championship come the final round.
And it was Thomas Brintersen fastest in Q1 from Enzo Eid and O.C. Veiby 3rd. Sondre Evian was 4th ahead of Philip Gehrmann. Juri Belewski only 6th. He didn't really sparkle on Friday during the 3 qualifying runs, but got it all hooked up with that launch for the final. So that is what has been happening thus far in Supercars. And we've also gained, yes, we've lost Gronholm, but we've actually gained 3 more since Friday. Because yesterday, although Rallyx had a day off, the circuit was busy with a round of the Latvian and Lithuanian Championship, and that has assorted classes. There's the Ladas, there's the BMW, some of which are going to be here in 2-wheel drive, but also Supercars, and we managed to persuade 3 of the local supercar drivers to come and have another day of action.
Yeah, and it's going to be great. I love the diversity in the class, and OK, maybe they won't challenge the front of the order, but there's more strength and depth, and
Absolutely.
Bring it on.
Now, Supercar Lights also gave plenty of drama on Friday. It also gave Simon Olofsson a 3rd victory of the season, a 3rd straight win as well. Jimmy Wolfridsson was another of the stars, and Supercar Lights, again, has been delivering really good racing this weekend.
It has, yeah. Simon had a difficult time in qualifying, didn't he? Had that contact, I think it was in Q3, had to fight back. It was a really, really mature performance from him, actually. I think should he win the championship at the end of the year, you know, it can be largely down to how he managed to fight back on Friday, and it was a champion's drive.
Grid is formed. We are good to go. The ready to race symbol is there. The Supercar Lights final. 5 laps is go. Who makes the best getaway? It's going to be very, very tight to turn 1. drives up the inside, tries to find the gap. Walfridsson goes third. That was a good move.
Exactly what Olofsson needed there. Got the start he wanted, got out of the trouble. Expert again being physical in the first corner.
So there's not much to choose between those two. Olofsson now doesn't have to worry about defending. He can concentrate purely on his own lap, which therefore should be a quicker one. Expert has done the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Walfridsson. Is he going to be able to benefit? He's not. He slots in behind. Now he'll send it up the inside line down to turn one. He's almost overlapping. He's on the inside. They're going to touch, are they? They just avoid making significant contact. Walfridsson looks for another angle. He goes to the outside line now. He's alongside Enlund. He's got his nose in front down towards turn four. Wrong line. Switch back to the inside. Enlund's off the road. Walfridsson goes through. There's contact there between Enlund and Steinsholder. More contact as up the inside goes Enlund. He hits Walfridsson. Spins it, loses it, goes to the back of the pack. It's the first time he's been in a final this season in Supercar Lights in Rallyx. He desperately wants to win it. You're right, that was his last roll of the dice. It didn't work. It's delayed him. He's lost time. And so Simon Olofsson is going to make it 3 in a row. Martin Expeth is going to be second and third. Jimmy Walfridsson. Simon Olofsson wins the Supercar Lights final. Another absolutely stonking race. So it is Simon Olofsson then who leads the championship from Martin Enlund second, Ole Henrik Steinsholt third, then it's Martin Jonsson, Mathias Jansen and Jimmy Walfridsson is now sixth as we look forward to today's Supercar Lights action. We've got enough cars for 3 heats. We also had some great racing over the course of Friday in two-wheel drive, which gave Victor Johansson's Mercedes its first win of the season. He now leads the championship, could win it today in fact, from Joni-Pekka Raiola, and reigning champion Simon Tiger is third. The absent Jonas Dalseth Jakobsen tying with Timmy Enlund, who is back on track after his Kuvula accident, and Mika Nilsson is in sixth. And of course, we've also got the cross car to look forward to. Patrick Hallberg put himself into the lead of the championship. Thomas Mustard had a pretty bad day on Friday. He's second now. Oscar Andersson is third. Then Joni-Pekka Raiola fourth. Pasi Penttinen fifth. And Ronald Baldins is sixth. So, championship situations all teed up nicely for today's action, and then, of course, one more round to go after that. And this Riga circuit is always pretty tough on tyres, and Molly has been finding out more about what Cooper Tyres brings to the circuit and how this abrasive surface might affect them.
I'm down here in the paddock with Cooper Tyres this morning to talk tyres, because just to remind everyone, for each round the drivers can bring in 4 used tyres and then 4 new tyres, and everyone this weekend is talking about tyre preservation. This is Martin from Cooper Tyres. Martin, tyre preservation, this track, tell us about it.
It's super hard because on the gravel side of this track is so hard compared to the rest of tracks we're going to. You have the tire can rest a little bit on the gravel side, but here it's super hard, and yeah, it's almost more aggressive than the tarmac piece of the track, as we can see on.
Yeah, let's have a look at a used tire. This is from the first round here in Riga, yeah?
From first round, you see you get this hard surface. It's just like someone took a brass bond or something, just piling off all the rubber. So yeah, it's super hard for the teams. They have a lot of problem today because many, especially the lights cars, that only have 2 new and 4 used. So they're really going into a tire race this weekend.
So I guess it's the driver who manages to preserve as much as possible who will get the win perhaps in the end.
Oh yeah. Very. So you have
the new supercar tire.
This is for the supercar. Yeah. It's a 225 wide and a 53 as soft compound. Yeah, it's compared to the lights tire, which is only 205, but a harder compound. So it's a little better for them, but they only have 6 tires and 2 new for each. So it's.
What is special about a rallycross tire?
It's the whole upsetting of the building of the tire with the compounds and everything works. You can say it works all the way down to, it's almost like that one, but you get the heat in the tire. When you got too low on the rubber, it's starting to heat too much and you lose traction. So.
And The supercar light tyre, like you say, just 2 new tyres for a new round.
Yeah.
That's pretty extreme.
Yeah, they had a discussion yesterday. Some drivers, some did some punctures, and so they wanted some extra tires. But no, it's a part of the game. You need to see how to manage the tires. Also, that's a big part of it. So. I think the risk is that someone will need to use maybe a wet tire for one of the qualifications.
Well, that's interesting, and enough tyre talk from us. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so those tyres could well become a factor over the day. And again, perhaps you think about rallycross, you think it's short and sharp. You don't necessarily think how much grief the tyre's going to go through because it's a short race.
Yeah, I mean, they get hot very quickly. They're very short cycles and multiple cycles. It's not like a touring car race, for example, where the tyre's been used for the duration of a 25-minute, endurance. In this case, it's this is absolutely a sprint discipline, and of course the track changes all the time as well, and you don't get that in a circuit race where the track is consistent lap by lap. Okay, the conditions might change slightly, but here, the loose moving around, even if the loose here is very abrasive, it still changes. There's still little edges in the loose surfaces that can affect the sidewalls. There's a lot at stake.
Thinking about what might change, weather also could be a factor. We've had rain for the last couple of afternoons here. Now, it's time to go to Crosscar and get Q2 for them underway. Elias Svensson, quickest in Q1 from Oscar Andersson, Patrick Hallberg, Jimmy Osterberg and Ronald Baldins, and they are the 5 that are going to be on the grid for our first 3-lap race within Q2. The juniors have done Q2 already, and now we start the rest of the day in earnest. The sun is shining for now, but there's no guarantee it will do for the rest of the day. And the grid is formed then with the man that's 8th in the championship, Elias Svensson, on the inside. Oscar Andersson, 3rd in the championship standings next to him. Then it's Patrick Hallberg, the championship leader. Jimmy Osterberg, Ronald Baldins complete the grid. Ready to race symbol is there. We'll wait for the lights to go green, and when they do so, it will be blast off now. Good start then from the middle of the grid. Oscar, the contact, I'm afraid, did for Hallberg there from the middle of the grid. He got squeezed. It means that Svensson is going to lead the way down to the first corner, and Ronald Baldins was the aggressive one on the outside line. He was able to move himself up into second, but that was proper elbows out stuff.
Absolutely wasn't it? All worked into Svensson's hands, though. Kept everyone away from him on the inside there. Was able to get away scot-free. Baldins was aggressive from the outside. We saw people get penalised for that kind of move later in that start phase into the first corner. I wonder if that'll get looked at for the home driver, but Svensson's pulling away up front.
Yeah, Baldins was pretty dominant on Friday across the qualifying runs, but lost out in the final. So right now it is Elias Svensson that leads the way. Let's see the drivers that go for the Joker. Oscar Andersson is one of them there. There you can see Andersson then, the man that's 3rd in the standings. He goes Joker, he will drop back. Jump on that part of the lap now through this very, very tight section where you've got a lot of speed, but you've got to thread it between the tyres. Then there's the merge at the end of the lap as through goes the leader. So it is Svensson ahead of Baldins up into 2nd place. Osterberg now is 3rd. Andersson and Hallberg are both jokered. Hallberg trying to rebuild his race here.
Andersson runs under the radar quite often in this category for me, but does a stellar job. Very consistent, always there or thereabouts. Driving the same car as teammate Patrick Hallberg, the Edge machine. So many different manufacturers now of these FIA specification cross cars. There's great variety in the field, and that car that Addison and Hallberg's driving looks aesthetically very different as well.
Does indeed, right. So at the moment it is Elias Svensson who is trying to build that gap. He's on his 2nd lap. It's only 3, remember, in the heat, so he's going to joker on the last lap seemingly as he clambers up the curb. But there is Ronald Baldins in the Speed Car Wanderer. He has gone joker, and that drops him back behind Osterberg, but is it going to keep him ahead? Yes, it is, of Oscar Andersson. So that means that Baldins is the best of those that have jokered, and now he's going to try and stay ahead of Oscar Andersson with a lap 2 run and see what he can do about Svensson. But on the joker, Baldins has brought back a place.
He has a great exit Baldins had there. I thought Andersson might get him on the exit by having the undercut through the final corner, but Baldins got great drive out of that joker section. Osterberg doing a solid job up front, or in 2nd currently, but ahead of these guys. He's going to drop back though when he takes his joker.
Yeah, Svensson is 3.6 seconds ahead of Osterberg, but 5 seconds ahead of Baldins, and it's between 3 to 3.3 we worked out on Friday for that joker lap. So it's still advantage Svensson. He will now go joker. This is the battle, Baldins versus Andersson. Over the jump on the joker lap comes then Elias Svensson. He is on target for the win. Yes, he's done enough, hasn't he then, because he's clear of Baldins, who is still busy defending that 2nd place. Elias Svensson takes the win as he comes across the line from, in 2nd place, Ronald Baldins, and then 3rd, Oscar Andersson. Jimmy Osterberg fourth, and Patrick Hallberg never really recovered from the contact at the beginning. That winning time, 2 minutes 45.132. Now, in theory, that should stand because those were the fastest 5 drivers out of Q1, but we'll see whether it remains the same. We've got some star names to come. But this was the key moment, really, as far as Hallberg was concerned. He got one knock, he got another one. Baldins, as you said at the time, Hal, was aggressive. It worked out for him, but it really ruined Hallberg's race there and then.
It did. I mean, Baldins was moving over from the start, and you can't expect the cars on the inside to just disappear. Very easy for me to say that standing here, though. He made the most of the first 2 corners, though, didn't he, and got away up front, but ultimately just didn't have that bit of pace that we saw him running with on Friday to be able to close the gap down to Svensson. This was a solid performance from pole position. Very neat and tidy there through the Joker, getting enough rotation on the car to get the ideal line, but not too much. You scrub off that bit of speed, and Anderson, a little bit frustrated, I guess, stuck behind Baldins to the end.
So the next group of cars for Crosscar will be those that qualified 6th to 10th in Q1, but Elias Svensson's time, 2 minutes 45.132 then, which is slightly quicker than he went even in Q1. Second in that race, as we had seen, was the charging Ronald Baldins, but there is a man that had a win on Friday and a win yesterday in the local championship. Rainis Nittis, very much the local hero. He is on the inside. Martin Uger alongside him. The bright yellow car in the middle is of Yannis Baumanis. Pasi Penttinen, who rolled on Friday, lines up 4th on the grid, and then on the left as you look, there is Joni-Pekka Raila. So these are the drivers that were 6th to 10th fastest in Q1. They are ready to race. We wait for the lights to blink green to get the race underway. Engine notes rise, lights go green, it's blast off. Good start by Rainis Nittis. Is it good enough though? Because Penttinen tries to dive ahead of everybody on the outside line. There's contact. Nittis hits the wall, and that might have broken the front left corner.
What a shame for Rainis Nittis. You can't expect the guy on the inside to just not be there. Yep. So that was super aggressive from Penttinen. Shove Rainis into the wall. I was just thinking, watching that Nittis has finally made a good start, because if anything's been his Achilles heel this weekend, he's been getting the thing off the line. He'd done the hard work there, and then has clearly broken the steering against the wall on the inside.
Well, he had damage, didn't he, in Q2 on Friday. It's happened again. Now he's going to try to rebuild his day as they come over the jump, and that start certainly of Pasi Penttinen is going to be looked at, I would have thought, as the cars come out of the hairpin. Let's see if anybody goes on the Joker lap on this first lap. Yes, they do. Yannis Baumanis, by the look of it, is the first, and Joni-Pekka Raila is the second, as they now work their way over the jump. The leaders on standard lap come up towards the end of it. They go left, then onto the pit straight, onto the straight over the timing line. Yellow flags wave ahead of them because of that stricken car of Rainis Nittis. That's going no further, but it is Pasi Penttinen then ahead of Martin Uger. Only 7 tenths between those two, and then the best of those that did the Joker with Raila. He's got himself up ahead of Baumanis. Over the line they've gone.
Uger was impressive on Friday, wasn't he? He was right at the top in Q1, then went fast as a ball in Q3, but is losing time now, sitting behind Penttinen in the lead. I wonder if Penttinen's damaged his steering or suspension a little bit, because he just doesn't have the pace that we maybe expect from him normally. Such a heavy landing off that massive jump. We went and stood there earlier on, didn't we? The impact is big when they land.
And Uger goes Joker then, gets that out of the way. That gives him a little bit more freedom on this middle lap on the strategy then. He's got to stay ahead of Raila and Baumanis though, as they're over the jump. Totally committed is Uger. Millimetres away from the tyres. Can he stay ahead of the 2 yellow barrels that come now into that last corner? Yes, he can. So there they are, absolutely tied together. Baumanis versus Raila, sideways over the line. Raila is just ahead of Baumanis as they come now through turns 1, 2 and 3, which is this left-hand kink down to 4. Baumanis has done the fastest lap of the race. Penttinen then has got to Joker on this last lap, and he's just got enough in hand.
Raila has the advantage, but doesn't seem to have the same sort of traction that Baumanis does. Able to cover him off on every occasion so far, but Baumanis gets good initial run and just can't get it done at the exit of the corner. So different these races, aren't they, when they're only 3 laps wrong? It really makes it much more urgent that you need to get by as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Baumanis has got the speed. He did the fastest lap last time around. He just can't find a way past Raila as Penttinen now has to serve that Joker. Is that going to drop him behind Uger? It's going to be close. There is Pasi Penttinen, and then he comes up to the last corner. Martin Uger has got ahead of him. Uger around the outside. It's going to be a win for Martin Uger. He comes across the line. Penttinen is going to take second. It's a virtual dead heat for third as they come across the line. So Uger, Penttinen, then it was Raila, then it was Baumanis, and of course we lost Rainis Nittis. Now what does that do in terms of time? 2 minutes 47 was the winning time, so it's slower than that of Elias Svensson from the first race. And this is what happened to Rainis Nittis. Have a look. Penttinen moves across, keeps on moving, and Nittis just couldn't evaporate into thin air, could he?
No, and it wasn't like he was on the wall. There was a few millimetres still to go, but I think that will be looked at because, and he's been disqualified. We're seeing on the timing screen that Pentinen's been DQ'd. And yeah, now we look at it from the drone. Nittis is on the inside, minding his own business, and he's about to get a little nudge in the front corner, which pushes him to the inside. So unlucky, actually, just to clip the wall there, because the wall had nearly turned sharp left, so yeah, just broke the steering.
But equally, Pentinen was further ahead, actually. Nittis was closing as they got to the braking area, so he found himself further alongside because of his late braking. From that rear shot there off the drone, you could see how he caught back up again.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult in those first corner scenarios, isn't it? Especially with the visibility from these cross-car machines. Look at the little mirrors. You can't see that much behind you. Spatial awareness is critical.
So Martin Yuga then is the victor, and that puts him third in Q2. Joni-Pekka Raila second over the line. Jānis Bauman is third. We lost Reinis Nittis and Pasi Pentinen excluded, although I suspect he might disagree with the officials, but hard luck because the exclusion has been offered up. So it is Svensson from Baldins, from Yuga, then Oscar Andersson, Jimmy Osterberg and Patrick Hallberg at the moment, the top 6. Only Yuga getting in and amongst them from that second heat. Heat 3 comes to the line, and first of all, Reinis Nittis' car has got to be retrieved. That's not what the local fans wanted to see, is it? So Reinis Nittis in big strife and big disappointment, that car needing some work to be done. But actually, Reinis Nittis has had, in the end, quite a decent weekend. He won the final on Friday. He won the local round yesterday. He'll bounce back from that.
He will, yeah, and he's so experienced, you know. He's seen it all before, and I think that's why we were talking on Friday about how much he's loving just driving. There isn't any of the other periphery stuff that comes with, you know, doing press work or sponsor engagement or any of that. He's just driving the car with a couple of mechanics, really enjoying himself, and yeah, he'll have no problem getting back in, refocusing and getting the job done.
These cross cars have given some very good racing over the course of the weekend thus far. They're pretty evenly matched, and they're hearing good numbers as well, so it's a relatively low-cost category, isn't it, this?
Yeah, it's mega, because look at the amount of winners this year and the amount of podium finishes. It's just so wide open.
So the next grid has Rihu Hukka on the inside, Erik Andersson alongside. Isaac Egonsen is next, Kalle Gutterson and Lys Talivera complete the grid. We didn't see much of Talivera on Friday, but that car is on the far left as you look. The blue and yellow car, that of the spectacular Rihu Hukka, is on the inside. Let's see if they can survive the rigours of entering turn 1 as the lights are about to blink green then to get heat 3 of Q2 for cross car underway. Lights go green. Dreadful start by Talivera. Good start, though, by Rihu Hukka, and he's going to have the advantage into turn 1. So far, so good. Contact avoided. Egonsen tries to get in on the mix as well, but Rihu Hukka it is that's going to sprint down towards turn 4 in the lead, and he's already gapped them by about 2 or 3 lengths.
Perfect execution from him into the first corner. Ran late on the brakes, ran that little bit deep just to maintain his position, and he's got a reasonable margin at the front at this early stage. He's one of the drivers that competed in the local category yesterday, so he's properly race sharp, isn't he? Just like Svensson in the previous race, Reinis Nittis who won, so that can only help.
And Talivera coming back in the background as to the inside line goes Isaac Egonsen. He couldn't find a way through, but you see how much speed they carry over that jump. Now, who's going to go Joker? Not the leader, not second, not third. It's Talivera from the very back of the pack. So the top 4 stay as one, although Kalle Gutterson is just dropping off the back of them. There he is in the blue and yellow car, way up the curb. Now down towards the last corner, heading up towards the timing line. It is Rihu Hukka who leads the way, but only just as they break the beam. He's 0.4 of a second ahead, and Talivera was last anyway. He's even further back now that he's jokered.
But it's critical that he did joke. You know, these leading guys probably would have mixed up the strategy had they been able to drop into free air. But with Talivera being a little bit of an unknown quantity as a local driver from up the road in Estonia, you can't risk joking and falling back into that traffic. So now he's gone. I would expect a couple of these guys to go this time around.
So across the loose they come. Now this is where Egonsen was a lot closer last time. He's dropped back again. See how much air they get. See how heavy that landing is. That rattles your fillings as you crash land back to earth. But Rihu Hukka it is, trying to build that gap. Comes then now up towards the completion of lap 2. Another one dives for the Joker, but Hukka versus Egonsen for the race lead across the tarmac. Egonsen looking quicker, trying to bring down that gap as Erik Andersson then, who was really good earlier on in the day, had a win in heat 1 of Q1, comes through. But there is Hukka. Egonsen second. The gap has gone up ever so slightly, and Erik Andersson then, who is the leading driver to have jokered, 4.7 seconds back. That's not enough, is it, to buy yourself a win?
It isn't, no. And to give an idea of where the pace is at compared to earlier on, the first race was won with a best lap of a 51.883, and the next race was won with a best lap of a 51.824. So the pace dropping off a little bit, a 52.9 last time around for Hukar, and you know, we have fastest first in the qualifying session, so that's only natural.
Big slide there by Isaac Egonson down towards the hairpin. Lots of arm twirling as he got the car back under control. They now have to go. Joker lap, of course. And a big spin. That's Anderson, isn't it? So around he has gone. Not for the first time this weekend is he in strife, but here are the race leaders. So that spin really ruins Anderson's chances of anything up towards the line. It is going to be a race win for Rihu Hukka. Up the curb he goes. Chasing him over the line is Isaac Egonson, and a big gap back then to Kalle Gutterson, who will come through for third. Fourth, despite the spin, is Eric Anderson, and then Lys Talivera in fifth place. But a 2 minutes 48 as a winning time for Rihu Hukka, and that therefore is the slowest of the 3 winning times we've had thus far. Replay of that race, and you can see it all goes wrong for Talivera as soon as the lights go green.
Yep, left on the start. This is a perfect example of how to do the first corner from pole position. Even moved out a little bit, did Hukar in turn 1. You can see him pick the throttle up a couple of times, pick the inside wheel up through turn 2, had a great margin on the opening lap, and that just gives you that little bit of breathing space to do what you need to do out front. You need to be so precise through this final section in the Joker. We heard the rev limiter being hit by Anderson off shot where he was spinning, and ultimately that made it even more comfortable for the raceman.
Now, earlier on in this second round of races, there was drama for Pasi Penttinen. We'll come back to him in a moment as we just confirmed that Riku Hukka was the winner of that third heat in Q2 from Isaac Egonson, Kalle Gustafsson, then Eric Anderson fourth and Lys Talivera. That puts Hukka sixth, in fact, that 2 minutes 48.9. So Pasi Penttinen out of heat 2, excluded. What are his thoughts on that? Let's hear from him. And Molly.
Pasi, we've just heard you've been disqualified from that race.
Why?
I guess for the hit, or?
No. Maybe protest, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
You have no idea why you've been disqualified?
No.
Was there no contact between you and Rainis?
Maybe Nitis go to my back, I don't know. I don't see Nitis.
So you might protest then?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So the story moves on, and in a sense, that backs up what I was suggesting about...
Good job, man. What happened? I think you know.
So he doesn't understand why he's been disqualified?
I mean, he's not racing first time. he have experience, he should understand.
But tell us what happened.
Oh, just came from the outside straight into the side and pushed me in the wall inside. So, I mean, if you're side by side, then you should have some respect to other drivers. But here it seems there are no respect.
Sorry about that.
As I was saying, that sort of backs up what I was thinking about Nitis catching up under braking, because Penttinen's saying, and okay, it's an innocent face, he never saw him. Anyway, he's going to go and discuss that with the officials. You heard Rainis Nitis' view. We'll come back to that maybe at the end of this next heat, because Alex Gustafsson, Lukas Orav, Thomas Murstadt, Marco Ringenberger on the grid. The red car is the one to watch as we go racing. Thomas Murstadt, he came here as the championship leader. He's had a rotten weekend thus far, and he's in strife straight away, banging wheels with Gustafsson down into the first chicane. He's got the race lead, but maybe not for long. Here comes Gustafsson back on the outside line down towards turn 4. Murstadt has got to try not only to win this, but get himself through to the semi-finals, through to the final, because he's lost points in the championship.
He has. He's been struggling this weekend, hasn't he? Gustafsson comes back at him now, out of the first of the hairpins. No way to go around there. So hard to go offline here on the unsealed surfaces, because you can see to either side of the racing line, it's just such loose gravel. You and I watched down on this hairpin in Q1, and a few millimetres offline causes you a big problem. Rindenberg goes into the Joker for the first time. I'm asking, Gustafsson's learning quickly in this class, was so good in junior crosscar over the last couple of years, looks to the inside of the race leader, but also doesn't look completely on top of his machine just yet.
So Murstadt needs a good result. The fact that he's in the lowest group of the qualifiers out of Q1, bad news for him. It shows that he was struggling, and he was struggling certainly in that first race that he had of the day. Now this does look better, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't matter about beating Gustafsson necessarily as bodywork flies. What he's got to do is try and get a time up there in the 2 minute 45s to challenge the pace of Svensson. This is lap 2 of 3. They're on the loose right now. Murstadt still not really looking as quick as you might have anticipated from a real gun earlier on in the year.
Yep, did so well on the Scandinavian venues up in Hullius and Kouvola. I cannot emphasise how different this track is from those venues. Gustafsson goes into the Joker on the second tour, the JC driver getting out of that traffic. Can he do enough this time around to close the gap and get ahead of the race leader?
We've had 5 different winners out of the 5 rounds in terms of the finals within cross car. Might be on for a 6th today, you never know, because it is a hugely competitive category. Last lap then. Merstad it is, leading, but yet to Joker. Lukas Orav goes up into second. Now, where is Gustafsson? He's 4.5 seconds back, isn't he, from Merstad? So, in theory, that's enough to Joker and keep the lead for Merstad. Yeah, and Ringenberg's piling the pressure on Gustafsson as well, so that'll give him something to think about rather than just trying to execute the best possible lap. Not a bad fastest lap time for Merstad so far, so he's obviously getting a little bit quicker around here. Gustafsson gets very sideways out of that long right hand. You can't really afford to move the car around so much on corner exit because all you're doing is losing momentum. Up front though, Merstad is in the Joker. We can see him now. Oh, Ringenberg comes to the inside, gets in the brakes to avoid contact. So Merstad, who got knocked out on Friday in the semi-finals, he was only 5th. He's going to hang on to take the win, but it's the time we need to be looking for. Thomas Merstad comes through, and as he breaks the beam, he does a 2 minutes 48, which is good enough to be, I would reckon that's 5th overall, looking at that. 2 minutes 48.2, quicker than Osterberg. So Merstad takes the heat win from Gustafsson, Ringenberg and Orav, and that, as a time, does bring Thomas Merstad back into the equation. Yeah, for all us saying he wasn't going very quickly, okay, the lap time isn't really there, but the consistency across the 3 laps absolutely is. Great car positioning in the first corner. Didn't slam the door like we saw from Penttinen and Nittis. Gustafsson had already set the car up a bit sideways on the way in, which helped him as well. There's Merstad getting ahead into 2. Look at the wheel arch flapping with that very, very minor contact in 2, and then it parted company. Gustafsson will collect that. You don't want to run over that in the braking area because you'll just lock the inside front tire on it. Got away with it. Ringenberg did well there to get in the brakes and not drop it into the rear of Gustafsson on the final lap. That was a good run by Merstad. It was, given the rather unprepossessing start to the day that he had. So Thomas Merstad does indeed go 5th overall in Q2. He wins his heat, 2 minutes 48.2 from Alex Gustafsson, Marco Ringenberg and Lukas Orav in 4th spot. So those the 4 cross-car races. And again, it's looking ultra competitive, this, isn't it? I'm trying to pick a winner come the end of the day, well nigh impossible. Yeah, absolutely. It's just to get back to that Nittis and Penttinen exchange. There's nothing like a sarcastic congratulations, is there? I always enjoy that. Of course, Reynes is not, and it's done him no favours at all. He's now 12th overall in the standings. Indeed, which are headed at this intermediate point by Elias Svensson from Oscar Andersson, Ronald Baldins 3rd from Martin Juger, Jimmy Osterberg and Patrick Hallberg 6th. Thomas Merstad 10th, so he's creeping back into the mix. More from cross-car later on in the day. We will turn our attention next, though, to the 2-wheel drive open category, in which the reigning champion Simon Tiger was fastest in Q1 in the spectacular BMW ahead of Joni-Pekka Raila. We've seen him in cross car. He now leaps to the Datsun for 2-wheel drive. Timmy Enlund, Simon Engsvik, Kristaps Grunter, local hero, and another local driver, Ralf Eigervens, rounded out the top 6. Slavomir Volok was excluded from Q1 for getting into the back of the BMW of Ralf Eigervens and turning it around. So we are ready for the first race, and Kristaps Grunter, who is a very welcome addition, the local driver, is on the far left. Go the other way across the grid, you've got the car of Simon Engsvik, which is there, the Volkswagen Polo. Timmy Enlund is in the middle in the rebuilt BMW after his Kouvola crash. There's Joni-Pekka Raila, and on the inside line is Simon Tiger. Ready to race. We wait for the green light. 3 laps for the 2-wheel drive open cars. These are the fastest qualifiers from Q1, and away they go. Good start, pretty evenly matched by most, actually. Tiger on the inside, ought to be able to hang on to the race lead. He does. Engsvik locked up, goes around the outside of Raila, gets second, does he? Yes! Scrambles through. The Polo goes second, and Raila is under instant attack from Timmy Enlund. Engsvik looked wildly out of control into the first corner, but got it all tidied up just in time to go round the outside of Raila. That wasn't the best start we've seen so far this weekend from the leader, was it? But he managed to get it hooked up and lead into turn 1. But we've seen some blinding starts from that BMW so far. Indeed so, and you'll also see lots of the front wheels pawing the air as Simon Tiger comes out of the hairpin because the weight shifts. It's a very softly sprung BMW. Wheel in the air as Engsvik goes wide, and this is Raiola's chance to go through, and he does go through. Now to the Joker goes Simon Engsvik. Timmy Enlund goes with him, and that now enables Kristaps Grunter's 1 Series BMW to get into the mix as well. So it is Tiger, it is Raiola second. And there is the Datsun. It's a venerable car, but it's still quick.
That move from Engsvik was a great example of running that little bit too far, just a couple of inches offline. You get in that loose gravel, and especially without four-wheel drive that we'll see in Supercar Lights and Supercar later on, you're just relying on the rear wheels, trying to find some traction while the fronts are scrabbling around, trying to point you in the right direction, and you hemorrhage time very, very quickly.
So BMW versus Datsun, 1.8 seconds was the margin between them. Engsvik had dropped 5.5 seconds by dint of serving the Joker. He's defending from Timmy Enlund. They need to work together now to try to get within 3.5 seconds, pretty much, of the race leaders, who now bounce over the jump. There is Engsvik, there is Enlund behind him. So the two-wheel drive Polo ahead of the E30 shaped BMW M3 as they come off the corner. Ever so slightly banked hairpin. Right, Raiola has gone Joker this time. He's going to have to work hard to hang on to that second place because Simon Engsvik wants it back. Here they come towards the end of the lap into the merge. Raiola is just going to hang on in there. So Raiola stays ahead. That means that on track it is Tiger from Grunter. They're the top two, and Grunter now has done the fastest lap.
Such variety in this category, isn't there? Watching Raiola through the Joker section, they run the front of that car so stiff relative to the rear, but it's obviously working for him. This car's just soft all round, isn't it? The leader, Simon Tiger, picking that inside wheel up in almost every corner. I have to say, though, David, I've been so impressed with Grunter this weekend because the guys at the top of this field are ultra competitive, and okay, home track advantage maybe works to his favour, but he's really up there with them.
Indeed so, and also he's been getting better and better and better every time out. Admittedly, on Friday his Q1 wasn't great because he turned around Slavomir Volok and got excluded for it, but he has regrouped since then. But the Simon Tiger BMW, the bewinged M3, works its way on Joker lap up towards the checkered flag, which is being made ready for him. But who's going to be second? Because there, standard lap is Raiola around the outside of Grunter. Then he tries to get the whole shot on the inside. He's just going to miss out, or is he? Because they cross the line as one. Grunter given the nod by 15 thousandths of a second on Joni-Pekka Raiola. Simon Engsvik fourth, bit disappointing perhaps in the end, and Timmy Enlund never got back into the hunt for fifth. Tiger the winner by 1.8 seconds, but 15 thousandths the margin, second to third. Let's have another look at that race, won by Simon Tiger. Great start in that BMW as well.
Yeah, and watch Engsvik getting the brakes to avoid the rear of Raiola, then picks the throttle back up when he realises he's not about to become a Volkswagen branded Datsun, then gets tidily up the inside of two. His pace just dropped off towards the end. That fight with Enlund didn't do either of them any favours. If you drew out a perfect rallycross race, that wasn't it, because you really need to just work together to try and make the best use of the free air. That was the tiny error on that one from Engsvik that made him lose that position and then immediately take the Joker. This is Grunter after setting the fastest lap. Coming out of the Joker, Raio's going to cut back to the inside. Engsvik's all over the shop in the background in that battle with Enlund. Very respectful to each other. Raiola was close to getting it done, but just not quite.
Now for our second race, there'll be a lot more local interest, but to confirm a Heat 1 win for Simon Tiger, 2 minutes 48.5 the time, which was fractionally faster than he achieved in Q1. Kristaps Grunter second from Joni-Pekka Raiola, then Simon Engsvik and Timmy Enlund in fifth. So Grunter, who qualified fifth in Q1, going much better in Q2. Right, local drivers proliferate here. Ralph Eigervin's BMW, the grey car on the inside as you look, the green BMW, Maris Druva, and then Ralph Galvin's next. Championship leader Victor Johansson retired from Heat 1. The red BMW is next, and Slavomir Volok, excluded from Q1, completes the grid. The BMWs come out of the local BMW Championship. They're very welcome additions on this grid, and Victor Johansson, after mechanical maladies in Q1, as they like to go green, needs a good result out of this, and he absolutely storms away. The Mercedes 2.9 litre engine car leads from Volok's M3 BMW, and then the locals fight over third place. But Johansson now really ought to be able to get on with this. As long as the car is healthy, he should win this, but he needs to do it in a really good time.
He does, and perfect for him to get out front, get some clear air. Volok needs another good time as well, doesn't he, after that disqualification from Q1. So now these guys really do need to work together. But if ever you needed an example of how developed the leading cars in this category are, then it was right there at the start line, because although the local BMWs are race prepared. They're nothing like these proper open two-wheel drive machines up front.
Indeed so. So Victor Johansson it is that leads, although Slavomir Volok is trying to stay with him. If you follow British Rallycross, you'll be aware of the Polish-born driver, Slavomir Volok, based in the UK, does a lot of his competition in the British Championship, but it's great to have him here this weekend. And he is taking the fight to Johansson, isn't he? He's not dropping away too much as they cross the stripe at the end of lap 1. Victor Johansson leads the way. Second then is Slavomir Volok, and having gone for the Joker lap, Maris Druva is down in 5th. Now actually the Mercedes does start to build that advantage. Lots of smoke pouring off the tyres. Johansson throws it down to turn 4.
Locks the inside on the way into 4, goes very wide on the way into 5. There's so many different ways of trying to take that corner. He's shooting to go wide on the entry, tuck back into a late apex. You can only afford to do that, of course, when there's no one right on your rear bumper. Wallet dropping off now to almost 1.5 seconds. I would say that's a little bit more now, looking at it visually. We'll see next time they cross the line. Wallet will go again. This time I'm sure you can't afford to risk dropping into this pack and losing time unnecessarily.
The other encouraging thing here, of course, is that Victor Johansson's Mercedes is healthy once again. It crawled off the line and retired coming out of the hairpin on that first lap of Q1. The fact now that it's looking competitive again is really good news, because, as we made the point, he could sew up the championship today.
He could. He needs a good run and he needs to fight back, like you say, David. What was entertaining there was that he was parked on the side of the road with some sort of drama, I suspect from the internal combustion engine, but because it's his home-built hybrid system, the recovery team turned up to pick the car up. He'd switched on the hybrid and under electrical power drove off silently.
Indeed, serenely made his way back to the paddock and back to his toolkit. Over the jump he comes. The Mercedes 190, it's an old shape, but it's modern technology within. Throws it round the hairpin. Slavomir Volok still chasing. And Volok's got better and better and better as the weekend has gone on. But Victor Johansson trying here to beat a 2 minutes 48.5. Now, it's not just this race he wants to win. Can he be the fastest in Q2? We're about to find out. He comes Joker lap, then up towards the last left-hander. Throws it between the tyres, catches the slide, nails the throttle now, drags it out the other side. Is he going to beat Simon Tiger's time as he breaks the beam? He takes the checkered flag. Yes, he does. 2 minutes 47.3. Johansson quickest in Q2. Slavomir Volok comes through to be second across the line. Third goes the way of Ralf Eigervens from Rallyx Galvins in 4th place and Maris Druva in 5th. Brilliant effort that by Victor Johansson, and that car most definitely is fitting well again.
And a great example of getting out front, getting clear air. I think that's going to put Wallach 4th overall as well. So a good run that they both needed. This is what I was talking about off the line. Johansson absolutely smashed it. They've been struggling in the Automax team to get Wallach's car off the line as they wish. They did so much work on it on Thursday evening after the free practice sessions on Thursday. That feels like a long time ago now, doesn't it? But on Thursday evening, they raised the car by 20 millimetres in the rear suspension. A lot of welding work was going on. Massive effort made by these teams to try and find those minor improvements. Runs a little bit wide here, just picks up that curb. But Johansson was untroubled out front, able to take the ideal line into every corner that best suits his machine. The locals were going great guns behind, but not really a match for the front of the field. It's so frustrating coming out of a final corner like that. You want to just bury the throttle, but you need to be so patient to wait for the front and rear wheels to be pointing in the correct direction. Nevertheless, great run for Johansson.
So it is Victor Johansson who wins his heat and is fastest in Q2 in the open two-wheel drive category. In that race, he's ahead of Slavomir Volok, then Ralf Eigervens, Ralf Galvins and Maris Druva round out the 5. And, of course, we've got enough for semi-finals for the two-wheel drive open cars and also supercars today. This is how we look at the end of Q2. It is still Simon Tiger ahead of Joni-Pekka Raila, but Johansson is up to 3rd in the intermediate from Kristaps Grunter. Timmy Enlund 5th and Simon Engsvik is in 6th. So we turn our attention next to Supercar Lights, in which Martin Expiuth was the fastest in Q1, and he will therefore be on the inside line ready for our first heat. Kasper Janssen, Ola Henry Steinsholt, Jimmy Valfridsson and Mats Oskarsson, the top 5. So they are the drivers that will be in the first heat. With Mattis Janssen, Martin Enlund, Lars-Erik Haug, Simon Olofsson and Isaac Schockfist in the second. Why is Olofsson not in that leading 5? Because he jumped the start, because he got 2 Joker laps, and therefore it was a slower race time, and that has put him on the back foot. Having said that, he was in the wall and was on the back foot on Friday and rebuilt the day in order to win. So we're ready to go. Martin Expiuth was one of the stars of Friday in a final for the first time and really did take the battle to Simon Olofsson. So he had his best showing of the season. We are ready to race because the yellow light is on. Wait for that to go green. Everybody in the same type of car, of course, in Supercar Lights as we go racing. And who makes the best start? Good getaway by Kasper Janssen in the blue car, but he's not far enough ahead. Here comes Walfridsson around the outside. He ends up being run out wide, bounced off Janssen. And out of all of that, it is Martin Expieth that leads the way with Ole Henry Steinsholt up in a second. And it was 1 up and 3 back for Jimmy Walfridsson. He's last at turn 4.
You heard the tyres squeal as he locked up. I'm pretty sure it was Walfridsson that locked up. He was in a really unenviable position there, wasn't he? He made a great start, trying to go around the outside. On a single car on the inside, that would have worked. But when you had the leading pair side by side, going 3 wide doesn't work at all, does it? And he had to try and turn in. That's why there was the contact door to door, and then had to turn back out again and just hope he didn't hit the wall head on the outside.
So they come out of the hairpin for the first time, and it is Martin Expieth leading us now. For the Joker goes Kasper Janssen. So he'd lost a place through that first chicane to Steinsholt. Now it goes Joker as over the jump they come. Walfridsson is trying to bring his race back into something like a decent result now, and he's got the pace to do it, look, because he's right there on the tail of Mats Oskarsson as they come over the stripe. Expieth leads the way, but only just. Ole Henry Steinsholt going after him as they come through. Third is Oskarsson, fourth is Walfridsson, and then Kasper Janssen having jokered early. He's 4 seconds back in 5th place.
Expieth really came of age on Friday, didn't he? Challenge at the front of the order, or very nearly won. So amazing performance from him. 2nd full season in the Supercar Lights category. Has been in Rallycross for quite some years in the Supernational division, but interesting he's doing so well on a circuit where you would expect someone with karting background to go well, not necessarily a 2-wheel drive Rallycross career.
You're absolutely right, and the confidence is up as well now, so that's going to help today as he goes Joker on this 2nd lap. The leader goes Joker lap. That's going to put Steinsholt into the lead. Oskarsson Jokers as well. What is this going to do for Kasper Janssen? Keep an eye on the blue car then. Let's see as he takes standard lap. It's going to be close, isn't it, this? Against Expieth. Expieth's going to be ahead. Janssen goes out wide, scrubs off time. Walfridsson is ahead of the pair of them as they come across the line. But Walfridsson, as he goes through, is also yet to Joker. So for the race win here, Expieth stays ahead of Janssen, but only just. And Kasper Janssen has got good speed. Here he is catching up to the tail of Expieth, who's got a bit stuck behind Walfridsson.
Yeah, they obviously jokered to try and cover off Janssen, the reigning Nitro Rallycross Supercar Lights champion, but it hasn't really worked out, has it? Because now they're just tucked up behind Walfridsson. Walfridsson, we know, had good pace on Friday, but when it's this close, you can't help but lose that little bit of time. He will Joker this time around and get out of the way, but is it going to be enough? They are close to Steinsholt.
And Janssen is stuck anyway behind Expieth, so these two are now going to battle for the race win. Here they come. For the Joker lap goes Steinsholt. Standard lap for the other two, nose to tail. It is going to be surely Expieth to hang on to take the race win. Where's Janssen going to be relative to Steinsholt? Here they come, they're side by side. Expieth up to the flag. Out wide is Force Janssen. He's off the road. He takes 2nd. Steinsholt 3rd in robust fashion. A win for Martin Expieth then. The time 2 minutes 48. Not as quick as he went in Q1, but it's a race win and it's the target time in Q2. But all big action behind for 2nd place.
This is the run into the opening corner. Walfridsson goes late on the brakes, tries to turn in. Of course, he can't see that someone inside the car that he's turning in on. So, I mean, that's fair enough. I think turning in on someone when they're on their own, on the very inside, is one thing. Turning in on the pack like that, when you've no idea who's next to the guy you're next to, is very different. But it didn't work out for him at all. This is Steinsholt in the Joker for the final time around. Got a little bit too sideways. Now we're going to see the merge. Expieth gets out ahead comfortably despite that battle with Walfridsson. And this is Steinsholt. He's just going to open the steering a bit. Some contact with Kasper Janssen. These two share an awning at OMSC. That was almost a very awkward conversation when they returned, but they both survived it. I'm sure they won't be particularly pleased with each other, but that was a few millimetres away from being absolute disaster. They survived.
All's fair in love and rallycross, isn't it? So, a race win then for Martin Expieth from Kasper Janssen 2nd, Ole Henry Steinsholt 3rd, Mats Oskarsson 4th, and in the end, Emil Walfridsson was down in 5th. He'll be really frustrated with that, having shown good pace in the final on Friday. So now we have the 6th to 9th fastest drivers there. 9th quickest in Q1 with his 2 Joker laps is the championship leader, Simon Olofsson. Last, Erik Haug is to his left. Martin Enlund is to his left. And on the inside line in the black and blue car is Matthis Janssen. The grid is formed. Marshall strides across, gives the thumbs up, points to that ready to race light. The drivers now concentrate on the start of Q2 Heat 2 for Supercar Lights. Wait for that green light. Let's see what Olofsson can do this time. Good getaway. Is it good enough then to get ahead of everybody on the run down towards turn 1? Not quite. Brakes late. Tries the move. Goes round the outside. Yes, yes, yes. He's done it. Through into the lead goes Olofsson. Fantastic stuff. Really late on the brakes. And by millimetres, he just avoided contacts and he comes out ahead.
There is a driver oozing with confidence. Knew exactly how late he could get away with braking. Turned in just enough to make the corner, but not enough to shut the door on the guys on the inside. He could, in theory, wrap the championship up today, but to do that, he needs to score big in qualifying. That was the perfect start to try and head on that way.
Because he's already on the back foot slightly, only 9th in Q1. But look at this, Mattis Jansen is coming back at him as they get to the hairpin, then nose to tail. Now, out wide goes Olofsson, up the inside, and then Joker goes Mattis Jansen. So he was closing on the leader, but then he dives left onto that Joker lap, drops to the back of the pack. But what he should be able to do now, maybe, is get himself in a bit of clear air while he plays catch-up against those ahead of him. But is he going to catch them midway around the lap and then get stuck? It's possible. So now it is all up to Olofsson's spotter to determine whether it's this lap or the last lap when they make him go Joker and how that's going to affect the outcome.
Jansen probably didn't want to go at that stage, but because Olofsson had run that little bit wide, you end up side by side of each other. You can't go around the outside of that corner on the inside of the Joker entry. It's just way too tight. So the only sensible thing to do is to go into the Joker. He's now going to get tucked up behind Haug. Sandra Holmgren, Simon Olofsson's sister, spotting for him in the spotters tower. She'll be keeping an eye on the splits with her stopwatch. I suspect they're going to make him go again.
OK, he's being caught, though, by Martin Enlund as Olofsson accelerates through. Yeah, goes once more, so does Enlund. So Mattis Jansen is all rather caught up in this because he's stuck behind last Erik Haug. He's going to have to get his elbows out to get past him. So there is Olofsson. But fair play to Martin Enlund. He is staying with him, isn't he, as they come there over the line. And if anything, Enlund is starting to look even quicker now as he tries to bring down that gap.
Yeah, 52.3 last time around. Fastest lap of the race so far for Enlund. Runs that little bit wide on the exit at 2. Just avoids the tyre stack through 3. Was so good earlier in the season. Martin Enlund had a brilliant year in America last year, but also had a lot of damage and difficulty. Didn't have things at all his way on Friday, but now he is right on the back of the championship leader.
And look at Mattis Jansen, who is absolutely stuck behind Lars-Erik Haug. So in real terms, he's losing time against these two. Enlund trying to apply pressure to Olofsson, who again hangs the back out, coming out of the hairpin. They're both going to have to go Joker this time. So Olofsson, Enlund, and then Haug, the top three, they'll all Joker. And what will that do to Mattis Jansen? He should gain 1 place, but I fear it's not going to be enough to give him a race win. Olofsson needs a good time out of this, don't forget. He's got to beat a 2:48.2 as he comes off the last corner. He's being shadowed every inch of the way by Enlund. Olofsson takes the win. Is it good enough to beat the time of Martin Expieth? The answer is no. He misses out by 0.2 of a second. So 2 minutes 48.4 is the time for Olofsson. He wins the race, but not the round. Enlund takes second. Jansen is indeed third. Lars-Erik Haug fourth. And as ever, it all came down to the start and a brilliant getaway by Olofsson right round the outside.
Great car positioning. Look, he turns in enough, turns back out a little bit. Okay, it worked for him because Enlund wasn't quite enough alongside Jansen to be side by side. Jansen then left with nothing he can't turn at all right until Olofsson's got out of his way. Goes to apply the right hand lock, but there is a car right there, so he's just waiting. That allows the door to be open for Martin Enlund behind. Enlund gets a good drive initially, but Jansen just carries that momentum. This is in the Joker. I wonder if someone had a bit of a spin in the background. We heard a lot of revs get hit out of the hairpin, but was not able to get ahead. Enlund and Olofsson goes second overall.
So then let's just take a quick look at that race result. Simon Olofsson, the fastest, the winner. He is ahead of Martin Enlund, Mattis Jansen, and then Lars-Erik Haug. But it is Expieth who is still the fastest from the initial race in order to be quickest so far in Q2.
Enzo, you were second on Friday, and now you're out there, second fastest car. You're really getting to grips with this track.
Yeah, last year it was very hard for me in the World Championship, and now it seems to start and suits me quite well, so I'm happy about this.
What is it that suits you quite well now?
I looked a bit from last year compared to Johan, and before I came here last year, they said it looks like a circuit, but it doesn't really look like a circuit. It's a proper rallycross track, and it's some corners, only a few that are very tricky for a rallycross car, and now I start to be good at these ones. So that's good for me.
Do you feel that you've made steps now since Friday? Your pace out there today, is it better?
Yeah, some corners it's better, but the margin of having a mistake in these corners are very small. So, but I'm trying to handle them.
Bryntesson's the guy for you to beat. How hard's that going to be today?
He's very stable and very quick, so I will have to do my absolute best, but it will be difficult. I appreciate him a lot. He's a clean driver and he's very fast, so that's good.
The two of you were talking here on the pre-grid. What are you talking about?
Just talking about what if it will rain or not and all this blah blah blah, but just normal things.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
GT champion turned rallycrosser Enzo Eid. There is Yuri Belewski, who has some rights to wrong after Friday, but don't rule him out. It's going to be fascinating to see how we go in the qualifying runs today. Christian Baby and also Sandra Evian looking competitive as well. So Supercar is wide open. We've got our final race though next in Supercar Lights. Isaac Sjoekvist on the inside, Martin Jonsson, who disappointed a bit really in Q1, then Erik Berget and Ida Turnhult on the next rank on the grid. The ready to race symbol is there. We get set to go racing our final 3-lap heat then for Q2. Good getaway by Sjoekvist. Is it good enough? Because here comes Jonsson then. The black car tries to nose ahead and big contact. Berget gets turned around. He bounced off Jonsson. He was given another tap by Turnhult, and that, I'm afraid, does for Berget's race straight away.
Unlucky there, not much he could do about that. He was being wary of the two on the inside, trying to stay out of trouble. Turnhult, I think, has just turned in there, hoping to get the undercut, and just collected the rear of Berget's STS machine. Shame for him. Turnhult hasn't had the pace around here, has she? Learning every time she goes, but it's a big ask to come to this track. We just heard from Enzo Eid how tough it is, and especially as the loose surface, the unsealed surface, has changed so much in the last few years. It used to be very circuit racing-like in that it was very abrasive, very flat and very consistent, and now there's holes all over the place, and I love that. That's a proper rallycross unsealed section, but it does make, adds a third dimension to it and does make it really challenging to learn.
So it is Isaac Sjoekvist ahead of Martin Jonsson. Jonsson fourth in the championship, so he really shouldn't be in this bottom group, should he, within Q2. He's got to try and rebuild his day now as well as they go down towards turn 4. He's got to find a second to get onto the tail of Sjoekvist here, who leads on a very sideways Jonsson. He's certainly trying, but is it enough to bring him back into the mix then?
Sjoekvist shouldn't really be in this race either. He has been quick this season, in second year in the lights category, finished on the podium last weekend in the RX2E season opener up in Julius, but didn't get a very good run in Q1 earlier today. At least for all these guys, the conditions are consistent at the moment. What you really don't want is the track to change a lot. Of course, you want that as a driver, but you want it to be the right change, and so often than not, it's the track changes rapidly, quickly, grip levels, weather conditions, what have you, and it doesn't work in your favour. So I think generally they're all pretty pleased when the conditions are the same throughout all of the races in each session.
Well, right now it is Isaac Sjoekvist that is leading, and he's getting away, isn't he, now, from Martin Jonsson, who has jokered. So fastest lap of the race to Sjoekvist. Jonsson then second. He's staying ahead of Turnhult and, of course, the badly delayed Berget, who is in real strife after that contact at the very beginning of the race. So now Sjoekvist tries to maintain the advantage. He should be able to stay ahead of Jonsson here. He's got to be absolutely flat out. Heavy landing there. You can hear the car crash land back to earth. Really does the front of the car no good whatsoever, but the tough suspension is able to stand up to that. It's only the bodywork really that you can hear scraping along the ground. And Sjoekvist then has another jump to contend with right here on Joker Lap, which he survives, comes back onto the tarmac, round the back of the pits at the Binkoriki circuit. And has he done enough to stay ahead of Jonsson? Yes, he most definitely has. We'll see where the time is going to put him, because Isaac Sjoekvist, in a sense, makes that look easy. Martin Jonsson quite a long way back in second place, and that's bad news for him, because, as we say, neither of them really ought to be in this slower group, slowest group, but that was certainly disappointing from Jonsson. 4 seconds back at the end.
Yeah, and Sjoekvist fastest overall, goes a couple of seconds quicker, or 1.5 seconds quicker than Martin Exbjerg did in the first race. That's going to bump Simon Olofsson down to third. Let's have a look back at this start then. Pretty even launch from the entire pack. Jonsson starts turning in on Sjoekvist. I mean, the corner goes left, so you've got to start going left, but a bit of argy-bargy. Berget tries turning in as well. bounces off the black car in the middle, Jonsson, and then Tornell that had nowhere to go really. I don't think she can be held responsible for that personally. She turns in, Birgit's already going stage right and clumsy, but no one really responsible. A racing incident in my book. Up front though, Jonsson initially went with Sjökvist, but then just didn't have the pace, like you say, David, and this was a very neat and tidy run from Sjökvist, the Swedish driver, to take the fastest time.
So fascinating to see, isn't it, that a driver out of the slowest group from Q1 goes fastest in Q2, and that really does shuffle things around within supercar lights. Isaac Sjökvist then, the best time of anybody. He wins Heat 3 from Martin Jonsson, Ida Turnholt and Erik Birgit in 4th out of that race. So Sjökvist fastest from Exbjörth, Olofsson, Kasper Janssen, Steinsholt and Enlund. That is the top 6. And on the intermediate, Martin Exbjörth is ahead of Kasper Janssen, then Isaac Sjökvist up to 3rd, Steinsholt 4th, Simon Olofsson 5th and Mats Oskarsson in 6th. We've got 3 more races to go within the Q2 element of the day here at Rallyx, and it is the Supercars, where Thomas Bryntesson was fastest in Q1 from Enzo Ede, Ola Christian Veiby 3rd, Sondra Evian 4th, and they will be on the grid for the first race before you get to Philip German, Yuri Belewski, Hans-Joran Ostring and Victor Vranks. The 3 local drivers, Eddie Oss, Andre Unn and them. Also, another of the local guests, Sven Oras, will go in that 3rd race. There is Thomas Bryntesson. I guess he's got to be the favourite, given that he was the winner on Friday and that he's been quickest in Q1, but we certainly saw plenty of surprises on Friday in Rallyx. Expect more of the same here. The grid is formed then. Enzo Ede with him, OC Veiby, Sondra Evian on the 3rd and 4th slots on that line of stern grid. We're ready to go racing then. The drivers will, in a moment, get that thumbs up symbol and the message from the officials and look to the ready to race sign. But as yet, there is not an indication. Now, is that because we've still got things like a tyre wall that needs to be pushed back into place down at the first corner, maybe? Yes, and the work's just finishing there by the look of it.
Great job by the very diligent marshals here in Riga. Bit of a committee meeting going on about how best to reattach the branding. That is very important to the proceedings.
And in fairness, they are well versed in rebuilding tyre walls and retrieving cars, because yesterday the local championship round seemed to just be, certainly in Q3, blighted with stoppages. So everybody got plenty of work to do because they had to retrieve cars or rebuild tyre walls or put them back in place or whatever it was.
Well, being presidents of the Geek Society, we came to watch on our day off, went trackside. I think we were there for an hour and saw 3 races or something, didn't we? But it was good fun. Great to see that Rallycross is so strong in this region, isn't it? It's brilliant that we come here with a big series like Rallyx, but also great that these venues and the popularity of the sport is able to have grassroots sport at that level, and it was well supported.
And it's good that we've managed to persuade some of those local drivers to stay on and take part in today's races. So there is Thomas Bryntesson then. He was the fastest driver in Q1 by about 1.5 seconds, actually. So there is a margin, dare one say, looking at the front of the car, a gulf between him and the opposition. Enzo Ede was 2nd fastest, OC Veiby, Sondra Evian 3rd and 4th. But again, let's see whether he's going to be able to convert that inside line into the lead down to the first corner. Now they get that ready to race symbol. Q2, Heat 1 for the Supercars. The lights will go green now. It is blast off. Good start by Ede. Good start also by Veiby, and he's ahead on the outside line. It's going to be Ede that leads. The Bryntesson is down to 3rd. Might be 4th yet, because up the inside goes Evian. He clobbers the tyre barrier, keeps on going. Bryntesson fends him off, but it wasn't a mega start, was it, by the man that was the winner on Friday? He slides there up on the inside line to go 3rd, but Enzo Ede is away and gone.
Enzo spoke pre-race, didn't he, about the respect between him and Thomas Bryntesson. Bryntesson got in the brakes earlier than another driver may have done there. Better to survive the first corner and live to fight another day. Ede, though, made a great launch, turned in just enough to force his hand into turn 1, and this is where he wants to be up front.
So is anybody going to go Joker? Yes, Bryntesson gets out of the pack, so rolls the dice. He'll go to the back, but then hopefully the race will come back to him, as at the end of that one, Enzo Ede leads the way, but going with him, OC Veiby in the car that's had a huge amount of work done on it in the paddock yesterday, and he wants to repay the JC team with a good result out of all of this. He's going after Ede right now. 3rd is Sondra Evian, and then it is Thomas Bryntesson down in 4th place, but Veiby is on a mission, but so too is Ede, and Ede is the fastest getting away.
Bryntesson 4.8 behind the leader after taking his Joker. That's going to be too far to challenge Enzo if he can't make that gap come down. Brinson hasn't been the quickest driver around this place so far this weekend, but he's certainly been one of the most consistent. He was quickest of all on Thursday evening in the opening free practice session. Will he need a joker now to cover him off? No, he won't. Fabi goes in. Evian, though, these two are so close, aren't they? So he and Evian will switch positions now when Evian takes a joker next time around.
But a big slide though there as the Audi gets all crossed up, loses a bit of momentum, but stays ahead of Brinderson as they come over the line. So Eid leads Evian, but Vaby fends off Brinderson then. This is the battle of the two that have jokered, and we're on the last lap of this first race. So Eid versus Evian, that gap 1.8. Evian lapping quicker than Eid. He has brought the gap down, but they're still clear, I reckon. Certainly Eid is of third and fourth, who are now squabbling. They're holding each other up.
48.966 from Evian last time around. Fastest lap of the day so far. Not the fastest lap of the weekend. That still goes to Nicholas Gronholm on Friday afternoon. But Brinderson losing out a little bit now, isn't he, behind Vaby, who is oh so sideways most of the time. Makes it work for him. Super spectacular.
So Eid makes his way up towards the last corner. He's on target for a race win, but what about second? That's rather more up for grabs, isn't it? Because there, look, side by side, virtually the two teammates come off the last corner. It's a drag to the line, and as they break the beam, it is Sondre Evian that just stays ahead of OC Vaby. Thomas Brinderson fourth, Thomas Brinderson last. Don't think either of us would have suggested that was going to happen before the race got underway. Brinderson then quickest within Q1, but the start was where he lost out completely.
Yeah, Enzo's worked hard on his starts for the last couple of years. Quite equal through the first and second gear there, but Brinderson just gets in the brakes that little bit early. I mean, ultimately, his time is only 2.9 seconds off the winner, so assuming that the following races go a bit slower, or at least some drivers within them do, it's sensible. That was quite a contact for Sondre Evian with the tyre barrier on the inside. Let's just look at that first corner again from the drone. Yeah, Brinderson kind there, really. He could have forced the issue, but chose not to. And this, he comes back across. Whew. Evian really clouts that tyre stack, pops the Audi up onto two wheels, but these cars are strong in that sort of situation.
Well, he moved the tyre wall, and that takes some doing, but he still got second place in the race. He was 2.5 seconds back from this man, but that's very impressive indeed from Sondre Evian to be able to take that second place then. He came off that last corner battling with Vaby, but despite any damage picked up, survived it. Strong car, that Audi. Right, let's head to Molly on the spotters tower.
Sebastian, that was a race win there for Enzo, and the time was really good as well. Just how much work have the two of you been doing?
We're trying a lot. I mean, it's tight. I think it's 3 or 4 guys that is more or less on the same pace. But now we managed to get the start, and that's also give you the chance to get a good time. They had some fighting behind, I think, so we got the clear on. So it looks good. We just need to keep working on the starts, I think.
How impressed are you with his driving here?
It's really good. I mean, we've seen on the test also that he has the pace, but now he seems to understand the racing a bit more, so the racecraft's getting much better. So I think that's the key now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Sebastian Eriksson does his work for the moment as we look down to the grid and see the electric car, the RX2E of Victor Franks, the 16-year-old Belgian. That is going to be on the far outside. To his left, Hans-Joran Ostreng, Yuri Belewski, and then on the inside, Philip Gehrman. So a very different type of sound, different feel from that RX2E when they leave the line. Marshall gives the thumbs-up signal to everybody. Philip Gehrman made a dreadful start in the final on Friday, so he's going to try and work on that, hopefully over the course of today as we get set to go racing. The lights in a moment are about to blink green. And let's see what Belewski can do off the line this time as they launch away. Franks goes really wide. The other three crowd out into the first corner. Gehrman it is who hits the front. Here comes Franks to try to go around the outside of Ostreng. And he does it, but he can't quite stay level. So Gehrman leads, Belewski second, down towards turn 3, and Gehrman covers off the inside line, and Belewski there certainly doesn't try a full send in this race.
Franks has tried that move every single time, hasn't he, going wide into the first corner, just hoping that there's some sort of carnage he can capitalise on. Doesn't quite make it work. Belewski was so frustrated to be stuck behind Gehrman throughout the previous race. There's little to choose between them on lap time, but just being in that bit of traffic means that Gehrman's joker strategy worked out much better than Belewski's. Philip's no slouch himself, of course. So Belewski goes joker this time around to try and get out of that traffic. Is he going to come back out behind Franks? Yes, he is. So this is just throwing the dice to try and mix the strategy up, but I'm not sure it's going to work out for them unless Franks jokers next time around and gets out of the way.
So Gehrman it is that leads from Ostreng. Franks third, Belewski then down in fourth, having jokered. Trouble is, as Hal suggests, he's going to catch up to the traffic and then he might get stuck. Down they turn out of 4. Next sharp left hairpin, that brings you onto the loose. Philip Gehrmann it is in the Audi that leads the way. Then the Hyundai second, Hans-Göran Ostreng. And you can see that Bolevski has now caught up onto the tail of Brandt, and there's no obvious overtaking place unless Brandt goes joker.
Or unless Bolevski's feeling super brave and sinks one up the inside, down into the hairpin. Will Guillaume de Ridder, former champion in the RX2E category, send his driver in this time around? He does. That's the fair thing to do. But, you know, it would have given him experience to stay out ahead of Bolevski as well. Gehrmann, meanwhile, race leader up front. Has Bolevski lost enough time, or is Gehrmann going to get done on the exit?
It's going to be close because here comes Bolevski for the inside. He's going to brake late, couldn't quite do it. Tightened his line, you could see exactly what he was trying to do. He's actually much, much closer to Gehrmann. He's got the pace again. He's going to have a go this time down towards turn 4. There is a gap. He's going to go for it. There's more contact. He clatters his way through. Bang, bang. He's done it though. Up the inside he goes. Gehrmann off the road and back on again. So it is Ostreng that leads on the road, but elbows out. Yuri Bolevski has gone through into the lead. Might have to rename that Bolevski's corner after all of this, because it's certainly where he makes his mark.
And there we see the difference between what happened in the final on Friday. Oh, Bolevski runs wide into the loose gravel. Gehrmann's going to look to the inside. Is he going to be able to go around the outside into 10? No, he isn't. Gets forced out wide yet again. Ostreng's in the joker, though.
And this is the run up towards the line then, so it's going to be a win, is it, for Bolevski? Ostreng's going to come out and split the two of them, but he's going to go wide. Gehrmann's got to fire it up the inside. Bolevski it is that takes the win, but only just. Second was Hans-Göran Ostreng, Philip Gehrmann taking third, Victor Vrancks fourth, and the time was 2 minutes 40.3, so it wasn't anywhere near as good a time as that of Enzo E, but it was a really dramatic race. Bolevski comes out on top.
Look at Vrancks. Ultra wide in the first corner, just doesn't quite have the traction or power of these supercars in the run to turn 1. Almost gets the overlap on Ostreng, but then there's nowhere really for the Belgian to go. This is Gehrmann ahead of Bolevski on the opening tour. Bolevski runs out wide to carry that slingshot down into 5, but Gehrmann's great at positioning the car, and there was no way through. This is the joker merge. Gehrmann's team had jokered to get the to cover off Bolevski, who'd been that little bit held up. This is Bolevski going for the lunge, gets well alongside the Audi. That barrier comes up very quick on the left-hand side, gets the move done in robust fashion, and got the race win, albeit with a slow time. And this is what I meant about Thomas Brinderson, because you know he was 4th in that first race, but he's still 4th overall.
So it is a win for Yuri Bolevski. He's with Molly.
Yuri, that's a race win and a good fight with Philip Gehrmann.
Yes, I mean, as always, I had a little bit of trouble on the start. I couldn't take it. I decided to gamble and go first lap joker. I knew that there were some slower cars which could hold me up, but that's the only thing I could do to break, you know, the vicious loop. I was a bit held up by the RX2E car, but gladly Guillaume sent him to the joker. Thank him very much for that. From then on, I pushed my best. I took Philip on braking into corner number 4, I think. And from there on, I mean, I tried to push on a jump, but yeah, it seems in these weather conditions you cannot push on that jump so much far ahead, so I made a mistake there. Then I managed to hold on to position and take the race.
Well, there's the move again. It was brutal, but we've not been told of any suggestion of an exclusion or a penalty. It might be a warning for that, because it was a bit savage, but it survived. And there, the final 3, Eddie Oss in the Skoda Fabia, Andre Un alongside in the Ford car Plus, and the Ford car of Sven Oras, the 2 Ransalu sport cars. In theory, Eddie Oss should be the victor of this. He defeated these 2 in the earlier run, but let's find out as we get ready to race. Eddie Oss, the man that started in the Latvian Fault Race Series back in 2013, autocross and blasts away. Dreadful start by Sven Oras, who goes nowhere, and actually it's Andre Un that makes the better start, and he leads down to turn 1.
Good little fight there between Un and Oss into the first corner. Sven Oras making his first start in that car with Ransalu Sport, and it's so hard to get these supercars off the line. There's a lot to think about with boost pressure, ALS settings, the amount of RPM you're using, the launch procedure, where the bike pointing to the clutch, how weighty the throttle pedal is. There's all sorts of things at play, so not a surprise that someone in a first run in a car makes a small mistake like that.
But now Eddie Oss has got to try and fight back, hasn't he? The Skoda Fabia on the tail of the Ford car. He closes into the hairpin. Let's see whether he goes joker. No, he doesn't. He's going to shadow the race leader as they hit the tarmac once more. Go sharp right onto the jump now. the other side of which there's more tarmac way up that big curb, but these cars ride it so well. Lots and lots of tire squeal then as they come off the corner, and drama there, I'm afraid, for Sven Oras. That car stationary, but the two race leaders start lap number 2. The 0.7 of a second between them. Eddie Oss looking the quicker as he tries now to get himself back into contention. But Andre Uhn doing a good job. He hangs on in there. It's going to be a really tight fight between these two right now with a lap and a half to go.
Looked to me that Oras might have been on the loose section there, or maybe he's never actually left the start line. But regardless, I don't really know why Eddie Oss's team, well, he is on the loose. So he's dropped it after the jump. Don't reverse now. He's reversing now. Not a good thing. Leaders are going to come by. Yellow flags wave. They land. They're on the loose. They scrabble past, and Oras is trying to get himself going again as Eddie Oss now goes for Joker lap. Yeah, that was a bit touch and go, wasn't it? It was, and I don't really know why Oss's team didn't Joker him last time around, especially with Oras being so far back, because you want to mix the strategy up just as they are now. So now it's all about which of these guys, given that they were so close, can do the single best lap to try and meet and get ahead at the Joker merge. I'm also intrigued to know why Oras found himself nose first into the barrier. He's got it wrong presumably when he landed. That was a lot of fly-killing arm waving, wasn't there, I think, in that moment, with being able to be 90 degrees to the direction of travel in the wrong direction after the jump. Well, Andre Uhn has got 3.2 seconds in hand. This is going to be close, especially now that Eddie Oss is really charging. He needs to try to get himself back ahead on the Joker lap, which the leader will serve this time. So Andre Uhn comes down to a clear hairpin this time. No teammate in the way. There is Eddie Oss in the Skoda Fabia, slings it round the hairpin. Onto Joker lap goes Uhn. Has he got enough in hand? It is going to be close between the two of them. There's the Skoda on the inside. Look, as over the first of those jumps goes Andre Uhn. On tarmac now, Oss is ahead of him. Has he done enough? Because that Joker lap is shorter on the inside. It's going to be very close, but Uhn just skims the tyres. It is Eddie Oss then that takes that victory from Andre Uhn second. The margin between them when they came across the line, I'll give you in a moment. The timing screen still updating itself as we wait for Sven Oras to come through. Data saying that he'd retired, but he's definitely still going. 0.7 of a second, the margin. Eddie Oss, his time, 2 minutes 47. It was a slow race time, but it was a race win, and Oras, well, it all unravelled at the start for him. Yeah, just didn't get away. This was reasonably close between the two local drivers into turn 1. Ryan Sport, such a massive advocate of rallycross in Estonia. This is, we're going to see the moment here we are with Sven Oras dropping the car. Something's broken there, surely, because that is quite a spin. There wasn't much arm waving, but some desperate heavy pressure on the middle pedal to try and get it stopped before he met the wall. Eddie Oss, you see how different these cars are to the works-built Audis and Hyundais and stuff at the front of the order, because they look so unwieldy. Fantastic machines, but they're just not quite the level of the front-running competitors, and they just make the cars that little bit more difficult to hustle around a circuit like this, especially when it's such high grip. So, at the end of Q2 for the Supercars, Enzo Eid it is ahead of Thomas Brinterson, with Sondre Evian ahead of his teammate O.C. Vaby. Yuri Belevsky 5th and Philip German 6th, ahead then of Ostrang, Vranks, Oss and Uhn to round out the top 10. So that is Q2 done and dusted. We've got Q3 to look forward to, and then the semi-finals and the finals themselves. So it's time for a quick break from Riga. We'll be back at 12:30 Central European time for more great action from Rallyx. Join us for that. For the moment, it's goodbye from Hal and from me, and we'll see you later for Q3.
Philip, contact in your Q2 race with Bolevsky. What did you make of that situation?
Yeah, I don't know if he doesn't learn, but no penalty or nothing. I don't know. Maybe you have to crash the car to get the penalty or something. I don't know.
Frustrated?
Yeah, a lot.
But you are showing great pace out there.
Yeah, the car is working very good, and yeah, I'm struggling a bit with, yeah, it is what it is.
So back here at the Binkoriki circuit, we're getting ready for the third round of races, and we're going to start with Cross Car Junior. Again, all the different categories that we've got have been giving good racing and good grids over the course of the day. The Cross Car Juniors, I know we talk about the stars of tomorrow. Well, yeah, they will be, but they also give really good racing right now in their own right, don't they? The 10 to 16-year-olds, where Mikael Uito is the championship leader from Lucas Andersson and Lauri Halonen. Jonatan Ylilami, now he was the winner on Friday. He's up to 4th in the championship, ahead of Carl-Petter Nordstrand, who we lost in the semi-finals, and Oliver Solli 6th. So Mikael Uito starts very much as one of the drivers to beat, given that he's had 3 victories in the finals, the others being won by Lauri Halonen at the start of the year and on Friday by Jonatan Ylilami. So it's a pretty open category, and some great racing is in prospect. So the Cross Car Junior drivers making their way then to the grid, ready for Heat 1 of Q3, where there is Carl-Petter Nordstrand, Mikael Uito, Lauri Halonen, Jonatan Ylilami and Lucas Andersson, who all line up ready to go. There is the car of Lauri Halonen. It is, remember, Uito who leads the championship. There he is in that blue car on the grid. Lauri Halonen 3rd in the championship, Jonatan Ylilami 5th, Lucas Andersson 2nd, Carl-Petter Nordstrand 5th. So shuffle the order around. You've got the top drivers in the championship then on the grid, all ready to go. And we are just about set, I think, with this, as I say, having given good racing thus far. The way that Uito has angled the car is perhaps giving you concern, Hal.
No concern, just interesting that they've moved the car out of the rubbered spot to try and get maximum grip from the fresh tarmac.
Let's see whether it works then, as the drivers look towards a green light. It is blast off and an absolutely demon start by Uito, but as they go up through the gears, round the outside of him comes Lauri Halonen. Halonen breaks late, Halonen goes through, Ylilami goes 2nd, and what about 3rd? Andersson gets into the side of Uito, taps him round the outside of all of them, comes Nordstrand, Nordstrand goes 3rd, but Lauri Halonen leading the way, then Jonatan Ylilami is back up the inside, tries to go Mikael Uito. Doesn't work, he still falls as through the dust they come up towards the loose. Lauri Halonen leads, but he's got the Friday final winner, Jonatan Ylilami, right on his tail.
They are relentless, these junior drivers, aren't they? They're not fazed by getting a hit in the first corner. Uito got that nudge, spun the car half sideways, then immediately had a lunge up the inside into 4. Has another look now into the hairpin. Ylilami looks quicker than Halonen through this section. They've watered the track between Q2 and Q3, but obviously only on the loose surface, dry, completely dry on the tarmac. Ylilami piling the pressure onto the back of compatriot Halonen.
So Halonen, then it is that leads the way. We've had a couple go joker. One was Mikael Uito, the other was Lucas Andersson as the leaders go by. So it is Lauri Halonen ahead of Jonatan Ylilami. The margin between those two was just a 1/5 of a second. It is Carl-Petter Nordstrand in the speed car Wunder in 3rd place. And actually Nordstrand, who had a pretty rotten Friday, getting knocked out in the semi-finals, he's coming back at this. Look at the way that he's caught up onto the tail of Ylilami. Nordstrand is showing fantastic pace and racecraft as well, as he tries to go around the outside there, looks for the gap on the inside, coming onto the loose, can't do it. But right now Nordstrand is really hunting down Ylilami. He's all over him like a cheap suit.
No way through around the outside there, is there? And great pace for Ylilami over the jump, late on the brakes, runs a little bit wide on the exit. Nordstrand looks to the inside. Will one of them joker this time around? The leader does, followed by Nordstrand in 2nd. Halonen relieves himself of that pressure of having Ylilami all over him, but now Ylilami needs to nail a good lap to try and get ahead of Halonen when he jokers on the final tour.
And Halonen was very sideways on joker. He's more sideways. He just gets off the tyres, but he's lost out there because Nordstrand goes ahead of him. But back on the inside comes Halonen, wheel to wheel. Halonen goes through. Job done. Here comes Nordstrand. Breathe in. There's contact. He taps Halonen sideways. They're both ahead of Uito. You'd think this was the final, wouldn't you? But it's only Q3 as Uito goes one side and then the other. Can't throw it up the inside. Hallonen, Nordstrand, Uito, and then Addison. Ylilami is trying to build the gap, and I think he's going to, because they're all falling over themselves.
I have to say, there is such great respect between all of these drivers. In another category, I think we'd have seen someone fall over each other by now. That would have been that little bit of extra contact. Okay, the cars are a bit smaller, easier to run side by side, but we haven't seen one major bit of contact all session. Again, tries to go around the outside. Nordstrand runs wide, Uito's up the inside.
He's got one, he nearly got two, but here back at it comes Nordstrand. Nordstrand retakes his place. Uito flicks it sideways. While all this is going on, Ylilami, there he is, up the road, has gone Joker. He's going to win. Somebody might be second if they survive the last corner. There's no guarantees about anything. Ylilami takes the win. Uito's fighting as they come up towards the line. Uniten Ylilami wins the race. Second across the line. Carl-Peter Nordstrand. Third was Hallonen. Fourth, Uito. Fifth, Addison. What a brilliant race.
How did no one make contact there? What brilliant, brilliant spatial awareness from all of those young drivers in those final few corners. Let's have a look back at the start. Uito's car positioning didn't really work for him, but it absolutely did for Larry Hallonen. So late on the brakes, carried that momentum through the first corner. It's quite open if you can get to that part of the track from P3. Ylilami didn't get a great exit from 2. Hallonen had quite a few car lengths on the run down to turn 4. Uito looked to the inside, thought better of it, was in the brakes just briefly, but hard to make sure that he didn't collect anyone on the outside. This is Hallonen in the Joker, just kissing that tyre wall ever so gently, and then immediately looks back to the inside. Now we're about to have a lap of basically side-by-side action. It's like that's the sort of thing I'm talking about, David. It'd be so easy for one of them to run that little bit too deep on the brakes and turn someone around. This is on the final lap. Hallonen runs a tiny bit deep.
And you're right about the narrowness and the fact that they're little cars does mean they can find a bit more of the circuit to race on. But
you've also got to want to avoid the people who are around. Indeed. They run side by side through here. You know, in many scenarios, Hallonen's going straight in the wall there, but they all manage to stay just a few millimetres apart.
Nordstrand absolutely launched himself up over the curb. Fantastic stuff, though, that. Now, why has, as they came across the line, Nordstrand been put to last? I think he's got a penalty for track markers. So Nordstrand has been put into 5th place. So it's a win for Uniten Ylilami. Up to second, Lauri Hallonen from Mikael Uito, Lucas Andersson, and a 3-second penalty for track limit markers awarded to Carl-Peter Nordstrand, and he falls therefore into 5th place in our first race in Q3 for the cross-car juniors. Right, get your breath back. We'll go again. Joachim Lund Olander is on the inside of Juni Törppinen. Hampus Hagström is here, so too Rasmus Persson. And it is Tino Niemi on the far outside as the marshal then now has a wander across to make sure that everybody is good, ready for the start of the race. Drivers then now look towards the lights, which will blink green in a moment. They do so, and a good getaway by Olander on the inside. Oops, contact that does for Hampus Hagström, rides him up into the air. Rasmus Persson was good in Q1, but it's Tino Niemi around the outside and goes second. Joachim Lund Olander, it is up front. He's trying to get away. Niemi second, and Rasmus Persson, who again was on his toes in Q1, has got work to do. He's only 4th at turn 4.
Persson looking for a gap through the inside of 4 in the run down to 5, but it's so difficult to find a gap down there. That first corner, before the first corner contact, was just to get me back for talking about how great the spatial awareness was in the previous race.
Well, right now it is Joachim Lund Olander who is the leader as they come over the jump, but he's being chased hard by Tino Niemi. The one to watch, possibly in 4th. He's about to go 3rd. Rasmus Persson up the inside. Sliding way out wide there, Hampus Hagström. That gave him a place, and then he goes Joker. So Rasmus Persson, Joker's on the first lap. Is that going to be the right strategy? As Joachim Lund Olander, it is that leads, and he has got then opposition crawling all over the back of him. Tino Niemi is right there as out wide goes Hagström. Hagström, remember, delayed off the start, but he's fighting back.
He has had a difficult day so far, hasn't he? Had that moment in Q1 that put him right down the order. Jürgen Olander doesn't look to have great drive out of the corners, but certainly has reasonable pace. Of course, he's done the fastest lap of the race so far because there's only been one and he's leading it, but under big pressure at the front of the order.
Battle's on for 3rd as well, though, isn't it now? Because you've got Hagström and Törppinen being caught by Persson. But Rasmus Persson, who is another one that was looking quick early on in the day, but has found himself in trouble in Q2, trying to fight back as they're the leaders with the cars quivering as they brake and set them up for the hairpin. Come out of that corner now up towards the decision whether to joker or not, and Tino Nemi does go joker, then slides across that tarmac, lines it up for the jump all the time, absolutely flat out as best he can be in order to try to keep track position when he gets back into the merge. Over the line though has gone Lundolander, and back one spot falls Nemi as he comes across the line now.
Great braking into that tricky joker section from the Amy, but couldn't do enough to hold Turpinen back. Now he's getting challenged by Rasmus Persson around the outside. Don't think that's going to work. Will he brake early, cut back to the inside? He can't. The tyre wall's there. Still got a good run down into 5.
And Persson attacks on the inside, slides up the inside, makes contact, muscles his way by, and it gives Rasmus Persson a place in a rather savage fashion, but it has worked for him, and looks straight away, he checks out, he's away and gone, and now hunting down Joni Turpinen. 4 seconds off the leader is Rasmus Persson. That's not enough to get the lead on the joker lap unless Joachim Lundolander has a problem. Right, Turpinen goes joker as well, so Persson should get second, but I think that Lundolander is going to be good for the win. He's sideways coming through the joker lap. He's up towards the merge. Look for the black and red car. There it is, and it's sideways of Rasmus Persson. Not enough, not close enough. Joachim Lundolander wins it from, in second place, Rasmus Persson. Third over the line, Tino Nemi. And then for fourth, it is Joni Turpinen ahead of Hampus Hagström. And I don't think Hagström really expected to be fifth and last. Maybe the car did pick up some damage when it left the line. And if it did, this was how it happened, Hal.
We could hear someone revving and hunting for gears in the latter stages of the revs on the audio. I wonder if that was Hagström, as the pace dropped off towards the end. No contact there with the rear wheels on these rear-wheel drive machines, so I don't know if it was that first corner incident. Maybe there was more wrong than we think. But up front, Lundolander had the clear track ahead of him. Turpinen ran very wide there and did well to climb back up the order as he did through the joker laps, but ultimately didn't work out for him. Persson, this was a great move. Ran the outside, carried that momentum up the inside. I think the move is well on because he's well alongside Niemi into the hairpin. They haven't really made contact until later in the corner, so I can't see that being penalised too. Maybe it's more in the rear quarter of the vehicle than I thought, but I still think he'll get away with that, especially as similar incidents haven't been penalised. You can't penalise every incident, otherwise there'll be no overtaking. So I think that there's no intent to push the other driver off there. I think that's okay.
Well, the result has not yet changed on our timing screen. Joachim Lundolander it is that wins then from Rasmus Persson, Tino Nemi third, Joni Turpinen fourth, and Hampus Hagström taking fifth as we get set for the next batch of cross-car juniors. Oliver Solli is on the inside. He's sixth in the championship alongside Eric Nielsen, who is ninth. Dennis Vick, 12th in the standings, is third on the grid, and Alexis Suono, 11th in the points table after Friday's round, is the fourth driver on the grid. Again, it's 3 laps of action. How are you at spotting white cars? Let's find out, because the lights are about to go green then to get Heat 3 of Q3 underway. It is blast off and a good start made by Eric Nielsen then with a red stripe on the nose of the car, and also a good getaway by Dennis Vick. He goes second into turn 1. Alexis Suono not quite so quick out of the blocks, and a spin for Vick. He tagged the tyres and he's looped it.
Yeah, not ideal. That's the first incident we've really seen like that in junior cross car. The marshals, the very good Latvia marshals, will get that car out of the way, I'm sure. They just need to push that out of the way and to avoid the race being stopped. But I think we don't see many red flags, do we? But if a car's parked on the line like that, then it ought to be. I'm sure they will solve that problem. But up front, Solly made the best start and has that lovely clean line. That is right on the racing line. Ooh, looks like he's in a bit of pain.
Yeah, I think if he did whack the tyres, which turned him round, it would have been quite a sudden stop, and there is a red flag.
And especially if you're holding the steering wheel, and if the front wheels, because they're so exposed, if they get rotated quickly, it's like being in a single-seater. Well, they are single-seaters, but by that I mean single-seater circuit racing car. The wheel can be ripped out of your hands, or even worse, if you've got your thumbs in the wheel, it can grab your thumbs as well. So, yeah.
But also all the impact goes through the driver, and when they're young drivers, it's probably taken certainly the wind out of Dennis Vick's sails, so they will go again, but I suspect not with him, as he's the cause of that stoppage.
But, yes.
Got to get his breath back, first of all, because, like I say, it was quite a big whack that went through him. So let's have another look at that start. Dennis Vick, the third of the cars, so that's second from the left as you look at the screen, and as they accelerate down towards the first corner, looked like he made a good getaway, got himself into second place, no contact from behind. I think he just got his line wrong, didn't he? And as they get to the second part of the corner, look, he's going deep here. This is where the road tapers a little bit. And here, as he tries to get up the inside of the leader, there's nowhere to go except bang into the tyres. And look, it's a really sudden stop, that. The nose kind of stops. It's the back that keeps moving to spin him around. Here it is from another angle, but that's quite a big impact, really.
It is, and I think self-induced. No one else really to blame. He's gone for the inside. That gap is always going to close immediately. And there's the steering and suspension braking on the front right corner. Tyre stacks are brilliant at absorbing energy, but they also can suck you in a little bit. And that is what's happened there. Of course, the steering's broken, so maybe not so easy to push out of the way as I suspected.
So we've got the car to move, and also driver to be checked over as well by the medical team. And there, Dennis Vick out of the car, but yeah, sort of shaken by that, perhaps understandably so.
You can also hurt your feet in that scenario because your feet are on the pedals and flapping around a little bit. That's what's happened to Nicholas Gronholm on Friday with his incident. His ankle was really swollen, and because in the impact his feet have been flapping around in the footwell, and he'd hit the roll cage. That could easily happen in these cross-car machines as well.
Well, right now the medical vehicle will take Dennis Vick just for a quick check over. The car can be easily moved. There you go, poking up into the air, and they've been, again, as we said earlier on, well versed, the Latvian marshals, over the course of 3 days of action here, 3 full days of rallycross.
We saw some quite athletic marshalling yesterday, didn't we? Which I was very impressed by.
Yes, where we were stood at the hairpin, Marshall leapt over the tyres to go and retrieve an errant wheel, which had come off a leading car on impact on landing over the jump. Legged it out, picked up the wheel, which was pretty blooming heavy, managed to hurl that over the tyre barrier and get back on post, all before the cars came round on the next lap. So, yeah, he was very impressive, that Marshall.
I think Vic will hopefully be fine. There's always a shock in those scenarios as well. You know, I can speak from experience, having crashed a few rallycross cars. That
no, surely not.
It's remarkable, isn't it? Oh. But it has happened.
Yeah, when you were a young chap as well, like Dennis.
I was never as young a chap as he is when I started my already late career. And I definitely couldn't have a crash like that now and feel fine. But he's young and malleable, so I'm sure he'll heal.
So the drivers on the dummy grid await their next action, and so do we, as we're under red flag conditions here at Riga. So we're ready to go racing once more, but we have only 3 on the grid. Dennis Vick, of course, is not going to be able to take this restart, cause of the stoppage. So it means we have Oliver Solli, Eric Nielsen and Alexi Suono ready to go for the restart of Heat 3 of Q3 in these cross-car juniors. And the way that Eric Nielsen went last time around suggests that he's going to be quite hard to stop now. The drivers once again then look towards the lights. Ready to race symbol is there. The drivers then await a green light, and when they get that, they will accelerate away. Oliver Solli on the inside. Eric Nielsen makes another absolute perler of a start. Away he goes. He leads down towards turn 1. Alexi Suono tries to get up around the outside of Solli as well, and he's done it. He goes second, carries great speed into turn 1. Suono there.
Suono didn't make. Oh, and they've had contact side by side. Immediate breakage on that cross car. Driven off though, so that won't result in another stoppage.
And then there were 2. So it is Eric Nielsen ahead of Oliver Solli.
At least this makes the Joker strategy easy for the pair of them, because you it would be a cardinal sin now to follow each other in at some point. You need to split it up, especially with the gap they've got, and try and use their 3 clear laps to best advantage.
Now, of course, Solly was quicker than Nielsen in Q2, but right now he's not reflecting that, because not only has he lost time, he's not clawing it back either. So far, they are both on the same strategy. In other words, they've ignored jokering on the first lap, but Eric Nielsen is being able to maintain this gap, and Solly here needs to get on with the job somehow.
He does. Quite tricky when you see a gap opening up like that and you don't quite have the pace to drag the leader in. You sometimes get that little bit more ragged, and these things need to be driven so precisely. You need to be really neat and tidy, because any momentum going sideways that's wasted when you could be going forwards just hemorrhages time. It's not like a 600 brake horsepower four-wheel drive supercar with wonderfully responsive ALS system to just drag you out of any sort of problem you find yourself in. These things need to be driven on the limit, but not over it.
Well, Solly is struggling because he's dropped 1.5 seconds to Nielsen. We've got one more lap to go at the end of this, and the leader goes joker this time then. So Nielsen jokers, that will give Solly a clear road, but he wasn't exactly being held up by him anyway, because he hadn't got close enough. He hadn't clawed back that lost time. So Solly will lead, but he's got a joker next time.
But I would argue that the line is better. Let's have a look. You just missed Solly going around the outside, but the line is better to carry momentum to the line on the final lap by not taking the joker. The corner's less acute, and you can carry greater speed to the finish line. So I think the fastest way to complete 3 laps around this venue is probably to do the joker on lap 2.
Okay, so Oliver Solly it is that leads the way right now, and he will have to joker on this last lap. It's a very much 2-horse race. Eric Nielsen 2.7 seconds back, which in theory should be fine anyway, because we reckon it's 3, just north of 3 for the joker deficit. Across the loose section comes Eric Nielsen. He made that demon start that put him into the box seat to begin with. He comes over the jump, now back onto the land, brakes for the hairpin. It's much more gravelly, much more slippery on the outside, so he hugs the wall on the inside. To the joker lap goes Oliver Solly, who did do the best lap of the race last time. But here comes Eric Nielsen back on the inside. This ought to give him the race lead once more. Standard lap for Nielsen, joker lap for Solly. And on the merge, here they come. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. And Solly comes out just ahead, runs Nielsen out wide. They're absolutely wheel to wheel up the curve and over the line. Side by side they go. Nielsen given the win by 1/10 of a second, 0.169 of a second the margin. That was closer than I expected it to be.
Yeah, likewise. I think really he could have done with Solly being a little bit further ahead so he could go for a nice clean undercut, but instead had to hang around the outside, did Eric Nielsen. Did get the job done, but only just. Brilliant start from the JC driver into the first corner. Got it stopped nicely for turn 2. This was the contact between Solly and Swono. Ultimately, that immediately broke something on Swono's car. It's quite a big impact. Let's just look at the bars on the side of the car. Oof. That's almost certainly breaking a CV or a drive shaft or something of that order. And then it was really all about the different joker strategies. This is what I mean about the joker merge. I think Nielsen really ought to have, or at least wanted Solly to be that little bit further ahead so he could go wider and Nielsen could cut back in. But ultimately still took the race win and is currently 3rd overall in the session.
Yulalami is the fastest from Lundolanda, and then Nielsen. Solly 4th ahead of Hallinan and Uito. So there may not have been many in that, but it did give them the chance to do a good time. Eric Nielsen, the race winner from Oliver Solly. Dennis Vick, of course, didn't take part in that restart, and we lost Alexei Swono as well. To the grid now. The blue car of Anton Söderholm. Gustav Atterblad is alongside him. Mayonemi comes next, and Miro Campi in the orange car completes the 4 that we have for Heat 4 of Q3 for the Cross Car Juniors. Ready to race symbol is there. Who is going to make the best start then? We'll find out as the lights go to green. Squeal of tires, they blast away. Not a great getaway by Nemi. She drops back. Not a good start either by Atterblad, and so it is Miro Campi around the outside line in the orange car that takes the race lead. Anton Söderholm had the inside line but didn't really make the best of that, and he's now going to try and work hard to get the lead back, but Campi from the outside able to get the drop on the rest, cut across and take the lead.
Great slingshot move, using that momentum from the outside. You see that working very often when it's all neat and tidy on the inside. The problem occurs when the guy on the inside brakes so late that you end up meeting halfway through the middle of the corner, but solid job, exactly what you want to do from that position on the track.
So across the loose they come. Here's the jump. Back onto the ground they land. Pretty heavy landing if you're at really good speed. Out wide slightly there goes Campi. He has got, coming back at him, Söderholm in 2nd place. Nobody jokers on this first lap. There in third place is Mayonemi, and then you've got at the back of the pack Gustav Atterblad after his poor start, but the gap between the leaders to the eye is coming down. Miro Campi might lead, but he's not having it all his own way. Soderholm is right there behind him at a sideways. Mayonemi rather is in third place. Through they come. Campi in a straight line did stretch the gap a little bit there, but certainly at the end of the first lap it looked like the gap had come right down against Soderholm.
Yeah, now starting to increase a little bit. It blows my mind a little bit that when no one takes the Joker at the first opportunity. Has something happened to Atterblad, because he has disappeared out of the back of the shot?
Yeah, you're right. That's what's happened to him. Now, has he gone through that tyre barrier, or has he just turned around it and parked it? Either way, he's out of the race, but
in the first corner, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, he didn't have the pace we would expect. So clean, that line. Oh, as I say that, Campi runs wide on the loose gravel. Sorry for cursing you.
And that brings Soderholm back into the equation as now Campi Jokers trying to regroup after that slide, but having got it wrong at the hairpin, it was still a bit leery as he went into that sharp right on Joker lap. Turns right again, then there's this fast left to end the lap. He will fall to third, but he's the best of the Jokers, the only one that's Joker really that's in the race now. So Soderholm it is that leads the way. Mayonemi in second place, Miro Campi there in third spot in the orange car. And you just saw where Atterblad was. It was between, really, turns 1 and 2, the apex of 2. He's parked well out of the way, so no dramas as there. Now, Campi being held up a bit by Mayonemi.
Naomi doing such a good job there, I think. She's improved massively from when we first saw her at Julius a year or so ago. A bit sideways on the exit there, but doing a stellar job. Look at the front axle moving around in this loose surface section. There's such a clean line, and this is makes the racing all that bit difficult. We saw Campi just run a tiny bit wide before and lose a lot of time. Looks to the inside now as the leading pair have to take the Joker, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough for Campi.
It's going to be close, but a good effort being put in here by Anton Soderholm. Not the best of starts, but he's regrouped nicely. He's going to come off the Joker lap ahead by a good 3, 4, 5 lengths. So it is going to be a win for Anton Soderholm across the line to take the victory from Miro Campi by 0.8 of a second. And then Mayonemi in third place, the one we lost being Gustav Atterblad. In terms of a time, that was 3 minutes and 1, so relatively slow, putting them towards the bottom end of the top 10. But it was a good start by Campi. In the end, it wasn't good enough.
Stunning middle lap for Soderholm, some second quicker than anyone else in the race. So that's what made all the difference come the end. Naomi, several inputs on the brake there into turn 4, just being a bit wary of the traffic around. This was the Joker merge on the final lap, but by that point Soderholm had done the hard work. Setting the fastest lap is one thing, then executing a tidy Joker is another, but executed both perfectly.
So race results confirm the win for Anton Soderholm from Miro Campi, Mayonemi third, and Gustav Atterblad, the one that did not get to the end. There's still one more race to come within the final qualifying round for the Crosscar Juniors, and on the grid for it are Pontus Oskarsson, Essi Suono, Hugo Campi, and then Nico Kinnunen in the orange and yellow car on the outside. So here, in theory, certainly Kinnunen and Oskarsson, you might have expected to be higher up at the end of Q2. They've got one last chance here to get close to the semi-finals.
Yeah, critical race to make it into the 3 semi-finals for Junior Crosscar. Otherwise, you're loading up to go home after a very long weekend.
Indeed. So 3 semi-finals, top 2 will go through. For all the other categories where the conventional 2 semi-finals exist, it's the top 3 there. Gustav Atterblad's car towed away. Essi Suono ready to go. So the cars on the grid. Last qualifying race then. There on the outside line is Nico Kinnunen, who looks across. It's only when you have a shot like that you realise how young the drivers are. You watch the cars racing and you totally forget that these are between, what, 10 and 16 years of age. So Pontus Eriksson on the inside. Alongside him is Essi Suono. She's ready to go. Then it's Hugo Campi, Nico Kinnunen, the ready to race. Light is there. They now concentrate on the lighting gantry, waiting for the green to come on, which it does now. Blast off. Great start by Essi Suono. Even better start by Nico Kinnunen on the outside line, and Kinnunen leads. Suono second. Pontus Eriksson a bad start, but he fights back and goes third. Then tries for second, and Kinnunen's got a problem. Slow out of the corner like he's got no drive, and all of a sudden his race is unravelled.
Oskarsson lost out badly there as well. Got into the brakes to try and avoid the stationary vehicle and lost all of that momentum. all unfolded for Kinnunen after such a great start, but Suono, who didn't have the best launch, now making the most of that scenario.
Big disappointment then for Mikko Kinnunen. That's him done, isn't it? So out of the race is the young Finnish driver, as the leading three, the surviving three, come down to the hairpin. Pontus Oskarsson at the back tries to make his move there up alongside Hugo Campi, but it is Essi Suono then who has the lead, and she's doing a good job as now Oskarsson goes joker on this first lap. That gets him, of course, out of the traffic to an extent, so when he's back on standard lap he can play catch-up and won't be affected by traffic instantly. He will have fallen away from that man, Hugo Campi, who in turn, wheel lifting, chases on in pursuit of Essi Suono.
Campi, his car looking very wayward, lots of oversteer on corner exit, and that's not helping keep the momentum and getting good traction to slingshot you to the next corner, and dropping off the back of the race leader Suono now.
To the hairpin she comes. There is Hugo Campi in second place, and Pontus Oskarsson, having done the joker, is catching back up again. 4.5 seconds off the lead. Round about 3.3 is the maximum you would really want to waste on a joker lap. There in second spot, airborne with Hugo Campi down to the hairpin. Where you land, you have to brake, you have to set the car up. The faster you arrive, the more of a challenge it is. There is the leader, that is Essi Suono on standard lap. One more to go at the end of this, doing a good job up front.
I love that shot looking sideways at the jump across the joker lap. So often there at World Championship events here, there's a wall there in the middle so you can't see, but get a lot of air there, and it's so hard to get the braking done into the next corner. It's not like the big jump where you've got a little bit more room to get the car stopped, albeit it's a little bit more slippery. It's so tight between those small jumps towards the end of the lap and the corners that follow. Suono doing a very neat and tidy job. 3.1 ahead. Oskarsson's not out of this, is he? It's going to be close when they merge.
I reckon Oskarsson is catching on the rest of this lap. He's done the fastest lap, as you say. He's got the pace and should be within striking distance. It is going to be close, but I reckon it's advantage Oskarsson, as over the jump there goes Essi Suono. She's driven a really good race, brakes for the hairpin, turns the car in, doesn't lose too much on exit. What about Oskarsson? That goes a little bit wider, but has got better momentum. Essi Suono then now goes joker, flicks the car through that sharp right. There on the inside, fighting back is Pontus Oskarsson. He's ahead on standard lap. Joker lap for Essi Suono. They're going to merge at the end of this, but I think it's going to be just Oskarsson ahead. It is. He comes off the corner ahead to take the race win. Pontus Oskarsson goes through. He wins this final race in Q3 for Crosscar Junior from Essi Suono in second place, and third will be Hugo Campi. And that was a 3 minutes 4, so it's a pretty slow time. That's what, about 14th fastest for Pontus Oskarsson in the grand scheme of things. Well, it's a race win, but not the best race-winning time. But he did at least fend off the challenge of Essi Suono. But huge disappointment for Mikko Kinnunen, who looked like he'd done everything absolutely right, leading to the first corner.
Yeah, and Oskarsson lost out badly here as well, didn't he, with avoiding Kinnunen's stricken vehicle. A little puff of smoke. Wonder if something has let go. Oskarsson eventually got past and dropped to third by some way at the end, but was easily the quickest driver once they got running. Over a second faster than anyone else on ultimate lap time. Of course, we don't know what Mikko Kinnunen's ultimate best lap time would be because he didn't get that far, but a shame for him. Good drive for Oskarsson.
So another bad qualifying for Kinnunen. He was in that slowest group anyway, and then a non-finish really does go against him. So Pontus Oskarsson takes the race win from Essi Suono. Hugo Campi taking third, and Mikko Kinnunen in fourth. Right, we'll move to cross car next. First, though, let's catch up with Molly.
He's still smiling. Dennis, that was a pretty heavy hit you took there.
I tried to go on inside, but no, it doesn't go.
How big was the impact?
Little bit. My hand is it's a little pain, but yeah, I'm okay.
What happened with your hand?
So I hold my hand on the steering wheel, and so the steering wheel goes like that, and my hand yeah, was inside the steering wheel. So yeah.
You have to be pretty tough to do this, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you show us the damage? Is there any?
I think this one, and let me see the steering wheel here.
It's not straight anymore, huh?
So
Yeah.
it's kind of broken, I think. Down there, yeah. I think we're gonna fix it. My dad is best to something like that.
That's good. That's the best. Shaking, yeah?
Yeah.
Proper adrenaline.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dennis.
Shaking, but still smiling. And other teams are also hard at work in their own way.
Staying.
We can't quite recreate Wimbledon here, but we can do the next best thing.
Yeah, Oliver Eriksson isn't about to take centre court by storm, is he? But entertaining to watch nonetheless.
In cross-car junior then, at the end of qualifying, championship leader Mikael Uito then it is that is ahead of Jonathan Jölalami and Larry Hallonen. Fourth in the classification, Joachim Lund-Olander from Rasmus Persson, Carl-Peter Nordstrand, then Lucas Andersson, Eric Nielsen, Oliver Solly and Tino Nemi to round out the top 10. Next we head to cross-car. This is Q3 for them about to get underway, and Elias Svensson is ahead of Oscar Andersson, Ronald Spaldings and Martin Juger within the top 4. And our first heat in Q3 is coming to the line then. Now remember that Crosscar has given us 5 different final winners across the 5 events held thus far. And Elias Svensson is going to be on the inside. Ronald Spaldings second on the grid. In the middle is Martin Juger, the white car next to him, Oscar Andersson, the red car, Thomas Merstadt on the outside. We get set to go racing then as the lights are about to change. They do now. Good start made, first of all, really by Andersson on the inside line. Elias Svensson tries to hang on to the race lead, and he does. Merstadt goes up to third, tries to go around the outside for second, leaves the door open for Spaldings and Juger to both jump ahead of him. 1 up and 2 back for Merstadt, and now Spaldings held it up the inside and trying to get second, but it didn't work.
Great start from Andersson to get those positions done in the first couple of corners. Looks like it's in fast forward, doesn't it, compared to watching the junior machines of just before. Of course, they are rev limited, and these are not. Exactly where Svensson wants to be, though. Oskarsson, yet again, quietly going about things without a lot of drama. Spaldings was so quick on Friday. I think you lose that home advantage a little bit, don't you? Once the other drivers have done at least a day. Some of them have raced yesterday as well, and it's not quite working out for the Latvian star.
It's not. Very sideways, though, there is Elias Svensson then. Quickest in Q2, he's leading his race in Q3, 8th in the championship as he goes through with Oscar Andersson in second place. Ronald Spaldings then has jokered, and so also has Thomas Merstadt, who lost his championship lead on Friday to Patrick Hallberg, who of course didn't get into this fastest 5 going into Q3. So both Merstadt and Hallberg have got to try and fight back as best they can. Leaders head to the loose. This is lap 2.
Andersson very neat and tidy on the exit of that long corner. There's Juger moving the car around a lot over those bumps. It's much more bumpy through that section than it looks in this drone shot. Heavy landing over the jump. Rainis just told me that he didn't lift on any of the jumps in the latter stages of the final yesterday. There's Andersson going left into the Joker in the middle of this race. But that's the difference, isn't it? Rainis said he braced himself every time he jumped the car because the landing when you take these jumps flat out is so hard.
Goes through the driver as much as it goes through the car. So on track, Svensson leads Juger. They've yet to joker. They're going to have to do it this time. It's the last lap. Andersson is ahead of Spaldings, and then Merstadt in the 3rd, 4th, 5th run on, of course, this last lap. They have already jokered, so it's up to them now to try and argue over position. But actually, neither Spaldings to Andersson nor Merstadt to Spaldings close enough to think about making a move. Where are these two going to feed back in at the end of this Joker lap? It's inevitable they're going to do it this time. Over the jump again, Juger, who was fastest in Q3 on Friday, closing right up to the hairpin, flicks the car sideways. They're both going to go left onto Joker lap this time. Oscar Andersson was 4 seconds back, so they might, or certainly the leader, Elias Svensson, might be able to hang on in there. Andersson's going to have a push like crazy. Juger is closing up onto the tail of the race leader as well. There, the other white car you can see in the background is Oscar Andersson, who gets very, very wide. Juger's coming back at the leader. They both jumped ahead, and it's a win over the line for Elias Svensson ahead of Martin Juger. And in the end, both of them on that last push lap were able to clear. Oscar Andersson, who came through for 3rd. Ronald Spaldings only 4th. Thomas Merstadt 5th. It's not looking all that good for the man that came to Latvia as the championship leader. He started off all right in the red car, but then he got hung out to dry going through turns 1 and 2.
Just hasn't been working out for him this weekend. Such a different circuit, as we've said so often this weekend. There's Andersson keeping it nice and tidy on the inside. Ran the car all the way to the edge of the track on the exit, and that really didn't help Mustad at all, did it? Because he had to get in the brake, or at least out of the throttle, to avoid any contact. Svensson, another nice and tidy run up front. Anderson's car bucking around all over the place there, but Hugo was on an absolute mission. Did 2 very fast consecutive laps. All of these guys separated by about half a second on ultimate lap time, but it was Hugo the most consistent in the middle of the race, and that's what secured him P2.
So Elias Svensson, who was quickest in Q1, quickest in Q2, wins his race in Q3 and could well be looking at a complete strike across the 3 races, looking at the pace that he's got. Martin Hugo taking second from Oscar Andersson, Ronald Spaldings and Thomas Mustad down in 5th place. 2 minutes 44, the race winning time. That's the benchmark now as Jimmy Osterberg, Rico Hukka, Patrick Hallberg in the middle, Joni-Pekka Raila and Yannis Baumanis get set to go racing for Heat 2 of Q3 for Cross Car. So Jimmy Osterberg on the inside, sees the marshal stride across the grid in front, gets everybody's attention, tells them now to look at that ready to race light. And again, so much of this is going to be down on the run towards the first corner. Engine notes rise, the lights in a moment will go green, blast off. Noses lift as the cars accelerate away. Raila gets squeezed out there in the back of the pack, but he has another go as Hallberg goes round the outside of Hukka. Hallberg on the inside, there's a bit of a skim between him and Osterberg. Jimmy Osterberg comes out ahead, but Patrick Hallberg is second, Baumanis third, and then it's Hukka ahead of Raila.
Baumanis got really sideways out of turn 2. That didn't help his cause at all. Osterberg, though, the man who has such mixed fortunes half of the time, out where he wants to be ahead of the championship leader. Hallberg really needs a good run now, doesn't he? Overall, he is 6th after the second qualifier. Needs to be a little bit further up the grid, but of course only 2 semi-finals for this category this weekend, so at least it gives you that bit more of an opportunity to make the final later on. That's Hukka into the Joker for the first time of asking.
Yeah, and he's not the only one either. I think also Patrick Hallberg has gone Joker as Jimmy Osterberg comes up to the end of the lap there. You've got the battle going on still between Raila and Baumanis as they come up towards the line. Those two, they were absolutely locked together in Q2. They're doing it again in Q3, but this time Raila is ahead. So Osterberg it is that leads, and indeed Hallberg and Hukka were the 2 that went Joker. They now try to play catch-up. Hallberg didn't lose that much time relative to race leader Osterberg. There he is, coming up to the hairpin. He's sideways and he fires it now onto the loose.
Hallberg could really do without Raila and Baumanis having this little battle. He will close up to them quickly if Raila continues to defend from Baumanis. One of them must go Joker this time around. I suggest it will be Baumanis, but maybe Raila will try and cover him off. Hallberg's there watching what goes on. Osterberg's getting from the lead.
He has indeed, so Jimmy Osterberg goes then for the Joker, so does Baumanis. That should put Raila up into the lead temporarily, but where is Hallberg going to be relative to Osterberg? He's going to be close, but he's not going to be ahead. He might have a go down to turn 1. Here they come, they're side by side, and Hallberg has done it. He dives through. That effectively gives Patrick Hallberg the race lead, given that Raila has got to go Joker on the last lap. Osterberg fights back as they go down to turn 4, but a good move that by Hallberg. Fired it up the inside and he moves ahead, but he's way wide over the curb. 2 wheels hook into the gravel, that slightly impedes him, but Osterberg not near enough to take advantage.
Good save that from Hallberg, kept the foot in but just modulated the throttle to stop him over-rotating as the wheels spun up there in the loose section. They're closing quickly onto the back of the de facto race leader, who will go Joker this time around. Hallberg needs to pick the pace up a little bit because the ultimate time I don't think is there based on lap times alone.
So Patrick Hallberg goes for the race win. Remember, they've got to try and beat it. 2 minutes 44.046. Hallberg is going to hang on to the race win. Jimmy Osterberg comes through for second. Had a go as they cross the line, but Hallberg the winner, 2 minutes 46. So yeah, a slow time by a couple of seconds relative to what we saw in the earlier race. Hallberg winning from Osterberg, Raila, Hukka and Baumanis. Yeah, Hallberg, I think, will be pleased to have shown his own pace and taken a victory against the opposition, but not anywhere near as quick as those in the first group.
The pressure from Osterberg towards the end won't have helped either. He'll have been aware that the Swede might be looking to make a move at some point. Hukka got squeezed into turn 2 there, then ran wide on the exit. Got a bit of a knock from Raila. He's a busy chap on every Rallyx weekend, isn't he? Choosing to race here instead of the Finnish Championship for this double header. Hukka, that barrier comes up quickly on the left hand side. gets a lovely undercut here, just carries that momentum so well from the standard lap. You can see the clean line into turn 1, and then this is Osterberg up front, hustling Hallberg, who did a nice tidy job of not getting too sideways when he just dropped over the curb there on the outside and drove on to take the win.
So Hallberg 4th so far with that time, as our third group heads to the line. Patrick Hallberg then winning Heat 2 in Q3 for Crosscar from Jimmy Osterberg, Joni Pekka-Raila 3rd, Rico Hukka 4th, and Yannis Baumanis coming home in 5th. Baumanis again flattering to deceive a little bit because he seems to start off well but then just fade as the races go on, and again that battle with Raila goes in favour of Raila this time around. Alex Gustafsson is on the inside. Then you've got Isaac Egonsson in the largely black car alongside him. Marco Ringenberg is in the middle. The white car is that of Lukas Orov, and then on the far left as you look, number 44 is Kalle Göttersen for our penultimate race of qualifying for Crosscar. The ready to race light is there. 3 laps of action is set to get underway, and a false start there because that was Göttersen who was very, very anticipatory, and so he's going to get 2 joker laps. They're going to have to regrid them. Also away was Gustafsson, but I think he went as he saw Göttersen go. So drive yourselves back round, says the marshal. And Kalle Göttersen, he was in trouble anyway, given that he was in this low group, but that's not going to help at all with 2 joker laps to serve now.
You know you've terribly jumped the start when you've got to take a different route back to the grid, don't you?
Right.
So, yeah, not ideal, and those 2 jokers will upset his ultimate time from this session. Great composure if you don't react to the other cars moving around you. If you're composed enough to know that that is a jump start. So often you see all the other cars move in reaction.
So Göttersen gets his 2 joker lap penalty, and the car put into place. The marshals make sure that everybody is on their marks where they need to be, and then there'll be another board that informs him of that penalty. So Alex Gustafsson on the inside as you look. Isaac Egonsson alongside him. In the middle is Marco Ringenberg in the Petronas colours. Then you've got Lukas Orov's all-white car in the blue and yellow livery, carried then by Kalle Göttersen. And now the Swedish driver in the patriotically liveried car gets that Joker ×2 board and the driving standards flag for going so early. And unless somebody has a real drama in this race, 5th will be his reward. So here at the Latvian circuit, we are ready to go, and everybody now looks towards the lights. Let's see whether it's a clean start this time. The ready to race symbol is there, engine notes rise. It's a long hole, they go green. Not a great start by Ringenberg, but a good start made by Gustafsson on the inside. Ringenberg switches sides. On the outside line, Göttersen clatters alongside Egonsson, but he's made it through the first corner. Good start by Gustafsson, though. He leads as they come out of that chicane down to turn 4, and he's got about 3 lengths advantage already. Gets it sideways. Alex Gustafsson, the race leader.
Gustafsson, good information from his spotter. I'm sure that's the only reason he was able to pull back into the middle of the track to take the racing line. The spotter would have said, you're all good, you're all clear. You can go wide if you want, and he did that absolutely. Learning in this category this year, Gustafsson, the former junior champion, and needs this sort of clear air to be able to try and get some more performance out of both himself and the car. That is Göttersen running wide in the background. Not the best race for him.
Absolutely right. So that's one of his 2 joker laps served, and he was way out wide at the hairpin. As a really sideways Alex Gustafsson is under attack from Isaac Egonsson here. The margin between those 2 looks to the eye to have come down a bit from the start of the opening lap of the race. 6/10 that they crossed the line. Lukas Orov is 3rd. Ringenberg jokered as well as Göttersen, but they were a fair way back anyway, and we know that Göttersen's got to do it again anyway. So it's Gustafsson in the lead. Egonsson chasing after him. Isaac Egonsson Jr. in the speed car Wonder, the black car. There it is in 2nd place. And he's staying on the tail of Gustafsson. The Swedes, 1st and 2nd.
The older speed car machine driven by Gustafsson up front. Exactly the same model that his teammate Isaac Riasson drove to this title last year. Tied 3 ways for the championship at the end of the season with Osterberg and Hallberg. Egonsson goes into the Joker, but having someone like Isaac Riasson in your camp for Alex Gustafsson as he's learning is oh so useful. Egonsson just touches the brakes a little bit late. Car squirrels around underneath him, but he is going to maintain track position from Ringenberg.
Only absolutely just, but he does stay ahead, and he should have the pace to pull away now, although Ringenberg is having a good go here. He's been a bit undercooked this weekend as Marco Ringenberg, but he is taking the fight here to Isaac Iggesund. Nose to tail, they go out of turn 4. Now, Alex Gustafsson leads. He is yet to joker. He's pulled 4.5 seconds over a really sideways Iggesund there, going up towards turn 5. He catches the slide, and he is getting away now from Ringenberg.
4.5 seconds the gap last time around between these guys and Gustafsson, who set the fastest lap of the race so far. He a little bit slower than the fastest lap set in the previous 2 runs, but I think this is going to be enough, you know, David.
Might well be right about that, because Alex Gustafsson then comes over the jump on the joker lap. Can't afford to scrub off too much speed nor momentum. He's going to come out ahead, and still sideways is Iggesund. So yes, it is going to be a win. Well called for Alex Gustafsson. He takes the race win from Isaac Iggesund. Then Marco Ringenberg ahead of Lucas Orav, who goes through 4th, and with his double jokers, Kalle Gutterson a rather distant 5th. Now that time for Gustafsson, though, was 2 minutes 48. So that's going to put him to, I would offer you about 8th or 9th, I think, in the overall standings. Make it 8, just ahead of Merstadt. So actually, even though he was in the slowest group, turned out to be not a bad time in terms of the top 10 going through to the end of Q3.
16th and then 11th in the opening 2 qualifiers. So a solid run from Gustafsson. See the even narrower clean line after we've had all these sessions of junior crosscar and crosscar. There was Jutterson running wide on the opening lap, but really it was immaterial with the 2 joker laps and this field being so close. You need to rely on someone else making a bit of an error if you're gonna catch up. We've seen it happen a few times, but it wasn't to be today.
We have then Alex Gustafsson as the race winner from Isaac Iggesund Jr., Marco Ringenberg 3rd, Lucas Orav 4th, and the delayed Kalle Gutterson taking 5th. Of course, the driver that we talked about in crosscar, we'll talk about soon in the open 2-wheel drive, is Joni-Pekka Raila, and Molly caught up with him as he was switching cars.
Joni-Pekka, you like to be busy on a race weekend.
Yeah, very good weekend.
How was the race?
Yeah, very good.
And now you're driving again, huh?
Yeah, that's all.
Good luck.
It keeps you fit, all this activity at Rallycross, doesn't it? Running from one car to the dummy grid to get on board the Datsun Finn. Joni-Pekka Raila hops on board and gets crosscar out of his mind, does a Control-Alt-Delete, resets, ready for the Datsun. We've got one more race to go in crosscar. Erik Andersson has had a pretty mixed day. He's on the inside of Lise Taliviera. Then it is Reinis Nittis and Pasi Penttinen, who cross swords, remember, in Q2. They're going to be the 2 to watch here. They've got to get a good time out of this race. We are set to go racing. The white car of Nittis, the black car on the far outside of Pasi Penttinen. Penttinen again makes a good start. Nittis comes up the inside of him. They touch again. This time it's Nittis that goes through. Penttinen's a little bit delayed, but Nittis is still sorting out a slide. Between the 2 of them goes Erik Andersson. I think that contact between the 2 was in the post, wasn't it? Here comes Penttinen, sends it up the inside, goes 2nd.
Firstly, great move up the inside there to get up to 2nd in turn 4. What happened in turn 1, though, a little bit in question for me, really. Unnecessary. They both need a clean run, as you very correctly said. So to get into each other like that, there's really no need. They'd made equal starts, and for the door to get shut is silly, but very easy for me to say here when I'm not trying to get revenge for what happened earlier on in whoever's opinion. Andersson, though, going with the pair of them. These are 2 of the fastest drivers in the field, and Andersson is still learning his way around this machine, so good job so far.
So Reinis Nittis will lead in the Kamikaze K3 at the end of the lap there. Erik Andersson goes through in 3rd. Pasi Penttinen in the speed car Wonder is just about a 2nd adrift of Reinis Nittis, who now that he's hit the front is storming away. Now remember, a 2 minutes 44.046 is the best time of Q3, and Nittis, who didn't finish Q2, is absolutely desperate for another good result out of this. He won on Friday, he won on Saturday. Can he get the triple crown here this weekend?
He was in full sarcasm mode, wasn't he, when he went to congratulate Penttinen on the incident from Q2 earlier on, and I'm sure all that has done is fire him up massively to try and go out, prove he's quickest, and set the fastest time now.
I don't think Penttinen got the joke either, did he? Because he was still trying to work out why he'd been excluded, or at least he claimed to be. Over the jump they come on standard lap. There in third place still is Erik Andersson, who's got a grandstand view of two real stars of cross car. Out of position in a sense by being in this bottom group. Nittis goes through, Penttinen behind him. They have now done 2 laps. They've got a joker on the last lap, and Nittis should be on for the win. He's done another best lap of this race, 51.6 last time around, but it's where he's going to be overall come the end of this lap we want to find out.
That's just a few tenths shy of the overall best lap of the session so far, set by Riga in the first race, but Riga wasn't the quickest overall. That went to Elias Svensson a little bit later on, so really it'll be about how quickly Nittis can get through the joker lap. Unusual that nobody has done that yet, so there's going to be no contest for track position at the exit. It's all about how close you can get to that time to beat.
Interesting, isn't it? As you say, absolutely nobody doing anything different on the strategy, but Nittis will come through to score the win. He's down at the last turn now. He comes out of the apex up towards the checkered flag, but where does the time put him? He comes across the line and the race time is a 2:45, 2:45.1, so that's going to be third overall within Q3 for Rallyx Nittis, who takes the race win from Pasi Penttinen, Erik Andersson third, and Lise Tallivier in fourth place. Let's have another look at the start of it. Lights go green. Penttinen made the better start, but Nittis this time was not going to be intimidated, and he kept on coming. Penttinen tries to crowd him a little bit. There's contact there. There's not much love lost between these two.
There isn't. There'll be more sarcastic congratulations now as well, I think, because Nittis waited for a long time before being ahead of Tallivier, then before moving across to the left. This is a great move, though. We just missed it there, but that was a great move from Penttinen to get up the inside of Erik Andersson into turn 4. Nittis will be disappointed not to have gone quickest, but good damage limitation to be third overall in this third qualifier.
So let's just have a look at those race results. Rallyx Nittis, the winner from Pasi Penttinen, Erik Andersson, and then Lise Tallivier in fourth. And that means that Nittis is third in Q3 as teams have a look at cars and assess damage. And that's Kalle Guttersson's car, which was in all sorts of woe, wasn't it, with 2 joker laps, but it's been virtually taken apart now in the paddock. But I'm not convinced we need to really worry about that car again. Whether it's got to the semis, we'll have to wait and see. So it is Elias Svensson then who is ahead on points at the end of qualifying from Oscar Andersson and Martin Riga. Ronald Baldin's fourth from Patrick Hallberg, Jimmy Osterberg. Rallyx Nittis is seventh, so he's okay. Joni-Pekka Raila, Rico Hücke, Thomas Merstadt, Janis Baumanis, Alex Gustafsson, the top 12. Pasi Penttinen down in 14th then as we get set for the two-wheel drive open cars for Heat 1 of Q3. It is Simon Tiger who is ahead on the intermediate from Joni-Pekka Raila. Victor Johansson currently third, but he got the best time out of Q2 and he will start Q3 on the inside with Simon Tiger, then Kristaps Grunter, Joni-Pekka Raila, there he is, it's double duties, and Slavomir Voloch with him on the grid. So we saw Raila going from one car to another. There he is, ready to go. Victor Johansson then in the Mercedes versus Simon Tiger in the BMW. They're the 2 red and orange cars on the inside. Then you've got in the middle Kristaps Grunter with the 1 Series BMW, the Datsun Finn of Joni-Pekka Raila next, and then Slavomir Voloch, the London-based Polish driver, on the outside. We're ready to go racing then. Two-wheel drive machinery. Green lights on, good start by Raila then from the 4th slot on the grid. Johansson's on the inside and Raila tries to take the fight to Tiger around the outside line. The BMW hits the front, Raila gets second. Round the outside of Voloch, there goes Grunter, he runs out of road, but a really good start by Simon Tiger. He was away like a scalded big cat.
I am so impressed by Joni-Pekka Raila's commitment in the first couple of corners, jumping from a cross car to his Datsun, as he told Molly when he was running back to the pre-grid. The only similarities between the pair is that they've got three pedals, a steering wheel, and they're driven by the rear wheels, because after that they're pretty different machines. So to be so committed through the opening turn at corners is pretty impressive.
Yeah, he got no fear, has he, Joni-Pekka Raila? And there he is on the tail of Tiger, as to joker lap goes Victor Johansson then. Championship leader, he could win the championship this afternoon. We get the calculators out when we get to the final to see how he's progressing. He goes joker as the leaders as one. Come up to the end of the opening lap, Simon Tiger it is in the leaders. Up the curve goes Raila. There in third place is the BMW of Slavomir Voloch in third place. Grunter fourth. But look, not only is Raila fully committed, he's virtually on the tail of Tiger.
Not the best opening lap from Johansson, as we watched him in the back of the shot, getting sideways and wide in several places. He's taken his joker. Now he's going to be looking for clear air, but Riley is all over the back of Simon Tiger's BMW up front.
Victor Johansson in the Mercedes did joker as we saw early, so that's dropped him down the order. Tiger lands down to the hairpin, flicks the back of the BMW around the corner. Ryler looks closer there, but then as the gap stretches once more up towards the joker split, so the BMW stays on standard lap. Joker for Ryler. That's going to give Volok a chance to get ahead of him, but will Ryler stay ahead of Johansson? There is Joni-Pekka Ryler. He's on the inside line, the tighter line, and yes, indeed, he does stay ahead of Victor Johansson here. Way up the curve. Grunter is still there in 5th place, but Tiger looking really good up front. Johansson's lap time is good, but he's not clear Ryler.
Very patient on the throttle, Ryler, on the exit of the joker. Got understeer, if anything, as he returned to the standard lap. Tiger locks the inside front just that little bit. I thought that Ryler might get held up behind Wallach, but Wallach's just that little bit far enough ahead not to be a concern. I think he's a bit more concerned about where Victor Johansson is, because he's all over the rear of the Datsun Finn.
He is indeed, and he's going to have a go, maybe, down to the hairpin. Look, he looks for the inside line, he commits, here comes Johansson. Through he goes wide, goes sideways, loses it completely. Back on the inside goes Ryler. A for effort, E for execution. Too much speed, couldn't hang on to the slide. And so at the end of all of that drama there, because of the BMW brakes, it's got a suspension or a puncture, either way, it's limping to the line. And so Joni-Pekka Ryler on the line takes the win. The BMW's behind, 3 wide as they cross the line. There was one battle between Wallach and Grunter. They both had to get past the crippled Tiger, sent for the RSPCA. But at the end of all of that, Joni-Pekka Ryler it was that took the win. Second over the line was Simon Tiger. Third, Slavomir Volok by 78 thousandths from Kristaps Grunter. And Victor Johansson in 5th. Was that a suspension breakage, or was it a tyre that let go? We'll have a look in the replay, but what a drama-filled last lap.
It could have been transmission-related as well. It was a hard landing. I realised that when he came down to earth. It was a very, very hard landing there. This is Johansson running up the inside in turn 1. Wallach came at him a little bit, but just couldn't get the traction. They've struggled this weekend to get his car to leave the slow corners. Tiger ran up front on his. Oh, that was quite an impact, wasn't it, from Ryder? I wonder if that had an effect early on. It was largely bodywork. This was a great move, wasn't it? Johansson sent it up the inside, but it's so slippery on that gravel. He could not get the car stopped. Then it started to overtake, got in the throttle, got some more rotation, just had to stop and wait for Grunter to go past. He'll do a donut and get going. What is wrong with the rear of, I think that could, well, I don't know. It's suspension, transmission, tyre. Something is not right, but I don't know what it is from here. We'd like to see, we need to see that side of the car really on landing. Good run for Ryler there.
Definitely. You know, the fact that the car sat down, it might be bodywork on tyre, but the fact it was so slow suggests it was something more serious than just a puncture and the bodywork rubbing against the tyre, or what's left of the tyre. We'll find out, but Ryler wins. Slavomir Volok taking 3rd in the BMW. There is Simon Tiger looking at the damage. Yeah, it doesn't look like a tyre. Volok, let's hear from him. He was 3rd. He's with Molly.
Taking 3rd in that race, well done. It's a good-looking rallycross car, this. What's your story?
Our story? Well, to come here always was my one of the little dreams, which I, you know, all my life I tried to do all my little dreams, and that was one of them. And I was followed this championship, you know, on internet from the beginning, and I always thought, don't know how, but I have to try to be compared with Tiger and Mr. Johansson and all of the Scandinavian guys, and finally we are here. I'm so happy.
So how long have you been driving?
Quite a long time, but to be honest, the first 10, 11 years we obviously waste of racing. We didn't learn nothing. It was more loads of fun and, you know, party time than driving really. But now when we join out Krzysztof Skorupski team, we're making some progress from very beginning and going better and better.
I noticed your helmet when you came in. Can you tell us the story behind the images?
That's my birthday present for my 40th birthday from my best friends.
And the story on the side there?
This picture been made actually here when Göran Kristoffersson took his first world champion title. And that's me, that's him. Someone made the picture and sent me over. So
is he your hero?
Yeah, in rallycross, yes. White Eagle, which is Polish eagle from the flag. And this is people from Poland will mean what's mean when eagle chasing duck.
Oh, brilliant.
Polish people don't like ducks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So there's our Polish cultural attaché, Slavomir Volok, explaining everything about the crash helmet. This is Simon Tiger, who's had a pretty mixed season, really. And looking at that, it's certainly, well, it's happened before the landing, so it's not caused by that. That didn't help, but something had happened earlier on in the lap. Right, let's get ourselves quickly to the second race for the two-wheel drive open within Q3. Simon Engsvik is on the inside, Timmy Enlund alongside Ralf Zeigervens, Raivis Galvins, Maris Struve. These are the five that are set to do battle as the lights go green. Engsvik makes a good start in the polo. Timmy Enlund is really the only opposition because those cars are that good bit quicker than the BMWs. He'll have their own inter-Nissan fight behind. Engsvik then it is that comes out of the chicane ahead, but Enlund is all over the back of him, but he can't quite stay with him on acceleration down towards turn 4 there. Engsvik leads.
Engsvik's not great on the brakes, is he? Either he got all out of shape last time around, or this time just looking to lose out badly to Enlund, but maintain track position. I wonder if it's just a setup difference between the Volkswagen and the BMW. Nevertheless, Enlund is all over the back of the race leader. Will he look to the inside as Johansson did last time around? No, he won't. He's not quite close enough. He's also got the issue of not wanting to drop into the clutches of those three more standard BMWs behind, so he's got no option but to follow the leader on this opening tour. But I'm sure by the next time they come around at this part of the lap, they'll have built a big enough gap to mix up the strategy a little bit.
So Simon Engsvik it is, but Enlund is really taking the fight to him. He's very, very quick out of that last corner, tries to get up the inside into the chicane at turn 1, but he couldn't quite do it. Again, you question Engsvik on the brakes. Certainly good acceleration from the BMW, but then eventually the Polo kind of kicks in and wakes up and stays ahead at the end of that short blast down towards turn 4. Neither of them, of course, have gone Joker, so which might roll the dice on the strategy this time? Engsvik can just stick out his elbows and hang on in there for the race lead, but of course, by defending, he's losing time relative to what was set in the first race.
Having said that about the local drivers, they're not that far away, are they? They're only 3.1 off the lead, the first of those BMWs. So Enlund's not really going to be able to Joker, as I suggested that he would. He looks to the inside of Engsvik on the exit of that very tight corner. Can't quite get it done. Once had the pleasure of driving an EKS Audi around here, and I was 0.1 seconds quicker than Matthias Ekström into that corner. Lost it all on the apex, but the data said I was faster for a very brief moment. It's so technical around here. It's, of course, on every racetrack, the entry and exit of the corner are tied together, but here it's all about trying to carry that momentum while being in very tight corners. It's a really, really hard track to get your head around.
Well, Engsvik is covering off Enlund. They're on the last lap. They're both going to have to go Joker this time. So the only way that Enlund's going to get ahead is by sending the hairpin. We saw Johansson try and fail, and Enlund actually not quite close enough as he comes off the jump, but he does close under braking, piling the pressure onto Simon Engsvik, who did the fastest lap last time. He's been his constant shadow, hasn't he, Timmy Enlund? They both go Joker on this last lap. But unless the race leader makes a mistake, it is going to be a win for Simon Engsvik. Over the jump they come, down to the last couple of corners. Go right, set it up for the left here. Back on the power, the cars will slide wide. Enlund's going to try to squeeze up the inside if he can. Can't do it. Engsvik it is who takes the race win from Timmy Enlund in second place. Way out wide there for third. Coming off the last corner went Ralf Zeigervens. He was third ahead of Maris Struve and Raivis Galvins in 5th spot. But yeah, Engsvik versus Enlund, constant battle between the two, but a good start by Engsvik.
Yep, just ran that bit deep in 1. I thought Enlund was going to get the drive out of 2, but just couldn't get the traction. Nicely set up the Polo. Manages to keep the inside nicely, but he picks up the throttle and runs deep every time, but Enlund wasn't quite able to get the nose inside enough to make the position his own. This is in the Joker for the final time. So tight, this Joker exit, and so easy to get on the throttle too much sideways on the far side, but a race win and a good time.
Yeah, Simon Engsvik then doing a 2:49 to win that race from Timmy Enlund, then Ralf Zeigervens third from Maris Struve and Raivis Galvin. Simon Engsvik, the winner, he's with Molly.
Simon, it's a race win, not the fastest time, unfortunately, but talk us through it.
Oh, it's great.
How does the car feel?
It's okay. It's no fast.
Vi kan prate norsk hvis du vil.
It's better.
Det lettere.
It's better.
I can translate. Simen, si litt om løpet.
Nei, det helt greit. Sliter litt med oppsett på bilen på den banen her, men det moro å være her og kjøre.
Takk for det.
So this is how we look on the intermediate from open two-wheel drives qualifying. Simon Tiger, despite his problems, ahead of Simon Engsvik and then Joni-Pekka Raila. Timmy Enlund fourth from Kristaps Grunter, Victor Johansson sixth. So it's absolutely wide open. Great racing we've had. Yeah, I know people have had dramas, but there's no standout favourite at the moment. Supercar Lights coming up next, and that is being led by Martin Expjuth from Kasper Janssen, Isaac Schockfist, who was fastest in Q2, Ola Henry Steinsholt and Simon Olofsson. So they are going to be making their way, the Supercar Lights, to the grid any moment.
Molly says that Engsvik says he's struggling with the setup of the car, basically, and he's looking to find some more pace.
Right, thank you for that. Isaac Schockfist is the man on the inside line for Heat 1 of Q3 for Supercar Lights. The yellow-nosed car of Martin Expjuth is alongside. Championship leader, triple winner, Simon Olofsson comes next, and then you've got Kasper Janssen and Ola Henry Steinsholt. These are the fastest five out of Q2. We are just about set to go racing as the lights go green. Let's see whether they can all avoid drama down at turn one. A very wide line is taken by Steinsholt. Up the inside there, on the inside line goes Expjuth. He comes out ahead. Janssen goes second. Schockfist is third. And Olofsson only fourth. A really conservative start there.
Expjuth's like a new driver this weekend. Really aggressive in the first corner. Not overly aggressive, but just assertive as to where he wants to be to beat some very experienced and very accomplished drivers. That podium and almost race win on Friday, helping his confidence massively, getting on really well with this circuit and out in front again at the moment.
Over the jump they come, so it is Expjuth ahead of Kasper Janssen then in that second place. Isaac Schockfist only third, quickest in Q2. Now who goes Joker out of this leading group? Schockfist it is from third. He peels left, shot right now on the tarmac. More loose heading up to now. The jump over which he flies. Gets back down on the ground as the leaders absolutely nose to tail come through. Olofsson then catching up to the top two. Janssen is stuck behind Expjuth. Olofsson is going to be with him in a moment, as well as the three leaders now come through the chicane. Out of turn three, that left-hand kink. Speed building all the time, and then you stand on the brakes into this left at four.
There was a chance Olofsson could wrap up the title today. I don't think it's going to happen because he really needs more out of both this race and qualifying as a whole. Obviously had that double joker earlier on that cost him time. Sideways for Simon Olofsson, out of the hairpin onto the loose. There's his spotter, sister Sandra Holgren, who gave him a bit of a hard time with an issue on Friday, but she was more delighted than anyone that they managed to fight back and claim that victory. Oh, Janssen's all over the back of Expjuth for the lead.
Side by side, and they're both on the joker, and they're still side by side, and eventually Expjuth goes ahead, but here on the inside line tries to come Janssen. He's quicker and he's absolutely determined to find a way past. Olofsson goes on standard lap and he takes over the race lead. Here they come off the joker, absolutely nose to tail. Janssen tries to tighten the line and get up the inside, can't do it. They stayed ahead of Schockfist and Steinsholt. So Olofsson is going to go joker on the last lap. Great battle this between Martin Expjuth and Kasper Janssen, but it's playing into the hands of Simon Olofsson. He's building the gap.
They were side by side, weren't they, on the exit of the hairpin after the jump, and both decided they were going to go joker. Janssen didn't really have a choice. Expjuth was trying to cover off Schockfist behind, which they have managed to do, but now all of this fighting, like you say, David, is only going to help Olofsson. He's only 2.4 seconds up the road. This is going to be a very tight merge, but I think Expjuth's probably got enough in his pocket.
I think you're probably right, but it is going to be oh so close then as the cars make the way now to the split for the last time onto the joker lap, and a bit sideways, scrubbing off a bit of speed there, and momentum was Olofsson. Don't forget, you've still got the three leaders all trying to find their way past one another as into the last corner they come. Expjuth goes wide, Janssen gets out the inside of him. Olofsson's going to be fourth to the line. Janssen's done it, Janssen wins. Brilliant move off the last corner, and Olofsson was so far out wide, he comes through last. It did not work at all. So Simon Olofsson, jokers on the last lap, but by the time he got back onto the standard lap right at the very end and got it off the curb, they'd all come flooding past him. Janssen wins, Expjuth second, then it's Schockfist, Steinsholt, and Olofsson only fifth.
This is Expjuth in the first corner. Watch the yellow car in the middle, shuts the door a little bit on Schockfist. Schockfist gets in the brakes. Expjuth's going to run deep on the middle pedal, gets it stopped very late, runs very, very wide, but has done plenty to maintain that momentum. Olofsson in the black and blue car at the back. Ooh, takes a slap from Ole Henry Steinsholt's machine. Ole Henry looking for a way through around the outside. This was the battle for the lead that sent both of the leading pair into the Joker lap. Exbjørn deciding to cover off Janssen. Clever move that by Exbjørn to take Janssen with him, because Janssen was left with absolutely nowhere to go. It didn't work out in the end. I wonder if Olofsson was running on some pretty knackered old tyres then, because his car was all over the shop, especially here. Watch him pick up the throttle. It's already sideways before he's back in the throttle on the exit. Can't get any traction. We know that they only allowed 2 new tyres for each round in Supercar Lights, and this track is so abrasive. So I wonder if Olofsson's decided to try and bag some good tyres ready for the semi-finals.
Brilliant drive by Kasper Janssen, though. He takes a race win right at the last there, Molly. What a drive.
Yeah, what a drive. Kasper on the very last corner, you know, that was a good example of never give up.
Yeah, it was a nice move, and he did a mistake, and I think I go for it.
So what do you think your chances are of getting a win today?
I think it's good, because we have good speed and good start, so I think it's good.
And what is it you like about this track?
It's really fun. It's like a go-kart track, and it's nice, and it's not much gravel, and yeah, that's nice. It's good track.
Could you tell us a little bit about the tyre situation at this point of time in the racing?
For us, it's good, because yesterday was not so good for us, Friday. Yeah. So, yeah, we have good tyres, so it's good.
Well, that's good news. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
A very happy race winner then, as Kasper Janssen sets the target time in Q3 from Martin Exbjørn, who lost out at the last corner. Isaac Sjökvist taking third from Ole Henry Steinsholt, and Simon Olofsson down in fifth. This might not be the championship leaders' day. It's a bit topsy-turvy, and we've still got semi-finals and the final to go. Martin Enlund is on the inside of Heat 2 for Q3 for Supercar Lights. Mats Oskarsson, whose son we saw in the junior cross cars earlier, he's alongside him. Then it is Mathias Janssen and Jimmy Alfredsson on the outside line. We get set to go racing. Lights go green. Good start by Alfredsson on the outside line, then in the yellow car. Takes a really wide approach down towards the first corner. There's contact between the other 3, but in the end there was no real room for him. He goes around the outside of Oskarsson at 2. A wheel into the dirt for Enlund. He comes out ahead. Alfredsson's got to line it up on the inside line into turn 4. The gap is open. He gets third at least away from Oskarsson, who got ran out wide anyway.
I thought Wolfson was going to move up 2 places there. Great car positioning, just didn't work out for him in the first couple of corners. Enlund out front now, hasn't had the form this weekend that we've previously seen in the championship this year. Kasper Janssen, interestingly, used to run out of the same awning as Martin Enlund. Now with OMSC saying he prefers this track because it's like a go-kart track. Well, he won in Nitro Rallycross, where there's absolutely no go-karting going on there with the massive jumps and big gravel. This time around, though, Walfredson's taken for the Joker, wanting some free air to try and catch these 2 up front.
So there's Oskarsson through at the end of the lap. Enlund leads, but he's not really getting away, is he, as they come over the stripe. Mathias Janssen staying with him. Half a second between those 2, and Jimmy Alfredsson did Joker, so Jimmy Alfredsson has lost 4.5 seconds against the leader. And that's a lot to make up, as way out wide there, oh so close to the barriers goes Mathias Janssen. That was a good save. I think he was measuring his pace against Enlund. Enlund ran a bit wide, Janssen even wider.
So often you see that, don't you? Someone makes a small mistake and the car right behind, look how close they are over the loose. You're so close to the guy behind you, you just get dragged into that situation. So squirrely on the brakes there from Janssen, trying to get the car started. I wonder if Enlund's holding a bit of a problem here, because he's just lost pace. He's been passed around the outside by Janssen. Sounds a bit flat to me.
Yeah, and clearly with a problem, you're right. So Janssen was able to go through Janssen into the lead, but this is Oskarsson who has gone Joker, and he is going to lose out to Alfredsson, who's around the outside of him. Now, Enlund is carrying on, albeit at a slow pace, so Janssen is on target for the race win, but Enlund, who has still got to Joker on this last lap, will be lucky to hang on to second place, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Martin's been feeling all that well today either. Sounds like the car might be stuck in gear, mightn't it? Because he's just got very low revs everywhere.
He's getting a bit fearful about Janssen's car. That was a bit low on the corner when it came into shot, but I think it's okay.
Oh, this isn't going to help Wolfson at all, is it? He won't want to hold up Jimmy. Jimmy's going to look to the inside. Enlund seems to have got going again. Okay, he is going to position the car in a defensive position. Wolfson goes for the outside, gets over-rotated, just avoids the barrier on the inside.
Enlund just hasn't got the acceleration out of the corners, has he? So it seems to be out of slow corners. You might be right, therefore, about being stuck in gear. When the momentum is there, it's okay, but not with the drive out of a slow turn. So it is going to be a win for Janssen, or is it? He covers off Alfredsson rather aggressively. Contact avoided, but Mathias Janssen wins from Jimmy Alfredsson in second place. Third to Mats Oskarsson, and clearly with a problem is Martin Enlund, who limps across the line. Well, he got it to the end. He stayed on the lead lap, but if the car was stuck in gear, well, you can understand why the pace just suddenly disappeared halfway through.
So important to get to the end of these races, though, because that affects your points in qualifying, and we know only one driver is going to miss out in the bid to make the semi-finals later on. And then nearly got over-rotated on the exit just to manage to avoid running sideways into that very slippery gravel on the outside. This was Walfridsson in the first corner, went for the switchback, probably lost a bit too much time with the amount of steering he had to put into the car to get around the back of Oskarsson. For a moment I thought he was going to get the pair of these guys in the run to turn 4, bouncing through that gravel. Janssen early in the race. This is Walfridsson stuck behind Enlund with his problems. He's braked there. Now he's going to pick the throttle back up, but does not have any go. Wolfson just kisses the wall, drifting style. Good execution.
The other problem for Enlund, though, was to try and avoid contact with Walfridsson. He had to slow even more, so it was even harder to get the momentum coming out of the corner.
And that was close to the line, wasn't it? A little bit aggressive, but nothing really untoward.
Right, race result, that's the easy bit. Mathias Janssen wins from Jimmy Walfridsson, Mats Oskarsson third, and a troubled Martin Enlund taking fourth place. So there's a big question mark over what it was that hampered him. We've got then our final Supercar Lights qualifying race, and it is Martin Jonsson on the inside of Lars-Erik Haug, who rolled on Friday. Ida Tornhult is next, and Eric Birgit, who was in the tyre stack in Q2, completes the grid. Jonsson should be a shoe-in for a win. Let's see what his time is. Casper Janssens is a 2:48. We go racing. Good start by Jonsson. He really shouldn't be in this bottom 4, but down towards turn 1. Round the outside comes Birgit, and it's Tornholt that loses at this time and gets all crossed up. They've just about survived any more contact, but Jonsson has already built the lead. He's got now to go for broke and get the fastest time he possibly can.
Yep, stay out to the end. Joker at the last opportunity. Just try and get everything out of this race that he possibly can. He is currently 11th in the standings, not all that far ahead of Tornholt or Birgit, so it's critical for him that he also finishes his race and doesn't allow them to score more points than him.
To the hairpin they come then. Lars-Erik Haug turns through the corner. He's second, and does he think about the Joker? Not this time. He's actually not losing that much time relative to Martin Jonsson either. In third place there, Eric Birgit, who's managed to stay out of strife at the first corner, rattles it up the curb as here to the end of the lap comes Jonsson in the lead.
A little bit like Merstad coming here as the championship leader in crosscar and just not finding the rhythm of this circuit. Jonsson clearly not as comfortable here as he has been at some of the Scandinavian venues we've been to more recently. Look at all the brake inputs from Haug with the left foot just riding the middle pedal, trying to balance the car on entry.
And remember, of course, everybody in the same type of car. Yes, they're run by different teams, but it's the same base car. It's been a great idea, Supercar Lights. They're competitive, they're good to run, they give good racing, and a big landing there from Eric Birgit in third place, down to the hairpin. Now, this is the Joker's split, and to it goes Lars-Erik Haug. Birgit follows in then, so that gives Martin Jonsson a slightly increased lead, and he will Joker on the last lap, therefore.
That big jump is so difficult on this circuit because of the heavy braking area immediately afterwards. What you'd really like to do on a jump like that would be to slow the car in advance if you're going to slow it at all, then get back in the throttle so you're maintaining the momentum and you keep the car level. But so often people nosedive off the jump because they need to get it stopped for the next corner. Jonsson has quite a considerable margin up front now. 4.4 seconds should be plenty next time when he does take the Joker next time around. His fastest lap is significantly quicker than anyone else, but no one else has set a clean running lap because the first lap was the start lap and the second one they were in the Joker. So it's so interesting with these 3-lap heats. You just don't get any time to get into a rhythm, do you?
No, indeed. So here comes Martin Jonsson then. He's heading up towards the checkered flag. He's got to do this Joker lap first of all those. He accelerates now on this tarmac, giving him a bit more traction. Down to the jump, back onto tarmac, round the back of the pits here at the Latvian circuit. of Binkaniki, and he comes towards the line with a race win, but the time is what's going to be absolutely critical. It is a race win for Martin Jonsson, 2 minutes 48.6. That's going to be third fastest, isn't it? So clear all race. That was a good drive for him. Lars Erik Haug second, Erik Berget third, Ida Tornhult fourth. But Martin Jonsson has brought himself back into the equation because that was a good race-winning time, third overall.
It was, and between Olofsson in fifth and Jonsson in 11th, there was very little to choose, some 10 points between them. So the orders can be mixed up significantly after this run. Tornholt lost out badly there, didn't she? Just got squeezed between Haug and Berget into turn one. That allowed Jonsson to get away, and he never looked back. Lots of flickering brake lights from the guys in the middle of the pack, and this was the final lap joker. Kept it nice and tidy through the final corner, ran out wide using all of the racetrack in his run to the finish line.
So good drive by Martin Jonsson. Let's hear from him. He helmet off. He's ready now to talk to Molly.
Martin, that's third quickest in Q3. A good fight back.
Yeah, that feels so amazing. Finally, we get back in the race. We have struggled so hard the whole day. We have been trying new settings for each qualifications, and finally, I think we made it. We find something that I feel confident in, and always been sliding in every corner. Didn't find the grip, and now I can promote the car and drive it.
Oh, so what was the magic thing that you did with the setup?
Yeah, I can't tell you that right now, but after the race I will. So some small adjustments, that's all. Nothing big. More confidence in the car, and hopefully we can fight back in the semi-final and get back in the race, fighting for the positions in the standings.
Perfect. Good luck.
Thank you.
So very happy, Martin Jonsson. His day is turning around. He wins then Heat 3 of Q3 from Lars Erik Haug and Erik Berget third, Ida Tornhult in fourth. But yeah, Martin Jonsson positively buzzing at the end of all of that, and that brings him back into the mix as we head to the semi-finals. Martin Expieth then is ahead on points from Kasper Janssen, Isaac Schuckvist and Ole Henry Steinsholt. Matthias Janssen fifth from Simon Olofsson and Jimmy Alfredson. Martin Jonsson is eighth then, ahead of Mats Oskarsson and a troubled Martin Enlund. To Supercars next then, where Enzo Eid is ahead on the second intermediate from Thomas Brinterson and Sondre Evjen. Then it is OC Veby, Ole Christian Veby fourth from Yuri Belewski and Philip German in sixth. And the four that we have on the grid for the first race will be Enzo Eid. There he is, the Belgian driver, the former GT champion. Sondre Evjen alongside him. Then his teammate, OC Veby. How close are those cars even at the start? Look, Thomas Brinterson giving them a little bit of room on the outside line. So we've seen Enzo Eid make good starts. We saw Thomas Brinterson not make a great start in Q2. It was a little bit gentlemanly almost. But the man that's third in the championship sits on the outside line as we get set to go racing. Lights go green, it's blast off. Supercar drama down towards the first corner potentially. Really good start by Veby, who then gets turned sideways and he's pushed around. Right the way around he goes. Brinterson leads from Eid, and then it is Evjen. Drama from the start.
Veby made the best of the launches, hadn't he? Turned in across the pack, had that little bit of contact with Enzo Eid and got rotated the wrong way. No one got out of the throttle to allow him to get the car back, and he was immediately pointing completely the wrong way and had to do a donut to get back going again. Brinterson now lost out to these guys last time around in a different race. Now he's he's in the same race but lost out badly at the start. Now he's at the front of the order. This is going to give Enzo a bit of a headache. Looks to the inside. There'll be absolutely no way through there in a supercar over this massive curve that is huge when you walk the track, but looks like nothing when you're in a rallycross supercar machine. He is all over the back of Thomas Brinterson.
Both the JC cars went joker, and actually because these two are squabbling, they may be holding one another up. So this is looking pretty good for Evjen and also for Veby to try to recover. Brinterson it is then that leads. Now maybe he just is stretching that advantage a little bit, but Enzo Eid has been going really well around here. Yeah, Brinterson, he's not getting away hugely, although now he might do because that's a mistake from Eid. Too much speed, slithers out wide, and now suddenly there is a gap. Advantage Brinterson.
Aside from that little mistake that Eid just made, getting in the throttle a bit too early, getting too sideways, he's been really good through the loose sections of this circuit, especially towards the end of the lap here. He'll peel off, go to the joker now. This is to cover off Evjen, but also to try and get in a stellar lap and try and beat Brinterson. Slow out of that corner. Did he have a problem? Did he miss a gear? Very, very hard to say, but it doesn't look like he's carrying a big issue just at the moment.
But he might lose a place here, look, because the first of the JC cars tries to get the undercut coming off the last corner. He does have a problem. He doesn't quite pick up out of the corners well enough, does it? So Evian will go ahead of him now, up into second place, although Sondre Evian is sideways. Evian sets off in pursuit of Brinterson. He's 2.4 seconds back. Evian might do this on the Joker. Look how close he is to Thomas Brinterson. So Sondre Evian could be...
Brinterson's got an issue as well, yeah.
He has.
Here it's turbo, something exhaust, engine-wise.
Yeah.
They're all bunching up behind him now.
And out wide there was Enzo Eid on all the gravel, struggling for traction. So look, he's lost a massive chunk of time. He's lost a place as well. Veiby is ahead of him. Evian sends it up the inside line. He goes through. And don't forget, of course, that Brinterson has got to Joker. He's going to finish last in this. Past him now goes Veiby. Past him goes Eid, who's also lost out by going out wide on the gravel there to Veiby. So out of all of that, Sondre Evian is going to come through. There he is to take the win from OC Veiby. Enzo Eid trying to fight back on the last corner, but it's not going to be enough for him. Brinterson is going to be fourth if he finishes at all. There he is. Well, he was the favourite at the start of the day, but it's not really as easy as we expected it to be for him. Brinterson in strife.
There's his partner, long-time partner, on the radio, talking to him about what just happened. So difficult for Enzo Eid in that scenario. You get bunched up behind an almost stationary car. You've got to try and go past it, but then you've got someone coming up your inside again as well. It was Veiby who made the best of the starts. He's going to turn across the pack, has contact with Eid, gets sideways, and then Eid and Brinterson are heading for turn 2, and it rotates Veiby's car the other way. If he had any good luck at all at the moment, it would be a surprise, because nothing seems to be going right for Ole Christian at the moment. This was a good old lunge up the inside from Evian on Enzo Eid. Then a good move up the inside of Brinterson, who will peel off to the Joker. Veiby loses more time stuck behind the stricken Polo. And we didn't see it, but Ida had lost position to both of them when fighting in the gravel.
Yeah, he went wide, didn't he, on the gravel and lost ground, lost momentum as a consequence. Right, let's go to the spotters tower. Molly?
Bettina, what seems to be the problem with Thomas's car?
He's not quite sure, but it has been a problem earlier this weekend as well, but he's losing power in the engine. So not quite sure, but yeah, that's what he said, that he lost power for each lap.
Oh, you must be a bit worried about the races coming, or?
Yeah, of course we're worried, but this is Rallycross, you never know. So we just hope they will fix it till the semi-finals. Everyone will go there, so anything can still happen.
Could you also just give us a tiny bit of insight as to how the two of you work?
Yeah, we're a couple, so it's highs and lows, but he likes me to be calm. I just tell him if he has a big gap, a small gap, and if he needs to push more, and I don't do much more than that. That's my job.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, it seems to work when the car works. Sondre Evian then takes the win. Ole Christian Veiby, despite the spin, second. Enzo Eid with dramas, we thought, as well. That car just not picking up out of the slower corners, and Thomas Brinterson losing power, falling way, way back into fourth place.
But with a 2:41.306, that's miles behind what the leading contenders were setting earlier. 2:38 by Ida in the first one, a 2:36 fastest time for Brinterson, a 2:35 for Ida in Q2. So these guys could really capitalise now.
And especially the man on the inside, Yuri Belevsky. Hans-Joran Ostreng's alongside him, then Philipp German, then Victor Vranks, who will whistle his way off the line now as the lights go green in the RX2E. Good stop by Belevsky. German tries to brave it out on the outside of Ostreng. And here comes Vranks, does his usual move, dives up the inside, round the outside at 2. He's up into second place. The RX2E then whispers its way down to turn 4. Here comes Ostreng up the inside, tags the back of him, gets him loose. And German is stuck in fourth place. But up front, it is Belevsky, and he should build a gap now. This could be the best time. Really impressive run coming up from Belevsky. Clear road around him.
Disaster for German. He was so frustrated with the contact last time around. There's Guillaume de Ridder spotting for Victor Vranks. Now they've got some racing to do, because they've been largely on their own at the back of the field so far this weekend. Yuri Belevsky, though, has been desperate for some clear air all weekend. Now he's got it. Now we'll see what he can do over 3 laps.
Absolutely right. So he makes his run up towards the jump on standard lap with Ostreng, German, and then Vranks in the action as well. Ostreng has gone Joker. There is Victor Vranks. Then you can hear the electric motor whine as he comes over the line up towards turn 1. German is fighting back, but Belevsky is building the lead as he absolutely wants to, not only to win this race, but go fastest within Q3.
German frustrated, definitely. You can see by the attitude of the car, he's moving it around all over the place. Franks is going to cover the inside. He's completely within his rights to do that. Gurman is always a sensible driver, so I'd be surprised to see him have a lunge, but the more frustrated you get, the more likely that scenario is to occur. But they are just losing hand over fist to Bolewski, who's scampering away at the front of the field.
Absolutely right. And so now Philip Gurman tries to work out where he can get past Victor Franks. And it's possibly going to be here on the Joker. Franks, Jokers, Gurman's going to leave it till the last lap then as they come over the jumps. One on the standard lap, one on Joker lap. But there is the leader. There is Bolewski driving a really good race. Absolutely inch perfect thus far. He's not wasting time. He's not making mistakes. Smoke pouring off the rubber there as Ostring comes over the line, but he's not cleared ranks. So the RX2E is the better of those two that have jokered. There's Bolewski. He's on his last lap, but he's already 4 seconds clear of the delayed Gurman.
49.245, his best lap. That is the best lap of the day so far. Still a little way off the best set by Nicholas Gronholm on Friday, but I think we'd expect that. Gronholm is right up there at the top of the world order. Bolewski, though, has been looking for this clear air, as I said, and he's executing well.
Is indeed. He goes Joker then on the last lap. Rides the curb on the inside, so he's not really in doubt of winning this race. What we want to see is the time relative to those from the earlier race. The best that people were doing in Q2, 2 minutes 35. Enzo Eads winning time. Checkered flag at the ready. Yuri Bolewski comes across the line and he does a 2:36.4. So good race time ahead of Philip Gurman and then Victor Franks in 3rd place. But Yuri Bolewski there showing what he's capable of, and in that race keeping out of trouble.
Not quite as fast as the fastest race time of the day so far, set by Enzo Ida in Q2, but that's largely immaterial.
That's a drama for Hans-Göran Ostring. He's limping to the checkered flag as we have another look at that demon getaway by Bolewski. And again, watch this move from the outside from Victor Franks.
Been trying that all weekend long, hasn't he? So finally it's worked out. Ostring just ran Gurman that little bit deep. Gurman got in the brakes to try and cut back, but while all that was going on, Franks just snuck round the outside and got well involved in the mix. Just loses out that bit off the line, doesn't it, the RX2E car, but he carried that momentum through the inside of 1, around the outside of 2. See the difference with the turbocharged ALS Hungary Audi, Peugeot, up front. Bolewski pulling away from Franks out of turn 2, but that was a good drive by Yuri Bolewski to set the fastest time, which I think will not be beaten in the 3rd race.
And I think that will please Kenneth Hansen, who's with Molly.
I think it certainly pleases Kenneth Hansen. A big smile on your face, Kenneth. That is fastest time in Supercars so far, and also fastest lap time of the day for Yuri.
It's fantastic. We knew we had the pace there, we know we have the speed, but you know, it was just in traffic and then also some mistakes. So now finally he did 3 very good laps, and we can see the pace and this P1, so we are happy.
Looking just behind us here, those clouds are very, very dark. What do you know about what might be coming weather-wise?
Yeah, we see on the forecast that it could come some rain, but I mean, it doesn't bother us too much. It worked very well yesterday, so it doesn't matter. If it's dry or wet, we take it from there.
And Yuri's tyre situation?
Quite well.
Good, thank you.
Not giving too much away, but a happy man. There are those black clouds rolling in, but Yuri Bolewski then wins that race from Philip Gurman and Victor Franks with Hans-Göran Ostring with a problem. He got to the line, but as you can see off the race time, clearly all was not well with the Hyundai because he got slower and slower and slower. So our last qualifying race before we get to semi-finals, Eddie Uss on the inside of Andre Un, and then it is Sven Oras who had problems, didn't he, in Q2. He's on the outside. Eddie Uss should be a shoe-in for a win here, but it's going to be interesting given the dramas people had in that first race of Q3 where they bleed into the overall order. Oh, false start. That was Uss who went on the ready-to-race light, wasn't it?
It was.
He's going to get the 2 Joker laps.
I think he can hold you responsible for that, David.
Yes, I was going to say it's not going to help him now in the grand scheme of things. I'll get my coat. Right, oh dear.
But you're right, he does seem to have the measure of the 2 guys alongside him. Be interesting now to see how this unfolds with the double Joker.
Indeed so, and although they'll get themselves into the semi-finals, well, we can have another look at that jump. It was the ready-to-race light that came on, at which point Eddie Uss, yeah, just went on the wrong light, didn't he? Pure and simple.
I've never done that.
If you could see that look of honesty on his face, everybody. Even I almost believed it. So Eddie Uss on the inside now with 2 Joker laps. So Andre Un versus Sven Oras for the race win. The 2 Ford cars ready to go toe-to-toe here. So drivers look towards the lights. It's the green one you want, Eddie, this time. So on comes the ready to race yellow light. When the green one blinks now, it is blast off. Not a great start after all of that by Eddie Us. He's got the inside line and tries to fight back, but Andre Ön it is that takes over the advantage into turn one. Sven Oras at the back of the pack tries now to get himself into the mix as well, but the leaders dive down towards turn four. Eddie Us has got to push here with 2 joker laps to get out of the way.
Yep, they'll end up in different semi-finals if they maintain their order in the overall classification, Us and Andre Ön, but there's a few laps to play out. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Eddie Us takes his first joker this time around just to get out of the traffic. Has a good run over the jump down into the hairpin, late on the brakes in the Skoda Fabia, nudge in the rear.
Come on, he says, I'm quicker than you, get on with it. And eventually Us decides to go joker, so that takes him away from Andre Ön for the moment. Well, he's got to go joker again after all of this, so that's 1 out of the way. Tyres squealing in protest as Andre Ön comes up towards the line, accelerates through, building that gap over Sven Oras, and out wide will go Eddie Us in the background. So Andre Ön accelerates clear. But as you were making the point earlier on, although these are supercars, they're not to the same level as the ones we've seen in the previous races, so don't expect these to be challenging for the top time against Bolewski.
And to complete that jump start story, I've spent years mocking people who jump the start in rallycross races by going when the ready to race light comes on. Made my supercar debut a few years ago, and in my first start went when the ready to race lights came on. You're so focused on 8 as Eddie Us goes for the outside on Oras. Makes it stick. He's going to have to joker again though, so he does all the hard work and then peels off, and he's going to have to do it all again. I'd have stayed out then, David, and had that bit of track position until the end, because now he's going to catch up back again and need to do it all again. But you're so ready to react to a change in what you're seeing, and a light comes on and you go, and obviously that little bit of experience means that you then later go at the correct time.
Dramas for Sven Oras. Smoke out of the cockpit, stops in the tyres, and he is out of the car. I think the fire extinguisher's gone off, hasn't it, inside the car? Well, has a turbo gone? There's smoke in the cockpit. Look at the windscreen. It looks all steamed up. So there's some sort of drama for Sven Oras. That's him done. So this man, Andre Ön, is going to be a very easy winner. Eddie Us in second place. But disappointingly, Sven Oras, who was a late entry for today, had a spin in the first race. He's out of the car, but something in the cockpit that forced him to get out in a hurry.
Yeah, not been a great day for him. This, though, has been a reasonably clear run for Andre Ön. Took the start, didn't jump the start, and has been running free up front. His time is going to be a 2:47, so slower than Brinderson.
Only by a 10th, though. Only by a 10th of a second. So, yeah, it's not a stellar time, but we weren't perhaps expecting that. But problems for Sven Oras. And problems too for Eddie Us, one of the local drivers, of course, and not getting the best of starts by reacting to the wrong light first time of asking.
Was early on the brakes into the first corner, kept out of trouble. Andre Ön does so many events in the Baltic region. The Rheinslu team have a lot to do with the Estonian rallycross scene, and great that they're competing with Rallyx this weekend. Looks like a lot. There's been a big impact in the rear there, hasn't there, from the boot lids bent and all sorts. So I wonder if the turbo has had an issue with the exhaust being compressed. Either way, the car is full of smoke and, like you say, maybe extinguisher fumes. Far from ideal. Let's hope they can get the car repaired, because all of these guys are going to go through to the semi-finals this afternoon, so let's hope they can get the car fixed so he can start those races.
Right, problems then for Oras. Let's go to Molly.
Just walking over to the jury here, we can't actually go into this room. Christian Baby and Sondra Evian have just walked into the steward's office with their computers. Sondra Evian there showing some footage on his computer. So we will follow up on that story, of course, but more drama here in Riga. Yeah, I'll hang out here for a sec, guys, and see if I can find out any more information.
Thanks, Molly. I suspect it's all down to that first corner tangle, wasn't it, where we had Veiby being turned around and there was contact between lots of them.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Provisionally, this is how we look on the points scored across qualifying. Enzo Ede ahead of Yuri Belevsky, Sondra Evian ahead for third of Thomas Brinterson, OC Veiby fifth, and Philip German sixth. Then it's Ranks, Ostring, Os, Un, Oras to round out the 11 that we've got in Supercar. So semi-finals will be coming up shortly. Let's go back down to Molly, though, first.
Yeah, no news here yet. Some serious faces going on there, so we'll give you more information about that when we come back. But the sky is looking very dark here. Will it start to rain later on? Who's got the best tyre package for the afternoon? We do have semi-finals and finals coming up. We're taking a short break now, but we will be back at 14:40 Central European time. See you then.
It says in my handy book of introductions to continued coverage of Rallycross, welcome to sunny Riga, and we are ready for the semi-finals. However, forget that page, it is absolutely battering it down. This has come in the last 10 minutes. What were heavy spots of rain have absolutely deluged. Depending on which weather app you look at, it says there's a low chance of precipitation about now. Well, I beg to differ. There are lots of drowned rats outside, some of whom are meant to be getting into cars, some of whom are meant to be going out and getting interviews. But at the moment, everybody is sheltering from the rain, and there is, understandably, Hal, a delay.
There is, yeah. I mean, I was in the paddock 10 minutes ago, ran back here, and it was raining hard. Now it is absolutely throwing it down, isn't it? So, although the cars could run in these conditions, A, it's not necessarily very safe, but B, you know, they expect it to clear. So, you know, they'll wait a little bit, and it makes life very hard for the officials, mechanics, and everything in pre-grid. So, these pictures don't do it justice. It is absolutely throwing it down with rain. So every 5 minutes they're going to take a rain check and see when we can get going, but we will get going soon.
Indeed. So the officials will go and do another pitch inspection in a few moments. Don't go too far away. We will get racing back underway just as soon as we can. come to Riga, they said. It's great, they said. It's lovely, hot weather, they said. The good news is it's at least stopped raining. The bad news is there is an ocean of water that has got to be pumped away. The first corner is like the best water splash you've ever found on a rally stage. And the Joker Lap section, or the last corner of Standard Lap, that general area, that ain't a lot better. We might be here for a little while.
We might. The wet tyres, dry tyres, totally irrelevant. Getting to the track is going to be a problem at the moment. Amazing that the guys have already got pumps and stuff on track, so they're going to do their best, but there is absolutely no way you could run a motor race on the circuit as it is at the moment.
And Molly, there's no way you can get out of the studio because there's a swimming pool at the bottom of the steps.
There's 10 centimetres of water just outside the truck here. We are basically stranded, and I'm thinking the case is the same for most teams in the paddock. They're just trying to sort of damage control, get rid of the water somehow, but where do you get rid of it? The teams don't have pumps, I don't guess. But.
No, I mean, we're seeing fans that have actually been very good and braved it out somehow, still walking around the paddock, but no shoes and socks, trousers rolled up. Yeah, there are people carrying children because they might disappear into the water. It's pretty serious. I mean, what is it, 20, 25 minutes of just very heavy rain, bit of hail as well we've had.
But just before we went off air earlier, I was saying, you know, what's going to happen with the weather? Kenneth Hansen was sort of saying, yeah, it looks like there's weather on the horizon. But little did we know that it was going to be like this. I don't think I've seen anything like it.
No.
And we've had loads of thunder and lightning as well.
The other problem is you pump the water away from one area. Where do you put it?
Yeah, where does it go?
It's going to waterlog the next. Anyway, let's keep an eye to that. Before the rain came, Molly did speak to Enzo Eid. Let's just hear from him whilst we watch Marshall's hard at work.
Enzo, 3 drivers headed to the steward's room is never usually a good sign. What's going on?
We will see later. There was some collision in turn 1, and the stewards will decide who was. We saw who was the victim, but I mean, it's the first corner. It's always difficult when we get all together in the first corner. So we will see.
But you got some damage there, yeah?
Yeah, I got some damage, some engine problems, but we will need to look how it came, and my team will. I'm sure they will solve the problem. So. Thank you.
So the incident to which Enzo Eid refers was the one that came at the start of the final qualifying race in Supercar. This was it from the drone as they dive down to the first corner. And again, it's that regular pinch point, Hal, isn't it, as they crowd into the apex of turn 1.
Yeah, that's Ola Christian Veiby in the middle, currently getting rotated. Ida hadn't done anything wrong at this point. I guess what they're looking at is here, where the second contact is made. Veiby's Audi continues to rotate to the left. Brinderson and Ida together going in. Great save from Veiby. He's getting quite good at rotating the car back in the correct direction because he has absolutely no luck at all. No. And that's what... So Ida was penalised for that, and that's what they were going up to contest.
But I understand that Enzo Eid has been deemed not to be responsible for the incident, so the result as it was at the end of the race will stand. Right, we are inevitably going to have a little bit more of a wait while the circuit is made to something resembling dry. While that goes on, let's look back at what happened in the finals on Friday. It was all action in Supercar, which is what Gronholm wants to do. But it is time now to find out whether this is going to be true to form. He's been fastest in Q1, Q2, Q3. He's on pole. We're ready for the Supercar final then. Round 5 of Rallyx about to get underway for the Supercars in Riga. It is blast off. A dreadful start by Gerben. A good start by Gronholm. Good start also by Belitsky. He's up into second place and has a go at the race leader. Brinderson is third. Eid on the inside of him, and then down in 5th is Veiby. Gerben staggers off the line, but it's Gronholm ahead of Belitsky, who's going to have a go on the inside line. Is he? He thinks about it as contact. He gets into the side of Gronholm, and off he goes. Gronholm in the wall. He spins, and he gets collected by Veiby. This might well be a stoppage, but big damage out of the car.
He's livid.
Gronholm, he's out of the race.
I think that will be looked at by the stewards. There wasn't a car's width there, I don't think. We'd need to see it again to be sure. Belevsky leads up front. Gronholm got fired into the wall, then got collected by OC Veiby in the background. We saw how slippery it was off the start line. You still no one got traction. Brinderson's gone for the Joker early on. This is Enzo Eid now following the race leader, but there is so little grip. Look at the Audi moving around.
Big struggle for the drivers now, trying to assess the traction. Of course, they've not been round the circuit. They don't get a warming up lap. They're straight into this. They've got to deliver right from the get-go. So it is Yuri Belitsky who leads. There might be a bit of a question question mark over all of that. Out of the race as well, look, is Baby's car. Race carries on. We go through that yellow flag zone. There's bodywork lying on the road. So now a very, very slippery circuit up here. Look at the slide there from Belitsky. Enzo Eid going after him. 1.9 seconds behind him. Third, Thomas Brinterson. And a hugely frustrated Nicholas Grunholm and equally frustrated OC Veiby are spectators.
Brinderson's in the pound seat to get Eid here. He's taken his joker, already closing on the Audi S1. There's no need for Ida to take the joker yet. None of these guys work out of the same ordnings, though. They're all in separate teams, unlike some of the other cars on the grid, so they're not working with each other. Zalewski, though, finding grip where others can't. It's dry, really, or looks dry at least, coming through the final corner. And then it's clearly wet now, looking down from the drone into this more wooded section of the track. Look at the raindrops firing at the camera.
Look relatively close to Grunholm's stricken car, but they're all being mindful of where that is. Now the lead gap, 2.5 seconds last time. Again, lots of opposite, lots of correction needed from Eid and also from Brinterson. And Brinterson is closing on Eid, but getting away is Beletsky. Beletsky has got good speed right now.
Really, this is all going to come down to how slippery the joker lap is. We don't really know how much it's still raining. Beletsky will be exploring the unknown in the joker, and there's a lot of tarmac in that section on the left here as we look. It looks very greasy, doesn't it? How much can Brinderson close down? So much understeer from Enzo Eid. Brinderson looks well on top of these conditions. Is he going to lose too much?
Belitsky's been disqualified. Yuri Belitsky disqualified. It's come up on the timing screen, so he leads on the road, but in real terms it is Enzo Eid ahead of Thomas Brinterson. That's the reason for Belitsky's exclusion, is because of the incident that he has been deemed to have caused that put Grunholm out of the race, and therefore Veiby as well, who got tangled up in it. So it is on the road, Belitsky in the lead. In real terms it is Eid, but he's got a joker, so Thomas Brinterson is on for a second win of the year.
And despite being parked on the grid, not getting away at all, Philip Gurman, who is some 11 seconds behind this pair, is going to finish on the podium. Ida goes again on the main lap. Brinderson is a canny operator, though. He can't afford to drop too much behind Ida, but he'll know what's going on. He'll also know that Beletsky will no doubt protest that decision. That's why I guess he's continuing to circulate, because they will go to the stewards afterwards. He will go and contest that decision. So he wants to finish that race on the road. He'll joker this time around.
Get it to the line, argue about it later. I think it's a forlorn hope if the exclusion has been announced, but even so, Beletsky leads. Eid will joker this time, but Thomas Brinterson is on target then for the win, seemingly, because he's 2.1 seconds only ahead of Brinterson. That's not enough. So it's all going to be a dramatic end to the day. That is for certain. I don't think we'd have predicted a Thomas Brinterson win necessarily. And where is Eid going to fall back in behind him? He goes for the joker lap now. So does Belitsky. Here comes Brinterson. He comes up the inside. There'll be a checkered flag and a black flag then for Yuri Belitsky. I assume he's been told about that from his spotters. Here comes Brinterson. He's going to get ahead of Enzo Eid, but only just up to the checkered flag. Thomas Brinterson takes the win from Enzo Eid. Behind on the road, the disqualified Yuri Belitsky. The supercar lights final. 5 laps is go. Who makes the best getaway? It's going to be very, very tight to turn 1, because Olofsson has only just got his nose in front. Contact for second. Steinsholt dives up the inside, tries to find the gap. Walfridsson goes third. That was a good move.
Exactly what Olofsson needed there. Got the start he wanted, got out of the trouble. Expert again being physical in the first corner. Got the job done up the inside to move into second. Walfridsson, a stellar job as well. He's really found his groove this weekend, Jimmy Walfridsson. Trying hard to convert that into a podium. Martin Enlund, though, badly lost out in turn 1.
He did, absolutely right. And now he's going to have to try and work out how to buy back these places as Walfridsson tries to squirt up the inside of Expiath there, who jokers. Walfridsson at the last moment dives out of the toe. So he goes for the joker lap. That releases now Martin Enlund to see whether he can close on Expiath, but in turn he has got all over the back of him. Steinsholt, the man that's third in the championship, looking for a way through, but he can't quite do it. And then you've got Mattis Jansson in 5th. Walfridsson then down in 6th, having jokered that longer, slower first lap. But Simon Olofsson is looking for 3 final wins on the bounce and try and pull away in the championship from Enlund.
To a degree, the joker strategy is so much easier in the final. Martin Enlund runs wide. Steinsholt looks to the inside. There's no way through. Enlund's getting a little bit ragged. I wonder if he's running out of tyres, because the car looks very oversteery on corner entry, especially on the tarmac.
but you don't risk falling into the traffic quite so badly in a final situation like this, because the guys are all fast. You know the pace is there. So Walfridson able to take that risk early on, get the Joker done and out of the way, get the hammer down, try and pick off places.
So this time it's Steinsholt that goes for the Joker, but you can see the way that Expiath is coming back at Olofsson. He's caught him up, hasn't he? So they were 0.6 of a second apart at the end of the previous lap. They're virtually nose and tail now, as here, coming off the Joker lap, you've got both Steinsholt and Janssen, but Walfridson stays ahead of both of them. There are the leaders, and it is Olofsson to Expiath. The gap was down only fractionally, only by a 10th. Martin Expiath then throwing everything at this as you look down from the drone as the cars then turn their way out of turn 4 and now towards that loose section of the track.
Enland also matching the leading pair for lap time to the nearest 10th. Walfridson not quite there in ultimate pace, is he? A few tenths behind the leaders. He might be able to get Enland in this fight, but I think based on pace alone, that's where his challenge may end. It really depends what happens to the front two. Expiath's decided now is the time. Ducks out to the Joker, followed by Enland.
So there's not much to choose between those two. Olofsson now doesn't have to worry about defending. He can concentrate purely on his own lap, which therefore should be a quicker one. Expiath has done the fastest lap of the race. Here comes Walfridson. Is he going to be able to benefit? He's not. He slots in behind. Now he'll send it up the inside line down to turn 1. He's almost overlapping. He's on the inside. They're going to touch, are they? They just avoid making significant contact. Walfridson looks for another angle. He goes to the outside line now. He's alongside Enland. He's got his nose in front down towards turn 4. Wrong line. Switch back to the inside. Enland's off the road. Walfridson goes through. There's contact there between Enland and Steinsholt. And more contact as up the inside goes Enland. He hits Walfridson. Spins it, loses it, goes to the back of the pack. Wow, high drama. And Martin Enland from second on the grid goes to the flat last.
What a move from Jimmy Walfridson. He had that set up for 3 corners before the move came off. I think Enland ultimately put himself in the wall by making that move. That's Simon Olofsson in the Joker. Has Expiath come back at him?
I suspect he might have been delayed, but it's still going to be very, very close with a lap to run. Expiath needs that inside line down towards turn 1, but he can't quite get up alongside him. 4 laps are done, 1 lap to go. Olofsson leads the way. The championship leader is ahead of Martin Expiath. What can he do now then as the cars accelerate down towards turn 4?
You can see Expiath got that little bit too sideways on the exit of the final corner. You lose the momentum in these Supercar Lights machines. You need to keep that forward momentum all the time. That's really played into Simon Olofsson's hands, but he's just got to withstand this pressure for the last half a lap now. Over the jump, little touch on the brakes. Oh, Expiath looks to the inside. He's on the looser gravel, avoids a contact, runs deep. That was his last roll of the dice.
It was indeed. It's the first time he's been in a final this season in Supercar Lights in Rallyx. He desperately wants to win it. You're right, that was his last roll of the dice. It didn't work. It's delayed him. He's lost time. And so Simon Olofsson is going to make it 3 in a row. Martin Expiath is going to be second and third. Jimmy Walfridson. Simon Olofsson wins the Supercar Lights final. What Gronholm? We're a bit short of race action, so anything will do right now. This is the new junior scooter water championship or whatever, round 1. There is, as you can see, still a huge amount of standing water. The marshals are out there with pumps, but I've got to say, I'm not really confident that we're going anywhere shortly. The irony of all of this is that the sun is out, the rain has stopped. It's actually now quite warm and sunny outside, but there's so much water to try to get rid of somehow and put it somewhere. This is still going to take quite a lot of time, isn't it?
It certainly is. Being a pale, balding Englishman, these are conditions in which I would wear sun cream normally, but it would be nice if we could have a look around the track, if the truck is able to do that. I mean, that is a huge amount of water there, and
They are pumping it. You can hear the little pump working, but it is currently nearly 4:30 4:30 local time, and the event does need to finish today. Now, what they can do, and I'm not suggesting it will happen, but we are at a point in the event where the classification could be called at the end of qualifying. It's not like we're at the end of halfway through a session or something where it then becomes very complicated. We're actually at a natural pause in the classification, but hopefully it doesn't come to that and we can get racing, of course. But there aren't many rallycross events in history that have been called off because of the weather, but these are really extreme circumstances. It's not the fault of anybody at all. It's absolutely bonkers.
It does seem to be one key section of the circuit. And I know we have looked at the last corner where it's wet, but here it's like a proper water splash, and it's an even longer water splash than you might find on a rally stage. We saw course cars going through the water and needing to keep going, because if they'd have stopped, they'd have never got going again. It is pretty horrible out there, and bits of the circuit are absolutely fine. This is the key area. The other problem is it's not very windy, so nothing's blowing that water away. It's just sitting there now.
Yeah, all it's doing is making anyone that's got wet very cold. But Molly has returned to her post in the paddock, or somewhere of that nature, so maybe she can get more of an insight into what's going on shortly.
Which I think as well, there are some pretty miserable teams, because they've not been able to do anything really to combat this. If they've been in the paddock, water's been rising. They've got cars and tools and equipment in an awning.
Yeah, panic stations, isn't it? And it's all very valuable stuff. And it just came out of the blue. It's not like it's been drizzling all day and people have been trying to pack up. It was sunny and dry in Q3.
They don't have to get rid of all of that, do they? They just have to get it to a level that people can drive on. I mean, at the moment, look at the tractor going into it. That shows you how deep it is. At the moment, that will be a good couple of inches up your wheel, but you don't need to get rid of all. The road doesn't have to be bone dry. It's just got to be safe.
No, and we're in a remarkable position soon. If this sun keeps beating down, well, half the track is going to probably have almost dried out.
So that's the scene on the exit of turn 2. The lake really is at the turn 3 chicane. We'll bring you more news as to the resumption of racing when we have it. The circuit staff are all doing what they can in some ways, whether it's pumping the water away, squeegeeing the water away. We did have a rather forlorn marshal a little while ago with his broom. I think he realised that was a bad job, but
full marks for
try.
Well, yeah, but I would say maybe even a total waste of time. But hopefully lots of brooms can be wielded. The ground's just so saturated there, isn't it? Look how wet the grass is. So, like you say very correctly, I wonder if there's a drain down there or something, David, because they're trying to clean something, the local team. But this area of the circuit, you never see it on television, and that's the case in any motor racing, isn't it? You never really see the gradient of a circuit, but there's quite a compression after turn 2 here that drops down through 3, which is where these guys are now. So it's a bit of a hollow. We've got to take the water quite some way to get it out of there.
Well, while we let the marshals carry on with their aquatic consultancy, let's just remind ourselves what's been happening in Rallyx this year. Cast our minds back to the very start of the season.
Oh, that's it. He's done. Away because Kevin Eriksson goes up the inside line anyway. Oh, yeah. And it's Eriksson who's going to take it out the line. They've both been previous champions in these cars, and they've shown their class. Ollie Eriksson takes the win in lights for round 2 of Rallyx 2022. It's up, and here he goes. Oh, it's a decent start for Eriksson on the inside line. Going to get up alongside Christopherson. Going to push Christopherson wide. Ekstrom going to put him in. Oh, 2 wheels. Christopherson goes round the outside. Ekstrom going to go Joker straight away. Christopherson in the wall. Ekstrom's in the wall on the outside line. Christopherson's piling the pressure as they come down the hill. Taps the barrier on the inside line. Through the right hander. Awesome. He's got one last corner to try and have a go. And Tom will try and cover him up. No! Good suspension. Christopherson up the inside of the final corner. Oh, the reigning champion wins in the last corner. And Markin holds on with broken suspension. Unbelievable stuff. Wow.
Oh my God.
Get it launched down to turn 1. Good start by Christopherson on the inside line. Ekstrom going to move across, try and cover off Brinderson behind. Brinderson looks to the inside. Can't get there. He's the reigning Rallyx champion. To be fair to Ekstrom, he's been out of a rallycross car for 2 years. He's put on a hell of a show here, and it's been great to have him back. But it is Johan Kristoffersson who's going to take his second win of the weekend. Double victory here for Kristoffersson. Great drive by him. Is Ekstrom going to hold on to P2? Comes through the last corner. He's been unchallenged most of today. It's an absolutely brilliant drive by the top qualifier. Goes through to take the win. Olofsson wins round 3 of lights. Ola Henry signs up with the first podium, and Jesse Kallio on his return to the series gets P3, and he's easily in front. It's a brilliant win for Simon Olofsson over the finish line. Double win here in Finland. Fantastic by him. A spin. Oh, Kalliokoski looked like he blocked, but Kristoffersson did too. Not a great start. Brinderson going to try and shut the door. Baby tried to go around the outside, going to slide to P3. Kalliokoski up on 2 wheels. Gronholm almost spins in the background. Drops to P6. It's Brinderson, Kristoffersson, OC, Baby, Kalliokoski into the rear of Baby. Runs him up the barrier on the inside line. Who's gone round? Kalliokoski parked, and so's Baby in the background. Like the smoke pours from the rear right. It was this corner. Here's the problem. Go straight again. Johan Kristoffersson struggling. Brinderson looking to try and get the inside line. Oh, Brinderson can't quite get there. Kristoffersson shuts the door. Final corner to go. Up the inside. Brinderson takes it from Gronholm. Kristoffersson P3. Unbelievable. Wow, what a final lap. Oh, great start by Ekstrom from row 2, but a good start by Kristoffersson. Bolevsky moves across, shuts the door, slots in the third on the inside. No, he doesn't. Baby's going to get into that gap. Sideways for Gronholm. In the background, 3 cars wide. They're going to need to funnel out of that. In the wall again, Brinderson ends up towards the outside. Dust flies up, but I reckon he's got it. Kristoffersson has, through the long right-hander. It's a 3rd time on the top step of the podium, 4th podium for Kristoffersson this year. Gronholm P2, and Ekstrom comes around to take a deserved P3. First couple of laps were fire, but Kristoffersson then just gapped Niklas a little bit, and the breathing space allowed him to stop cooking the tyres and keep the polo a bit straighter.
So that was action from the first 4 rounds. This is the kind of inaction that we've got at the moment, sadly, where still we have Lake Riga, and that is, as best it can be, being attended to. That shows you how bad the paddock is with the depth of the water. Some of the teams looking pretty fortunate, others looking very, very sorry for themselves and trying to keep dry as best they can. But look at that. That is just about next door to our commentary position. That's how much water has been falling of late. So it is absolutely an awful situation for everybody to try and cope with now. That rain was torrential for something like 20, 25 minutes, and now there's nowhere for it to go. Looking out of our windows, there are really dry parts, and straight next to it, where there's a bit of undulation in the tarmac in the paddock, there's yet another lake. So we have to wait, and everyone's doing their best to get things to a position whereby we can go racing once more. This is, again, giving you an idea of just how wet it is. As best the marshals can, they're trying to sweep that water off, but then the danger is the grass is so waterlogged, it's going to roll back onto the road. Hal, reflecting on what we've been watching this weekend, let's start with Supercars. Of course, the big talking point at the end of Friday was that Gronholm and Bolevsky accident. Today, we've got more talking points with nobody really having had a trouble-free morning across the 3 qualifyings, with Thomas Brinderson having a problem, Enzo Eid having a problem. There's no, even if we do go racing, no clear standout favourite for the final.
No, you're right. I think on ultimate pace, Bolevsky looks pretty good, doesn't he? He looks quite consistent and quick, but he hasn't been shy of controversy. Whether that's laid at his door or not is by the by. He's been involved in incidents, been stuck in traffic, yada yada. So it just hasn't gone his way. Vaby's been spun a couple of times. The JC guys are so equal. The Evian and Vaby have been so close on time. They've ended up tripping over each other, trying to stay out of each other's way, while they've clearly got 2 different major assets. Vaby's great off the line, has wonderful car control. Evian's much more consistent, maybe a little bit quicker. So they've been really close as well. Gurman has had good pace, again stuck in traffic. He was furious with Bolevsky earlier on for the move that happened in turn 4. He then got stuck in traffic with that race with Victor Vranks, who did a great job going around the outside of everyone. Brinderson, problems. Sounded pretty bad to me, that whether it was a turbo wastegate issue or something. It will be a shame if we can't see this event out, and I'm really hope we do, because this is their opportunity to get all these points back. The Vaby, the Evian, the Brinderson, to take it to the final round. Should Johan Kristoffersson come to the final round, he currently still joint leads the championship. Okay, everyone's scored points from qualifying now, so he won't do. but it would be nice for these guys to get a bit more of a leg up. But like you say, there's so little to choose between any of them. It could be anyone's race.
There are some very enterprising fans in the paddock who are trying to find a walkway to somewhere, but that, again, just...
that was almost a massive shunt. You can't stand on the end of the bench when it's a bridge.
We've also got the Latvian Gymnastics Championship. Good luck, chap.
Good.
There you go. Go on.
Better.
That's all right.
Good understanding of physics.
Yes. And down. All is fine until the pallets float away.
Stand in the puddle anyway.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure how we get out of our commentary position, but we'll worry about that.
You're going to carry me, I think.
Is that the plan?
It's my plan, at least.
Oh, OK. Right. Cup of coffee, maybe. I'm not sure about carrying you.
It is your coffee round.
You keep telling me this.
I bought the coffees earlier. Pre-rain.
Pre-rain, you see. I know. Just going back to Supercar Lights for a moment, because there, Simon Olofsson, 3 race wins in terms of the finals on the bounce. He's also had a pretty mixed morning. Self-induced problems to begin with when he jumped the start and had to do the 2 joker laps in Q1. And Supercar Lights over the weekend has looked a little bit different, hasn't it? Because we have Martin Enlund doing good things, Martin Expiath doing good things. And again, that's added to what we've been witnessing within the category, giving some good racing there and, again, a few surprises.
Yeah, for me, the massive surprise is Expiath. He's just stepped up hugely this weekend. I think that would have been one of those feel-good victories had he pulled it off on Friday. But he came very, very close. It was only a matter of time before someone else brought themselves into this battle between the 6 or 8 leading contenders, and he's been outside of that for his first 2 full campaigns. But very impressive performance this weekend, especially on a circuit like this. Everyone talks about it being like a go-kart track. Casper Janssen was talking to Molly earlier, talking about it being like a go-kart track, and that's why it suits someone like him who comes from a karting background. Expiath doesn't have that, and he's been great in the first corners. He's been really composed while leading. And I think that confidence just swells, doesn't it? When you manage to get through a whole week or a whole event on Friday and achieve better than you perhaps expected, then you sort of riding that crest of a wave. In every battle, you're backing yourself. Poor old Ole Christian Veiby in Supercar, everything's going wrong for him, isn't it? He's always in the wrong place at the wrong time, collecting Kronholm, getting spun by the pack, and you end up on a downward spiral. So Expiath's definitely there. Shame for Simon Olofsson that things aren't going better, but he's still got a comfortable margin in the standings. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how things go later on, if this water can indeed be cleared in time.
There is a little bit of tarmac that's evident, sort of in the middle there. It's like an island that's appeared. So it does suggest the water level is going down. And actually, if you were to get lots of cars on track, they would also dissipate the water. You need to get it to a point. It doesn't have to be bone dry, like we said a few minutes ago. If you can get that to a point where cars can drive through it, there is a glimmer of optimism about it. Andreas Eriksson has just swum his way into our studio.
No shoes,
no socks. The joys of being involved in rallycross at this level. Trying to operate a championship, operate cars and cope with all of the weather conditions. We'll talk to Andreas in a moment or two as you see the tractor once more sweeping everything out of the way. Another huge wave of water. So I don't think anybody could have expected this. While the rain was pouring down, the BBC's weather app said there was a low probability of rain. How was your swim across the paddock then, Andreas?
It was good. It wasn't so bad, but it's been terrible out on the track. It was an enormous rainfall we got.
Sure.
But the good thing is that we can, safety-wise, we can stop the race and clear the track, and I hope that we can keep on racing in good races, because the races today have been fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we've just been discussing, it doesn't have to be bone dry. It just has to be safe. We can have rallycross in the rain. We can't have it in a lake. I'll accept that. But as long as it's at a safe level for people to race on. Of course, one slight problem is the next race would have been for the juniors. So timetable might need to be rejigged a bit, but
yeah, one of the reasons that we wanted to do live stream as well on things is because of the safety of the drivers. Because if something like this happens, and it's very easy to take a bad decision in the bad moment and hurt someone. Of course we can race in the rain. That's fun.
Exactly.
But I remember a race back here in the World Championship. I think was in rain as well, but They have a problem with a very big ditch in the middle here. They have a problem, and they were very concerned about that. But if you look on the rescue queue now, they're doing a tremendous job to clear it out. So, and the juniors, obviously, I mean, we need to at least be careful with them. And mums are very, very hard to fight with.
But ultimately, Andreas, we're looking at the track now. This is where the bad flooding is, but the rest of the circuit is. There's a dry line, you know, on this part of tarmac, so that the rest of the track is actually fine. It's just clearing these big pools of water that the guys are working on.
I was just in the race office, and you can see the track almost drying up everywhere. I mean, this is the danger place and the deep. Everything else has a drain, but it looks like all the drains was full as well. So I mean, yeah, you see here on the pictures here, it's completely dry.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. Now this place, you can see it's almost smoking from the tarmac.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really hope they can get away. You see, they have 4 pumps, they're pumping it, and as soon as it's, you know, we will race as soon as it's drivable. So.
Sure. What's the mood in the paddock? Because of course the teams have nowhere to put all their equipment. You know, it's on the floor, it's on ground level, and there's water coming in.
On the way here, I was laughing a little. I was walking here, and I tried to get in here, and I could see the guys. You know, I'm not the only one barefoot. I mean, the paddock close to you here, it's full of people. Like, but they're happy. I mean, they're great. They already rebuilt the car for rain weather. They're all on it, and now they're thinking, oh shit, now we need to rebuild it back, and how much, and so on. So they are busy trying to figure out the best setting.
We've got one more round, of course, to come at the end of today. We're getting excited about what the finals might bring, but that tees us up beautifully for the final round of the championship as well, which promises to be quite a day.
Yes, we really build a big momentum up for the Strängnäs event in Sweden. We have rebuilt the track we have some new feature for the Rallyx part of it as well. We have rebuilt the whole track, paddock and everything. The problem with Strängnäs was that it was one of the early races. It's kind of we're coming back, you know. That was home for us in the beginning of Rallyx, and that track was one that we already had. But then we grew out of it. The paddock was too small. So now the boys have done a tremendous work blowing, you know, stones away and smooth it out, and so people coming there will not even recognize themselves. Really? So they also open up a new area. We cut down forest and we cut down hills, so you can see the cars everywhere. Because before you couldn't see on half of the track, you couldn't see from some positions. So now every position in the grandstand or in the natural, you know, kind of surroundings, you can see everything.
And you've had drivers, I think, helping. Mats Öhman's been involved, has he not?
Yeah.
Opinion.
Yeah, everyone is involved. I mean, it's been something. It's been the 6 last months that's been like, yeah, let's do this and this and this. And by the way, let's rebuild the track here. We had big plans for another place, and we couldn't get that approved. And we thought, okay, let's do this. And the military that owns the ground, they said, that's fine, let's go. And the good thing here is that we got 2 clubs, the motor club and the motorcycle club, to work together. Okay. So we had to move the motorcycle clubs slightly as well and make a new track for them. But we've done everything very nice, and so it looks fantastic. And Mats Öhman and his guys has been, you know, he likes this. And what is better than put a driver in the driver's seat of the excavator? So
when you take a traditional circuit and you try to modernize it or develop it or evolve it, what are the challenges? What are you looking for? Are you trying to make the circuit a bit wider for more overtaking? Are you trying to put some different corners in for more of a challenge and overtaking opportunities? Where does your creativity start?
I mean, to build something today is very, very expensive. So we have to rebuild and see what we have. What foundations do we have? What can we do with them? I mean, this track is, we're trying to make something more spectacular for the audience. They want more. People want more. They want to make sure the track are... they want more jumps, they want more action, they want more passing. So we're trying to get all that sorted in the new build.
And tickets are on sale, fingers crossed, for the last round. So people need to get online and get booking, because it promises to be a mega showdown. Yeah,
I think so. We have 1 race over 2 days, and then compared to what we have here, 2 races over 2 days or 3 days. So No, I think it will be good, and there is some good competition to come. I have a lot of surprises coming as well. We have cars coming that maybe people didn't expect. We have the 10-year anniversary for the Supercar lights as well, and obviously that needs to be celebrated. And actually, 10 years ago in July, the Swedish Championship have a race, and we show for the Swedish audience the Supercar lights for the very first time.
Wow!
I remember that day as yesterday because. So the car is coming exactly the same car, number one, same livery, and who knows who's driving it. So we have a few surprises coming. I will not reveal them all, but they're coming by time, and I'm sure that people want to see some, and some will be quite interesting.
More news and indeed tickets on sale at rallyx.se. The last picture we had of the circuit did suggest how that it was drying out. You know, that little island we jokingly talked about is getting bigger, so that means there's less water. So things are looking a bit more positive.
Absolutely, yeah, and that bucket on the tractor has actually been quite effective now, isn't it? Well, I think once the water's cleared around the circuit, clearing the water off the main part of the track gets that little bit easier. I wonder if we can have another look at that in a moment while Andreas is with us. But such a massive effort from a host race team. It was one thing running an event, isn't it? It's another thing having to think on your feet and deal with extreme weather circumstances. And obviously they're working really hard to solve that. You can see that there. So
absolutely,
this is the dry part through the middle of the circuit you're talking about, and there just remains that water splash.
I think it's drivable. That's just a safari passing, I think that's cool.
So I suggest that we find there's several cross cars that haven't made the semi-finals. So you should go and get in one, hit that at full speed, and then we'll see what happens and make a decision from there.
There's a little bit more water that's pumped away
car.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but it is getting to a more acceptable level, that's for sure. Yeah.
We're also at a point, though, where the theory exists that they could adapt the circuit. So I'm not suggesting a new route, but rallycross, so much of rallycross is based on time, but now in the semi-finals and finals, it's all based on position. So you could move the track over if absolutely necessary, and of course the necessary inspections would need to be done, but there is ways around it. It's ridiculous that part of tarmac in the middle is bone dry where the vehicle is, or was until the water got spread on there, but it's so deep where those marshals are currently standing.
Andreas, just thinking back to Friday, it was a very spectacular supercar final. We've been looking at replays and we've been discussing much about the drama at the first corner. Reflect on that and your thoughts as you watched it all unfold.
I mean, this is a very different track, and I mean, there was a gap and he tried to go for it and the notch and so on, but it's happened all the time. That's not... I was very sad that Mark and Niklas couldn't do this race, obviously. So now we need to make sure he's coming for the last race, because we need to make sure that the cars are safe and the drivers are safe. But what should I say? I mean, this is rallycross. Everything can happen. I mean, the big damage happened after the collisions and that was unavoidable, and that was happened. And anyway, we want this, this fight. We want that, and we want good drivers, but we also need to respect each other. I would like to lift now what he done this race compared to the last race. It's been more fair driving. Everyone gives everyone more place in the first corner. And that is so much more fun to see them racing to the finish line and really race and not doing too many damage and collisions. But hey, I've been there. I've been in the corner in the wrong place on the wrong time.
I was talking to your son Kevin on the phone yesterday, who's unfortunately not able to be here with his injury, and he's at home watching for the first time and seeing everything. And he was remarking at how amazing the racing is in the junior category, how much respect they show each other. And we've seen some great examples of that today in Q2 or Q3. There was a race to the line between three of these young guys, and there was millimetres between them. It's how pleased are you with the progress of the junior cross car category?
I'm so overwhelmed with how they drive. I mean, we have 6-7 last year, and this year we have a problem. We had too many, and I'm trying to get them all in, and everyone thinks that. But it's great to see how they evolve, and I mean, the interest for Rallycross and Rallyx has been fantastic. And agree with you, they learn to drive with that millimetre precision. Imagine how good they will be when they get up. Yeah. I mean, it will be fantastic. I mean, the racing, when you have everyone showing respect and not a little, showing, shake and bake and whatever they do, that's what we need to do. I mean, they need to learn, and we can get them learning that in that age. It's fantastic. So I think we have a bright future.
Indeed. I think we've got a bright future nudging towards getting racing back underway. We'll come back to that in a moment. In the meantime, Molly has been talking to Joel Kristoffersson.
Well, down here at the paddock with JC, Joel, have you ever experienced weather like that before?
No, for sure not. We have say that this is I think the worst falling rain in 25 minutes I ever seen. It's just going mad here. We have tent almost broke down because the water couldn't get off it fast enough. So, yeah, it was really, really extreme. But
so what were you guys doing when it came down?
Yeah, we started with the setup for rain, but now it looks like it's almost drying up again. But we see it was just to survive the tents at the moment, and then but now hopefully the marshals get the water away from turn 3, and then also in turn 1 is a lot.
Before we had a breakdown, before the weather came, we saw 2 of your drivers headed to the stewards. What was the outcome of all of that?
It was funny. We were 3 Audi drivers going to the to the stewards. Yeah, they asked for the footage from turn 1 with the incident between Enzo and Ole Christian. So they just want to see our onboard cameras and that. But there was no further action. And I would say it's a turn 1 race incident. It was he didn't do it with purpose, and he was already sliding a bit maybe when he hit him the second time. So yeah, that's how it is. So
no worries.
No. All 3 good friends still, so
good.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thomas, walking back from the track, what are your thoughts?
I don't know, it seems like it's drying up except from one point, so we'll see.
Did you get any news from anyone?
No, I don't heard anything, but they were speaking about 20 to 30 minutes.
But you have an engine problem. What's the update?
I don't know. Really, we try to fix it, but it depends how long time it will take, but it doesn't look so good. So.
What was the problem?
It's you call it a pipe or to the turbo. It was broken, so they try to fix it now, but it takes a long time, so we will see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So out on track here with Yanis, clerk of the course, and Yanis from the organisation. Guys, you're smiling. That must be a good sign, yeah?
Well, yeah, it's actually not the first time when we get such issue, but of course not so huge water in 10 minutes. And what we can do against nature? Nothing. We just need to accept and go on.
So this is not typical for Latvia?
It's not typical, but it's not the first time, so.
Okay, but tell me about the challenges when this happens.
You know, it's like you come to the semi-finals in a minute and you must start in 5 minutes and then it's all stops. But I think it's a part of the race, and drivers, I think, also understand that what we can do. We just follow what nature brings, and we do all our best from our side.
It will be quite interesting for the teams with the setups and the tires, because it's dry already. So
tell us about what sort of methods you put into place to get rid of the water.
So we get the pumps, 4 big pumps, and here with the sweeper. That's all simple.
But we're going racing, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. I hope that we will restart racing in 30-40 minutes maximum, yes.
Yes.
Good news. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So looking down onto the circuit, it's getting drier. There is still water there, as you can see, but more tarmac is visible, and that's a good sign. So, yeah, it's still going to take a few more minutes yet, but we are getting closer and closer. And as you've just been hearing, some of the circuit will be damp, some of it will be wet, some of it will be bone dry. It's going to be a real challenge for everybody to second guess what the elements have in store. The water level outside our commentary position has almost disappeared. It's much, much better than it was a few minutes ago. So, yeah, again, if you can send cars out there, you can see the marshal walking across. It's not as deep as it was. We can't be too far off. And the more cars you send out, the more that would dissipate. It might be, okay, maybe it is a bit deeper than I first thought, but you know, if you could send out the 2-wheel drive open rather than the cross cars or the cross car juniors, they get rid of some of that water.
I am definitely nominating Andreas to go and drive a... Oliver could drive, but maybe be better for Andreas to go and...
track in one of the corners. My feet are still dry. Your feet are certainly not dry, Oliver Eriksson. So can you take the mic and walk into this and show us exactly how deep it is and everything?
Yeah, so this was the worst place on track, because it basically gathered from all turn 1, the start straight, down to this one place. So the guys are pumping here right now. I mean, this is where the drain pipe is. It's pretty deep, yeah, you see his ankles. How's it going?
Nu, mēs tur gaidām, ka izsūknēsies, gan jau drīz būs. Izskatās cerīgi, jau pēķi ir daudz mazāk, jau salu var redzēt.
Yeah, I think that was Latvian. I didn't understand that really, so I think it's pump quick. They got 3 pumps going there. Here, outside is pretty dry actually. I mean, here's a dry spot. Here you can be molly if you want. But obviously, yeah, here is a bit wet. But unfortunately, yeah, we didn't have boats to drive today. We had cars, so now we're getting some rubber down on the asphalt.
Ollie, what's going to be the big headache now when we go racing again?
I think tire choice, because if you look with the camera over here, you see dry asphalt. All of the start and the start straight is dry, but into turn 1 is complete wet still. Also down behind yesterday's crash corner, it's complete dry as well, but the braking is really wet. And you got wet wheels going through the puddle here, so tire choice will be maybe cross. I don't know, Hal maybe has some insight on that, on what to choose.
What would you choose?
Oh, Supercars. I'd gamble. Yeah, I'll go dry. I'll go dry for sure.
You'd go dry.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Ollie, thanks. We're very disappointed you didn't venture out into the lake yourself, but anyway. There is good news. We're about half an hour away from getting things back underway. It is approaching 5 o'clock local, 4 o'clock Central European time, and at half past the hour, we should be back on track. So we'll go off air for 25 minutes or so, but we will be back in round about half an hour's time, 25 minutes time or so, and we'll get the build up to the semi-finals and the finals. The sun is shining. It's a glorious afternoon. There's just this lake on the first straight, and once that's gone, we'll be back racing. We'll see you at 25 past 4 Central European time for the semi-finals and the finals for round 6 of Rallyx. It has become a gloriously sunny afternoon here at the Riga Rallycross circuit, and if we have a look at the exit of turn 2, it is an almost unrecognisable scene from what we had about an hour ago when it looked like a lake. And that means that we are about 5 minutes away from going racing once more. We've got the semi-finals and the finals to do. The instruction from race control is we're going to crack on because the teams have got ferries to catch, they've got long journeys ahead of them, flights to worry about as well in some cases. And so now, with a circuit that is about as good as it can be, it's going to be a real challenge for drivers and teams. There are bits of it, Hal Ridge, that are bone dry, there are bits that are still pretty wet, but either way, we're in for a really good, 15 races or so to round out the weekend.
We are, and I have to say, what an amazing job the local team have done here to get the water cleared, because it was extraordinary. I've never seen anything quite like that, and don't know if I will again in a hurry. There was so much water around, and they've done a brilliant job to get it cleared. I
seem to remember there was a Rallycross Super Prix one year where we had to give up on the third round of qualifying heats because it was washing away the infield. But I mean, at least we got racing back underway, and we will do here as well in just a few moments' time. The junior cross car drivers, I think, had made their way up to the dummy grid. Whether they were abandoned there, I'm not entirely sure. But look at that, sun shining, road dry. You would think there had been, all this weather all day, whereas instead we had that ludicrous half an hour of absolutely torrential rain. So, first of 3 semi-finals coming up, and it's the top 2 that we're going to take from each of these races. Michael Uito it is, who is ahead on points going into the semis by 3 points from Untitled Chapter, who won on Friday. Lauri Halonen is third from Joachim Lund-Olander, Rasmus Persson, and then Carl Peder Nordstrand in 6th. And we've got 3 of these now 4-lap races. That extra lap you're quite keen on because it does allow people to play around a bit with the strategy on the Joker lap.
Yeah, it just makes it a bit different, doesn't it? And yeah, like you say, they don't have the option of wet tyres in these cross cars. They can use as many tyres as they want, but no wets. They're quite a wet construction anyway. They've got big tread. So the juniors are being sent out to explore the conditions first.
It is quite a bold step, really. The top 18 are put into these semi-finals. So the first one, we'll have Michael Uito, the championship leader, on the front row on pole position as they come up to the grid now. Alongside him, then, number 10, Joachim Lund-Olander, 7th in the championship. Uito's had 3 final wins, but of course we're a little bit off the final yet. We'll worry about that as we get to it. Second row, Lucas Addison, who is 2nd in the championship, and Tino Niemi alongside. And then on the third row, this is a bit of a result in a sense, Dennis Vick, bearing in mind that he was a red flag and hurt his hand earlier on. He has qualified to be on the inside of that third row with Miro Campi for company. Cars then now come to the grid, and as they do so, you can see the way that it's offset all the way across. There's really only Dennis Vick who's going to end up with a car ahead of him, but he will slot into place. In fact, he's on the wrong side, isn't he now? He needs to be on the other area of the grid. Things have shuffled about a little bit, but we've got the first 2 rows, and Dennis Vick's car, yes, needs to come across one slot, so it forms up behind Joachim Lund-Olander. So now pressure is on. Doesn't matter about time, it matters being in that top 2. And again, perhaps perversely, not only are we sending the juniors out first to brace the conditions, but they have more pressure. In the other semi-finals, it's 3. It's only here the top 2.
Absolutely, you need to get it done. The start is absolutely critical. I'm sure they won't be feeling the pressure from it, but every single person in the paddock will be watching this first race to see just what state the track is in.
These really are the pioneers. So, the junior cross car drivers from the ages of 10 to 16, they've got the dry bit of road ahead of them. They've also got snorkel masks, they've got aqua lungs, they are ready to go. In 1 or 2 cases, the younger drivers have got armbands, but we are set to go racing. 4 laps in prospect, and it is Michael Uito, 3 times a winner, who is the man on pole position for this race. The ready-to-race symbol is about to be shown. Once the marshal has at the back got Miro Kempi's car where it needs to be, then he can report that all is well. The drivers will get that thumbs up, and then they'll look to the ready-to-race light, and we'll be good to go. Semi-final 1, 4 laps, remember now, for the cross-car juniors. Lauri Halonen was the winner of the opening round. Michael Uito had that purple patch with 3 on the bounce, and on Friday, Untitled Chapter was the victor. But Uito here, as they get the thumbs up, is, again, good to go through. He's on that pole position. So, here we go then. After the appalling weather that we've had to endure, Great job by everybody to get the circuit ready to go racing. And we look for a green light now to get things back underway, with a good start being made by Olander on the outside of the row. But down they come, down towards turn 1. And Uito from pole position goes third. Not a great start as Campi there gets one place, tries to get another. Here they come to the big puddles, but that is a lot better than was even 10 minutes or so ago. A little bit damp, a little bit greasy, but now they go sharp left with Joachim Lund Olander in the lead of the race.
Not ideal at all for Uito, who looks to the inside now, coming to this hairpin. Great move, runs a little bit deep. It's so slippery there in the shadow under the trees. There's water at the start of the loose. That is somebody pulling off in the background. Look how slippery it is on the way to the jump, but in some parts, like you say, David, it's largely dry, but in others it's so wet and greasy.
Tino Nami, I think it was, in stride, Hal, as the cars then come out of the hairpin, way out wide. There goes Miro Campi, and up the inside line tries now to go Dennis Vick. Vick goes Joker. Remember, they still have to serve that Joker lap, but they've got 4 laps in which to play that card this time around. So Joachim Lund Olander it is who leads the way, but only just. There is Mikael Uito down in third, and he's going to have to push like mad now to get himself in that top 2. Only 2 progress, but it is 3 for the lead as they come into the chicane. Back onto the power, more spray, more water thrown into the face then of that second-placed car of Lucas Andersson as they go down towards turn 4.
Just losing a little bit for the latter part of the lap, Uito, but now right on the back of Andersson and Lund Olander running line astern here. Vic has jokered, it's a massive gap back to him, but we don't really know how slippery the joke lap is and how much that time that's going to cost these guys when they inevitably go in. Water spraying off the back of the rear tyres. Uito running wide on the way in. Of course, this moisture will have bound together the looser surfaces, so being on the clean line isn't as critical as it sometimes is. Lander, the leader's got into the Joker on lap 2.
He has, and that gives the way clear then now for Lucas Andersson there and Michael Uito to try to make hay, but they're still busy squabbling as well. Lots of task wheel, proving how dry it is on that part of the circuit, as through now comes there Joachim Lund Olander, who's up towards the line. So Andersson leads the way as he comes across the line. The margin, 0.6 of a second over Michael Uito. Out of the chicane they come once more. They've got to be oh so careful not to go wide and find the wetter parts of the road now. So that puts 2 laps in the book. And now Joachim Lund Olander tries to come back at the top 2. Here they are.
It's interesting where they are gaining and losing either way. You know, Andersson up front is managing to pull away a little bit, but then losing it again at that first part of the following lap. Where is Lund Olander? He's 3.5 behind, so I'd say that's well in the Joker window. Closing on the pair up front. He's got clear air, setting the car on the rev limiter, coming through the hairpin. Oh, big puddle for Uito on the way into the Joker this time around. I think Olander's going to do this, you know, David.
I think you might be right. Here they come. This is going to be the end of lap number 3. It's going to be very, very close between the 2 of them. A big slide on the outside line from Lund Olander, but Uito's up the inside. He's going to force Lund Olander out wide up the curb. They interlock wheels, they touch, and that fires Lund Olander onto the curbing and onto the wet grass. Uito has gone through, elbows out. That just about works for him as they start the last lap of the race now.
Stellar lap there from Uito to gain that position. It's so slippery on the grass when it's wet like that. You can't really afford to lose too much by running wide there. Andersson now is checking out 5 seconds up the road. This is in the bag, barring a mistake, I think.
But as long as Uito is in the top 2, then the championship leader is good to go through into the final. There then is Lucas Andersson. Last time around he did the fastest lap of the race. Look at the gap he's got, but it's all about these 2 cars and which of them is going to be chasing Andersson across the line. Remember that they have both gone jokered. Andersson's got this enormous advantage now then as they come up towards the last corner. He's on that joker lap. The gap therefore is going to come down, but he's certainly done enough to go through. Lucas Andersson is ahead. Uito goes wide. Andersson scrabbling for grip coming out of the corner, but it's enough. So Lucas Andersson from the 2nd row wins ahead of Mikael Uito. Joachim Lund Olander is 3rd, so he's the first one that misses out. Dennis Vick comes through 4th and 5th. The orange car there, look, of Miro Campi. They go across the line in that order, with the 1 retirement on that opening lap being Tino Nemi. But Uito, well, he got through, but it wasn't a great start.
No, hard work from this point there on, wasn't it? And a stellar lap in the middle of the race to make sure he was ahead following the Jokers playing out. Andersson did well. Look how wet it was there on the... It's so difficult when you don't really know what the track conditions are going to be. I was talking to various drivers who'd been for a look. You can see the dry parts of the circuit and the wet bits as well. This was such a close merge that grass will be very, very wet and soggy. You could really do without being on there too often. But the gap between those two did extend for the rest of the race. Addison was lucky actually that he had such a margin because didn't get a great exit from that final lap joker.
No, you're right. So the first semi-final then, Lucas Andersson, the winner from Mikael Uito, and they're the two that will progress. So we lose Joachim Lund-Alander, Dennis Vick, Miro Campi and Timo Niemi retired, or the car drowned on the first lap. I suspect he might have found a puddle and water got in the works, but he goes no further. As now we turn our attention to the man that won on Friday, Jonathan Jölalami, and he's got Rasmus Persson alongside him on the front row. Persson's been a bit of a live wire today. The second row, Erik Nilsson and Joni Turpinen, and then on the third row, the grid, Alexi Suono and Mayu Niemi, who's done a good job of getting into the semi-finals, actually.
Yeah, stellar job to make it through this far in the weekend. Persson's had a tough time up and down throughout every qualifying session, but now can capitalise on a front row start to try and make it through to the main event.
So Jonathan Jölalami now fourth in the championship after the points on Friday, and Rasmus Persson then with him on the front row of the grid. It's again 4 laps that we look forward to, and the drivers now are set ready to go as the marshal in a moment will give that thumbs up. Jölalami drove really, really well on Friday. So, again, it's the top 2 that matter. Nilsson we tend to see on the second row, but he normally makes good starts. Let's see whether that's going to be the case again. His is the white car with that red stripe across the front. Number 34, Erik Nilsson on the second row of the grid. Ready to race symbol is there. Semi-final 2 for the Cross Car Juniors. Engine notes rise, go green, go racing. Another demon getaway by Nilsson, but Persson is the quickest one out of the blocks, but he's not going to be able to clear Jölalami on the inside line. The 3 white cars all arrive as one, and they just about survive it, although Persson's going to get run out wide on the outside line. Jölalami is away and gone. Up into now 5th place goes Mayu Niemi. Good start though by Jonathan Jölalami. He won on Friday. He leads this semi-finalers. Way out wide behind him goes Alexi Suono, and he second was on the 3rd row.
My goodness, that trio of white machines. Oh, there's some contact in the hairpin. Suono gets forced out wide by Persson. Hangs on to 3rd, but it's all getting very close. See what I mean about the grip being up now on the loose surfaces? You can afford to run side by side. Okay, these are smaller machines, but it really changes the complexion of the unsealed surfaces. Niemi out wide, looking to find the traction. Oh, and gets back up the inside into turn 10.
Got a good drive out of the corner, as you rightly said, found the traction, gains the place. So now we've got 1 or 2 going for the joker, like Joni Turpinen, as the leaders then come up towards the end of lap number 1 of 4, semi-final 2 of 3. No, it sounds perverse, but it's the top 2 we're looking for. And Jölalami has already pulled out quite a gap, over 1.4 seconds from Persson. Alexis Suono is still there in 3rd place, but Jölalami becoming very much the Riga expert here. He is the man that leads the way here at Bikaniki. There he is, up front, rides the curb, road drying all the time.
Persson and Suono obviously having that altercation on the opening tour that lost a bit of ground. So slippery through under the shadows there. Really hard to get the traction down in these 2-wheel drive little buggies. Water spraying up on the way up to the jump. Persson wants to think about a joker strategy sometime soon, because Suono's dropping back off this pack. Persson will need to go again now though, because the gap is not big enough as yet. And you get into this part of the track and it's bone dry.
Absolutely, over the jump on standard lap, then goes Rasmus Persson. He rides the curbs. See that big puddle there, but it's offline. That's fine. Gets it sideways. There are some damp patches there, but largely now the drivers are able perfectly to cope with those as Jölalami continues to build that lead. He's pulled another 2nd on that lap alone. So Jonathan Jölalami carrying on where he left off on Friday. The new Bikaniki master goes down through turn 4, and Rasmus Persson is falling away. He's got designs on winning, but having said all of that, he knows that he's got a good cushion over everybody else. As long as he's in the top 2, that'll do him for now.
Yeah, 10 seconds the gap between Niemi in 4th and the leader, so 8 and a bit for 2nd down to 4th at the moment. Suono in 3rd, yet to take the joker, so looking okay for Persson at the moment. Riding above the leader with the wonderful drone shots. He's going to go again to the end just to continue building that margin, not risk dropping into the traffic. Very sensible.
Over the jump on standard lap, then comes Jonathan Jölalami. So the Speed Car Extreme Junior squeals its tyres as he heads up towards the end of the lap, back onto the power now. And Ylälami, who was mighty on Friday, absolutely dominating this race right now from, look at the gap, Rasmus Persson. Now, Persson has jokered, so that's why it's a slightly inflated gap, but even so, Ylälami's pace is fantastic. Battle is on for third, Suono versus Majuniemi. They are ahead of Turpinen, and Erik Nielsen, who made a pretty good start, has fallen back into 6th place and looks like he's struggling a bit now.
I'd say that was a bit of a risk from Persson, wasn't it, to joke on that lap, not knowing whether Suono would go in or not, but they both did, so that margin is now comfortable. 4 seconds, okay, the margin was pretty good anyway, so I think he would have maintained track position. Now it's all about just being neat and tidy for the next third of a lap also, because Ylälami has a massive lead.
So Uniten Ylälami, as I say, carrying on where he left off on Friday, finds the puddles on Joker lap and accelerates now up over the jump. Another one offline. Battle is on here. Look, this is for third. Alexis Suono just ahead of Majuniemi, and then you've got Joni Turpinen closing up as well. But it's all, to a sense, a bit irrelevant unless they can clear Rasmus Persson, because this man is going to win it and go through to the final. Uniten Ylälami comes across the line to win semi-final 2. Rasmus Persson takes 2nd place. They are the qualifiers. And then that battle pack for third is going to be headed across the line by Alexis Suono from Majuniemi in 4th, and in 5th place as they come through, Joni Turpinen. So Erik Nielsen's speed car wonder was the one that dropped back very early on. He made this good start, but Nielsen then struggled to fight his way into the traffic. They were all attacking him on the outside line, and he was a distant 6th at flagfall.
That trio of white cars arrived at the back of the pack, and the leaders very quickly into turn 1, but they all survived at that stage. At least the weather across the different parts of the circuit, okay, the weather's consistent, but the track conditions are remarkable. There's the spin that we didn't see at the time for Nielsen. That's going to take a tiny bit of cleaning up just to move that tyre wall back into position, but it was all about Ylälami. Whether we want to read into it too much or not, but that race was some 3 seconds faster than the previous one, so I would suggest the track's drying that little bit more all the time.
You'd reckon, wouldn't you? Yes, absolutely. So Uniten Ylälami, but I do think also he has mastered this track, as we saw in the final on Friday. Ylälami the winner from Rasmus Persson, and they go through. Alexis Suono misses out, as does Majuniemi, Joni Turpinen, and after that spin, it does explain why he dropped 10 seconds to the rest of them. Erik Nielsen, a rather frustrated 6th. So that tyre barrier is just going to have to be put back into place. As we wait for that, let's join Molly out in the fresh air, out in the sunshine, topping up your tan now, Molly.
It's quite unbelievable down here right now. From what we had earlier on, all of that rain, and now the sun is shining, the tarmac's dry, ready to go racing. Rallyx is waiting to go out for his semi-final, and we'll catch up with him. He's actually watching a video right now. I'm almost curious as to what it might be. Some kind of racing. Rallyx, what are you watching?
I'm watching a video from the spotters tower, the track, how it looks, but it seems dry.
Feeling ready for the semi?
Yeah, it would be nicer to start from first row, but nothing to do. Q2 destroyed our results, but yeah. If we watch back to Friday, then this is much better now.
Exactly. But what do you know about the track and the conditions?
I mean, it's dry.
The whole track?
Yeah, maybe gravel is a little bit more wet because it's rough, but the grip is still high. So yesterday we had the final on wet with the dry setup, so it was slippery, but okay.
Now, Rallyx, you are from Latvia. That weather that we had a little bit earlier on, what was that?
That was a lot of water, a lot. I haven't seen that for a long time here. And after half an hour, everything is dry. So, and my wife was 5 minutes drive from here, and she said no rain.
What?
So it was just for us.
Just for us. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So Rallyx Nissis is good to go, but we've got one more junior race before we get to the senior cross-car drivers, and there on pole position is the man that's second in cross-car junior championship at the moment with 1 win to his name. Lauri Halonen with Carl-Peder Nordstrand, who missed out on the final on Friday, up alongside. Oliver Solli is on the 2nd row of the grid on the inside line, and alongside him in that blue car you can see is Anton Söderholm. And then on the third row of the grid, you've got on the inside Hampus Hegström and Pontus Oskarsson in number 11, the black car there on the far outside. That is the grid. Again, only the top two. Don't need to worry about times. It is purely getting through into the final at this point. And Lauri Halonen should be able to do that with a win already this season. So, tar barrier is in place. Thumbs up from the official, now back into his T-shirt, and he sprints off the grid. The drivers look towards the light. The ready to race light is on. We wait to see the green. And when we do, it's go! And a good start from the back row by Hampus Hagström. Tries to get between the second row cars there of Solly and Söderholm, but as they get to turn one, it is going to be Halonen that leads, and Oskarsson tries a really interesting line, way wide on the outside. He's cleared one, he almost got two, and he might be able to there. They go side by side for fourth down towards turn four. Oskarsson's about to throw it up the inside. Is it going to work? Not quite. Stays fifth as Halonen leads, but only just to turn five.
Halonen under massive pressure for the lead, but Nordstrand runs very, very wide. Halonen absolutely hooked up the start though. Brilliant into the first corner. So often we see him make great starts like that into turn one. So important in these short, quick-fire rallycross races. Nordstrand gets a bit sideways coming through the hairpin. These two. I'm a bit baffled there, David. Why is Halonen taking the Joker from the lead on that one?
I bow to your greater knowledge of when to do Joker laps. We'll probably unravel it at the end of the fourth and see whether it's worth
it's
doing.
Probably genius, but you just risk getting into traffic unless you make a mistake on the way in and give yourself no option. But now well in the traffic behind Söderholm in third.
They don't have spotters, do they? So it's purely down to the driver. So maybe Halonen thought, let me get it out of the way, and then I don't have to think about it. I can just keep pushing. It may work, it may not. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, Carl-Petter Nordstrand has got a big advantage over there. Anton Söderholm in second place. Halonen then third, having Joker. Then it's Hagström, Solly, and Pontus Oskarsson as they head across the loose, which is still wet, still slippery. Big sideways moment there from Halonen. He's got the pace, though. Look, he's coming back at Söderholm for second place.
He has, but he risks losing the win here, doesn't he? If he gets held up behind Söderholm, if he chooses who, that's someone off on the right hand. That's Oskarsson, I think, isn't it? The black machine. But I'm proved completely wrong because Söderholm chooses to take the Joker now. You've just given up track position when you were in a de facto final place. Oh, Halonen gets so sideways after the jump through that right-hander.
Halonen's on a mission, absolutely no question. Oskarsson then is out. It is Nordstrand who leads on the road. Halonen the better of the Jokers. He's 5 seconds back, but that gap's going to come down. Then it's Hagström ahead of Söderholm and Solly. Although has that just changed? I think Solly has gone back through, has he not, there on the inside as they get down to turn one. So leaders go through. There is Halonen. You can see the way the car is being worked, just how much effort is being put into that now.
I'd suggest that Nordstrand ought to Joker this time around just to cover off the position because 5.1 seconds should be just about enough, I would say. Oh, Halonen all out of shape again on a massive charge.
But last time around, Nordstrand did do the fastest lap of the race. So he's still got good pace, good speed. Yellow flag zone here at the hairpin, through which Lauri Halonen turns. Opposite lock correction required. And yes, indeed, on Joker lap, look, was Carl-Petter Nordstrand. This, remember, is lap 3 out of 4. There's one to go at the end of this. Way sideways is Halonen. Maximum attack here as out of the Joker lap to the merge comes Nordstrand. Keeps the lead. That's good going. But the pair of them are still good to get through. They're way clear of anybody else. Now let's see whether Halonen can do anything about catching the race leader. Through the chicane they go. Carl-Petter Nordstrand missed out on the final on Friday. He is not going to do so now, barring a drama.
We've been saying how much Halonen's on a mission, and he is absolutely throwing his cross car around, but his best lap's some seconds behind, 1 second behind that of Nordstrand, so he doesn't have the base. I would like to speak to Larry and find out his strategy for joking from the lead. That's the sort of thing I would do on dirt rally and make a fool of myself, so it'd be interesting to find out. But nevertheless, he's going to be through to the final.
Yeah.
But I can't help but think maybe he wouldn't have given up the lead had he stayed out till the end.
Well, he is on target, as you say, to qualify, and maybe at the end of the race he'll think, yeah, I did the wrong thing there, and it's a lesson learnt for the final. In fairness to Nordstrand, though, he has got good speed now because he's been able to pull clear again, hasn't he? Up towards not only a win, but to qualify for the final comes Carl-Petter Nordstrand from the outside of the front row. He wins it from Lauri Halonen. They are the qualifiers. Look at the gap before anybody else comes into view. Finally, it is going to be Oliver Solly who comes through now for third place. Anton Söderholm is fourth, Hampus Hagström fifth and last. So drama again from the start of the race, but Larry Hallinan made a good getaway, but it was that Joker strategy that was the undoing of him.
Perfect launch, great traction off the line, no real wheel spin at all. Very hard to get wheel spin when your revs are capped like they are in these machines. Lost out a bit on the exit of turn 2, through that water. Oskarsson was quite brave there because you don't really know how big the puddles are, how slippery it is until you visit there. Did well to keep out of the side in that incident, and then Larry Hallinan was under big. Maybe Hallinan wasn't enjoying being the guinea pig and looking for the grip. Maybe he just wanted to follow, which is absolutely fair enough. Oskarsson just gets on the gravel on the outside and clips the wall. The steering wheel gets pulled out of his hands and he decides to call it a day. Hallinan was so close to clipping this wall. Looks very slippery off that curb where it's still very dark on the tarmac. But ultimately, it was Nordstrand who kept his nose clean, won the race, and set a time that was some 7 seconds faster than the first of the semi-finals for Crosscar Junior. So the track is getting faster and faster.
And it is about to be explored by the drivers in, if you like, the senior version. In the Crosscar itself, there is the car that's going to be retrieved first up of Pontus Oskarsson. So Carl-Petter Nordstrand wins the Crosscar Junior third semi-final from Larry Hallinan. Oliver Solly third from Anton Söderholm. Hampus Hagström fifth, and Pontus Oskarsson, as you've seen, did not make it to the finish. So Oskarsson's car being retrieved, and then we can go racing once more. Let's quickly head back down to Molly, who's out and about in the paddock.
Victor starting on the second row in semi-final 2. What are your thoughts?
I will try to make a good start and just survive the first corner, then we will see from there. I made a stupid mistake in the third qualifying, and yeah.
What mistake was that?
I tried to go past Ryle over the jump and put it on the inside, but the speed was okay, but the corner was too tight.
Now, what is the situation in the championship with today's result?
After the quali now, Ryle took maybe 4 points on me, so I have to have him behind me. And we will see then in Stragnes how the points look.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little thinking about Victor Johansson, but we were at the start of the day pondering that he might just be able to win the championship, but retiring from the first heat didn't help life.
Not at all, and same for Simon Olofsson. He could easily have he can still improve his situation, but by not taking the top qualifier position, that doesn't help the situation because you don't get all of those lovely points that you might do otherwise.
So, semi-final 1 for Crosscar. Now we're into the realms of the top 3 going through, and the front row is Elias Svensson, who's had a win this year, and Martin Juger with him at the front. Then it's Patrick Hallberg on row 2, and Reinis Nittis, who won on Friday alongside him, Riku Hukka and Yannis Baumanis on the back row of the grid as we get set to go racing, because the lights will go green in a moment, and then it will be blast off, and a good getaway by Hallberg from the second row, but a demon start by Svensson from pole. Juger tries to go with him. Here comes Hallberg, throws it up the inside, clatters into Juger. Rico Hukka goes to the outside line as well. 3 wide for second place. Hukka is forced out wide. And Reinis Nittis, a fairly conservative start there, letting all the drama happen in front of him. Now, though, he needs to push on.
Absolutely does. He was hoping, I'm sure, for more drama than that unfolded, like the same as he got involved in earlier on. Oh, Juger runs a little bit wide. Hallberg looks to the inside but can't quite get the drive off the corner. Riku Hukka tried to get involved as well, but there just wasn't the space. 3 wide on the exit of 2 was pretty touch and go.
But the leader going out wide, and Hukka getting himself delayed as well there. So Elias Svensson was good into the hairpin. Nittis goes joker, and he's not the only one either, because as the leaders come over the jump now, down towards the end of lap 1 on standard lap, we've had both Hallberg and Nittis go joker, and you've got Juger all over the back of Svensson, looking for a way past, lining up maybe for a move on the way down to turn 1. Couldn't quite do it. Svensson then trying to defend from Juger. That might cost them time in the long run.
It might do. This is exactly what Hallberg and Nittis need, is for these two to fight up front. Will one of them joker on the next lap just to cover off Hallberg, because we know how fast he is. Svensson under pressure, but he's been under pressure a lot today and dealt with it brilliantly. Fastest in every one of the qualifying runs. So rare we see that sort of dominance through qualifying in this ultra-close category.
That was Hukka and Baumanis getting themselves together as over the jump comes Svensson. I reckon third and fourth are starting to close, and so too are fifth and sixth, and they're the ones that have jokered, don't forget. Hallberg was 4.4 seconds off Svensson, and 3 to 3.3 is your kind of delta time for that joker lap as the leaders stay out on standard lap up to the end of lap 2. Svensson is still squabbling with Martin Juga. There he is. Svensson is a little bit wider again. Juga a tighter line, can't quite get the track position into turn 1. He thinks about it, he tries to dart up the inside. Baumanis goes through third. Hallberg is up into fourth place, but he's 4.8 seconds back. He's dropping away, actually, because Svensson has done another fastest lap of the race.
Hukar's dropped to the back of the pack, having done his joker lap. Juga, though, up front. And he gets on the inside. Svensson's run wide. I think Juga's broken his steering, it looks to me.
Something has definitely gone wrong for Juga, you're absolutely right. The car slows, and so away and gone is Svensson. That's going to give Yannis Baumanis second place, and yet Martin Juga is out of it. He pulls to one side, and he's stranded on his way up towards the jump. So Martin Juga out of the race. That might just help Hallberg. It might help Nittis, but now it is going to be Svensson ahead. He goes joker, so does Baumanis out of second place. Right, here comes Hallberg, here comes Nittis. This, at the end of lap 3, is now game on for the race lead. Elias Svensson leads the way. Patrick Hallberg gets a good run out of the last corner. Reinis Nittis might be too far back now. He can't seemingly do much about Hallberg. We're on the last lap of the race. Hallberg then is trying to catch Svensson, who's had really good speed thus far. Nittis has now done the fastest lap of the race, but is it too little too late?
Svensson, great call from his spotters to get in and out of the joker lap. Remember, it's the top 3 that go through in this semi-final, so Reinis will desperately be wanting to get a higher grip position, as he was saying to Molly just before, but at the moment he will be going through. Svensson runs a little bit wide on the loose surface section. There's a yellow flag out for Juga's flag, so there'll be a stricken car that won't be any opportunity to overtake before the jump. Reinis is right in the rear of Patrick Hallberg.
The championship leader, Patrick Hallberg. So they've all jokered. Here they come up towards the end of the race, and a really good drive this by Elias Svensson, because he's not only managed to hang on to the lead, he's maintained that gap as well. Hallberg and Nittis are the other ones that are going to qualify. Last corner, last lap, from pole to a win in semi-final 1 in crosscar. Elias Svensson wins it. Patrick Hallberg comes across the line second, and third goes the way of Reinis Nittis. He's done what he needed to do. He's got into the final. Fourth across the line, it is Yannis Baumanis. Fifth, Riga Huka, and Martin Juga's car is another one that's going to need recovery after it had that steering or suspension breakage out at turn 5. Replay of the start. Again, Patrick Hallberg quick out of the blocks, got up the inside of Juga, contact between the two. Wonder if that weakens something on Juga's car.
Svensson, another brilliant launch. A lot of his day has been based on getting off the line well and clean like that. Juga, what a shame to retire from this race. Running well up the order, hassling for the lead. There is the suspension breaking. The front left, round the hairpin. I wonder if he just touched the wall on the inside. We haven't seen on the replays, but it's unusual for the suspension just to break at that part of the track. So I guess it just kissed the wall on the inside. Reinis Nittis couldn't make the kind of inroads he wanted to do, but nevertheless, inside the top 3 and through to the final for the 3rd day in succession.
Indeed so, and can it be a 3rd straight win, because he won the Rallyx final on Friday, won the Latvian and Lithuanian final yesterday. Confirmation of the results of crosscar semi-final 1, Elias Svensson the winner from Patrick Hallberg, and then Reinis Nittis. They go through. Yannis Baumanis misses out, so does Riku Huka, and Martin Juga also is out. His car didn't even get to the finish. So that is the one that's got to be brought back. There is a very frustrated Martin Juga. And as that is going on, let's rejoin Molly, who's been busy catching up with Supercar Lights drivers.
Well, it's kind of chilled atmosphere on the pre-grid with the birds chirping, and here are 2 guys, Casper and Ole Henry. They're lining up next to each other in the semi-final. First of all, I have to ask you, what did you make of that weather earlier on, Ole Henry?
Oh, that was a lot, but great job by the track and the guys that are working here, that we are now ready to race again.
And Casper, what were things like in your tent?
Yeah, I think the same. As there's so much water on the track, like we need to drive boats. But no, it's good. So I hope it's.
And thoughts on the semi-final coming up?
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and it's dry now, and so I think it's been good. And we have Ole Henry Steinholt behind me, so that's good.
And you guys are pretty good friends, or?
Yeah, we are teammates, so hopefully we are 1 and 2 after the first corner, and then we race for it after.
With only 2 new tyres for the round, how tough is that?
Oh, that has been a little bit problem, but I think we are managed it quite good. Yeah.
Cool. And how about you?
Yeah, it's good. We have 2 new now, and yeah, it looks good for the final.
Good luck, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, Martin Hugo's car heads back to the paddock. That is the end of Martin Hugo's weekend, and we will turn our attention to semi-final 2 for cross car, because that is coming up next. Let's go back down to Molly.
Timmy, lining up on the front row in the semi-final. Give us a few thoughts.
Feels good to be up on the front now after the rain had dried up, so feels good.
And what do you know about the track conditions?
It looks a little bit wet on some spots, but it's drying up.
Do you believe you could get a win today?
I hope so.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Timmy Edmonds, Rubber Martin, of course, we'll see in the Supercar Lights category. There is Oscar Andersson, who is on pole position for cross-car semi-final 2. Ronald Baldins, another of the local drivers, is alongside in the second row. Jimmy Osterberg and Joni-Pekka Rajala in the yellow car. Thomas Mustard, who, of course, was the championship leader before Friday. He's on the third row with Alex Gustafsson for company. Mustard will be one to watch, but we are about to go racing. Top 3 go through, lights go green. Good start there by Osterberg, but the door is closed. Ronald Baldins makes sure he can't find a way through. They dive into the first corner, and it is just going to be Oscar Andersson who comes out ahead. But Thomas Mustard has made a really good start this time around. The road opens up ahead of him, and he goes third. Great stuff.
What a move by Osterberg. Realised it wasn't going to work where he was on track, so came out of the throttle that little bit, tucked to the outside, ready for turn 2. Got round the outside of Baldins, who's now dropped back terribly. Oh, and Anderson's got an issue coming out of the hairpin. Some contact with Osterberg. Has Osterberg got ahead?
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Heading to the jump, he's done it. He was able to go round the outside, wasn't he? Heading into turn 6, over the jump they come. But Thomas Mustard is the one that's on a real mission. Look, closing, getting into the back there of the pole car of Andersson, tags him sideways. Baldins loses another place as Rajala comes up alongside him, and then Rajala goes joker. But the top 2 then, with up front from the second row, Jimmy Osterberg fending off Oscar Andersson. Thomas Mustard got into the back of him, and he's now dropped back. So these are the top 2 as they come out of the last corner over the stripe. At the end of lap 1, it is just Jimmy Osterberg in the lead, but only just Oscar Andersson going with him. And Rajala, having jokered, is going to be at the back of the pack. 1 lap in the book.
This is not working out at all for Ronald Baldins, is it? Really could have done with going for the joker on that first lap, but wasn't able to go because he was side by side with the driver that did. That was Rajala, who we will see again in a few minutes' time. Mustard really needs to get a good result out of this afternoon to keep his title hopes alive going to the final round in Strangnas in just 2 weeks' time. Meanwhile, Osterberg's on an absolute mission, now visibly pulling a gap on Addison in second.
Every final this year has had a different winner, and very definitely right now, Jimmy Osterberg, who hasn't had a win in a final, is getting away, but he goes joker, and so also does Mustard. So let's see whether that's going to drop them into the traffic when they rejoin. It might well do. Osterberg flies over that jump on the joker. That comes up now towards the end of it, flicks it between the tyres, back onto the power. He's going to stay ahead of Rajala, but oh, very close to contact there. That dropped him back into the pack round about Gustafsson.
Interesting joker strategy. You risk falling into the traffic, just as we spoke about in the semi-final with Larry Hallinan just a little before. Gustafsson, though, has good pace, and he's actually looking quicker now than he's looked for much of the day.
And Baldins has done the fastest lap, hasn't he? So the race may not have started brilliantly for Ronald Baldins, but he's got the speed right now.
And this is all about him versus Rajala, isn't it, to try and get that final position, because Gustafsson will drop out of this fight once he takes his joker. Massive, sorry, David, massive jump there from Baldins. Really picked the front of the car up. He's on a huge charge.
And he has to be, absolutely. There is Jimmy Osterberg trying to get up through the traffic as well. This is lap 3. Want to go at the end of this. Osterberg is throwing everything at this. He is absolutely determined to make sure he gets into the final. Up the curb he goes now, sets the car up for the end of the lap. This is the standard lap, remember. Looks for the inside line, gets close to the tyres, had to back out of that. Over the line goes Andersson, yet to joker. Baldin second, yet to joker. Then it's Gustafsson and Jimmy Osterberg then, who has jokered. He's the leading joker lap driver. He's ahead of Rajala. And then Thomas Mustard down in 6th place. Andersson has just done the best lap of the race. And right now, Osterberg is still stuck behind Gustafsson, 3rd and 4th.
They're both from the same area, the same town in Sweden, and maybe Osterberg was hoping that Gustafsson would just get out of the way, take the joker, do his own thing, but not hold up his local colleague. But at the moment, it's not working out, is it? Because Andersson's pulling that margin up front. 4.1 seconds from Addison back to Osterberg. I think Addison's going to get this done, you know.
Might well do, and is Baldin's going to get through as well. They both now joker, so does Gustafsson, so the top three joker, and now let's see which of the first three across the line, because that will sort out who goes into the final. Over the jump there goes Osterberg. Here comes Oscar Andersson on the inside line. He has done enough to stay ahead, surely. Second is going to go the way of Jimmy Osterberg, and third is going to be Baldins as they come across the line. So it is Oscar Andersson who takes the race win. Second, Jimmy Osberg, and third, Ronald Baldins. Those that miss out are Raila, Gustafsson, and Thomas Merstadt, who I'm not sure had even got to the line. In fact, I think he stopped on the last lap. But yeah, really, really good drive that by Oscar Andersson from pole position, admittedly, but it was all kicking off behind him.
Can't help but feel that Jimmy Osterberg had done all of the hard work. Great through the first couple of corners. Andersson makes a small mistake here, just runs a little bit wide in the greasy part of the track in the shade. Went round the outside, did a small amount of contact, nothing untoward. Osberg had the lead. Here we are on the opening lap. Merstad right in the back of Andersson, then missed a gear or something because lost a bit of ground. Raila forced his way up the inside of Baldins. Baldins couldn't take the joker, but this is the joker merge after Osterberg jokered from the lead on the second lap. And Gustafsson didn't joker until the end. Osterberg just lost enough time not to be able to catch Andersson and almost got beaten to the line by Baldins as well.
And Thomas Merstadt's rather miserable weekend continued. He did indeed retire from that semi-final. So we now know the six that will go through. And let's confirm the results first up. Oscar Andersson ahead of Jimmy Osterberg and then Ronald Baldins. Third, Joni-Pekka Raila misses out of the cross-car final, but we will see him in two-wheel drive action in a moment. Alex Gustafsson fifth and Thomas Merstadt the one non-finisher. Right, Molly is keeping busy now that it's dried out. Let's go back down to her.
Martin's sitting here waiting for the semi-final. He's in pole position. Martin, it's been going really well here in Riga. What is the reason for that?
Yeah, it's for sure been a good weekend. I don't know, the car works fine and it's nice to drive.
So tell us a bit about your plan now for the semi.
We're aiming for a top spot for sure. Yeah.
And your tyre situation?
Yeah, we're going with dry.
Yeah, but you have good ones left, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you very much, Martin. Good luck.
Thank you.
That's pole position for the Supercar Lights. Well, we'll come to that in a couple of races' time. We've got two-wheel drive before we worry about Martin Exbjerg taking on Isaac Schuttvist, Matthias Janssen, Jimmy Alfredsson, Mats Oskarsson and Lars-Erik Haug. There is Thomas Merstadt's car. Came here as the championship leader and leaves a very disappointed man, because with Patrick Hallberg getting into the final, then he is really on the back foot. Hallberg's not had a final win yet. That could change today as well. So the tractor, which has been busy all weekend, brings yet another car to the paddock. Now, this grid looks a bit unusual in as much as the pole car is missing for the first semi-final for the two-wheel drive open. Simon Tiger should be there, the reigning champion, but he had a big drama at the end of his third qualifying run. Smoke billowing off the left rear corner of the car, and it can't be fixed in time, so he's not on the grid. Joni-Pekka Raila is the second row, Kristaps Grünter and Ralf Igavans, and then Marius Druva on the back row of the grid. So it is the top three. In other words, there's going to be one disappointed driver 4 laps ahead of us, and Raila ought to walk this, but we'll see as the lights go green what Grünter can do in the 1 Series BMW, because he makes a decent start, but not as good as Joni-Pekka Raila, who absolutely storms down towards turn 1. Look at the lead already.
Absolutely checked out, Joni-Pekka Raila, just moments after climbing out of his cross car in the groove already. He actually has a bit of an advantage, isn't he, because he knows what the track conditions are going to be like. The other guys here do not, but it's going to be a real fight between the two local Latvians in the background in their rather more standard BMWs to try and make the final. And what a day that would be in open two-wheel drive as part of Rallyx. Don't know if they maybe expected that this morning, but this is Rallycross and anything can happen.
Yeah, it could be the fiercest fight, couldn't it, in a sense, because they're absolutely determined to get one over on the other, and as they come then now up towards the end of the opening lap, neither of the top two certainly have gone for that joker. So Ralf Igavans, who finished 4th in the BMW final on Saturday, he potentially would be the man that you would expect to go through. Joni-Pekka Raila then leads at the end of lap 1, but I would reckon that Kristaps Grünter is bringing down that gap, because now the 1 Series BMW is looking very racy indeed. They come out of turn 3 down towards the sharp left at turn 4. And Grunter, who's been on the pace pretty much all weekend, is now taking this battle very definitely to Ryler. You can see how much closer he's getting.
Grunter's been very quick and maybe slightly erratic times this weekend. Has been setting purple laps now and again, but also fighting in the pack. Doesn't have to worry about that at the moment. Following one of the fastest drivers in the category. Just 4 laps this semi-final. Oh, Ryler throws the Datsun fin sideways. I would expect Grunter to mix the strategy up at some point, but to be fair, isn't able to do that at the moment because they haven't broken away as maybe they thought they might.
But as long as he follows Ryler home, he's going to get into the final. That's the main aim here. The heroics can come later on in the afternoon. Road getting drier and faster all the time. Ryler goes through them. There in second place is Kristaps Grunter, and he's got really good speed through turn 1 and 2. Maybe that's a bit of local knowledge. He knows exactly where he can push. Now down to turn 4, chases the Datsun. We're on then lap number 3, and the margin between the two of them was only 0.6 of a second, but this is where Grunter is so good. Look, he's almost pushing the Datsun into turn 5.
Looks enormous, doesn't it, at the front of the BMW compared to the little Datsun, but Ryler is a very canny racer. I wonder if he's got a bit of an issue because he's very sideways, whereas normally he would just be very sideways through that corner. Big landing for the yellow machine up front. Surely Grunter will joke it out if Ryler does not. Ryler feints to go in. I think he has gone in.
Yeah. And did Grunter think about it and then change his mind? Well, there is Ryler. There's the BMW that stayed on standard lap. So now, on track, Kristaps Grunter will lead the way. And Joni-Pekka Ryler surely has done enough here to take the race win when it all cycles through and Grunter serves his joker lap. The BMW leads the way. The margin as they cross the line between the top two is just under 3 seconds. So it's not quite enough that to keep Grunter ahead, unless he's able to do an absolutely storming lap now before he goes for the joker, because this is the last lap. He's got to do it this time.
His previous lap was some second or nearly a second and a half off his personal best in this race so far. I tell you what though, Victor Johansson's giving bemoaning the semi-final that he's ended up in, because Ryler, his main protagonist for the title now, is having it relatively easy. There's a good chance that Johansson could get involved in a competitive race next time out and not even make it through. So this is great for Ryler's title hopes. He's closing on the back of the local BMW. I think the Finn is going to get this done in a couple of corners time. This has been a great outlap from the joker by Ryler.
As indeed. So here they come, and Joni-Pekka Ryler then makes his way up towards the end of the lap. He's going to be on the standard lap, he's going to be ahead, and through he will come. Joni-Pekka Ryler is going to be the first man home to win semi-final 1 in two-wheel drive open from Kristaps Grunter. But the other question is, which of the two locals is going to finish third? It's going to be Ralf Zeigervens, isn't it? It is. He comes across the line there in the grey BMW, all out of the one-make BMW Championship that runs as part of the Latvian Championship, and he staves off the challenge then of Maris Druva. So it might only have had a 4-car entry, but a good fight between Ryler and Grunter. Ryler made a demon start, but Grunter was impressive the way he fought back.
Yeah, he came back massively during the race. Ryler, though, smashed in the fastest lap of the race after taking his joker on the final tour. So that made all the difference. This was the joker merge on that final lap. Ryler had gone almost 4.5 tenths quicker than Grunter's best, and clearly was absolutely necessary. Wasn't that big a margin at the finish line.
Now let's look at the results then. Joni-Pekka Ryler, the race winner from Kristaps Grunter and Ralf Zeigervens. They will go through. Maris Druva misses out, as also does Simon Tiger, because he wasn't able to take the start of that race after the problems at the end of Q3. The next 3 drivers that we will concentrate on will come from Simon Engsvik, Timmy Enlund on the front row, Victor Johansson in the Mercedes, the championship leader on the second row, Slavomir Voloch is alongside him, and it's Rivas Galvins who rounds out the grid. Marshall is happy, drivers are happy, they're ready. Simon Engsvik sees that ready to race symbol. So the Volkswagen versus BMW at the front. Watch that Mercedes off the line as well as we go green and we go racing. And Johansson lights up the rears and he charges off the line. There's no gap there. He can't quite find a way between the front row drivers, but he's just about got ahead of Enlund, or has he? They're still side by side. BMW rubs up against him, bodywork flies, there was definitely contact. Here comes Voloch as well to try to make his move up the inside line. Tar smoke pouring off the back of the Mercedes then. So it is Simon Engsvik that leads the way, but Victor Johansson, the championship leader, is up to second.
Decisive move from Johansson in the first corner. Needed to get that breathing space, didn't he? Needed to get a position to have a little bit more strategy to play with during this race. Looked like Wallach might have a go at Enlund, but just couldn't quite get it done. Johansson said to Molly before the race he's learned a bit from running too deep on the inside, but runs wide this time around on the exit of turn 9.
Enland looking tidy, said he wants to win. Not sure we've seen the pace from him so far this weekend to win outright, but you've got to be there in the fight, haven't you? And he's not far away from the back of Johansson at all.
And he's also got to keep out of trouble as Simon Engsvik, who's been getting quicker and quicker and quicker as the weekend has gone on. He leads the way at the end of that one. It is Victor Johansson in second place. Timmy Enland is third and doing his level best to bring down that gap. Slavomir Volok has jokered at the earliest opportunity. Yet more tire smoke there from the big-looking Mercedes, the hybrid-powered Mercedes. Comes up to turn 5, slightly wider line in, but it seems to work out for him. The back of the car wags as he gets on the power. But there, the Mercedes across the loose. Johansson, with a car dancing around him, keeps it all under control. But right now, Simon Engsvik is looking really tidy up front.
He was doing that wide line earlier on, wasn't he, Johansson, in Q3, running very wide into the long hairpins. Now he goes for the joker. This is to try and get the undercut on the race leader. Enland behind. Has he followed into the joker or not? We'll see him pop over the jump on the right-hand side in a minute. If he hasn't, no, he's followed in Johansson. So that's ideal for Victor Johansson. Now he can get the hammer down. Wallach isn't close enough to challenge. Doesn't look like he'll be in the final this afternoon. Now this is all about whether Engsvik can respond.
Absolutely right. We have got, though, now Wallach ahead of Galvins, but it is Simon Engsvik then that leads the way. He's just done another fastest lap. This is lap 3 out of the 4. So he's got 3.7 seconds in hand over Victor Johansson. Remember, we take the top 3. So Engsvik, Johansson and Enland, they've all jokered. But look at Wallach. Wallach is closing on at Timmy Enland. Now, if Slavomir Volok can do some of his normal heroics, he's a very spectacular, very forceful driver. He might just have a chance of wriggling through into the top 3. Nothing guaranteed, but he might have a go. You never know. Victor Johansson, in the meantime, is still chasing after the leader, Simon Engsvik. He goes joker this time. Engsvik in the Polo. Goes joker. That's going to give Victor Johansson the lead. And what's happened to the door of Engsvik's Polo? It's now become a very air-conditioned car indeed. That does not look right to me. And Simon Engsvik sitting out of the fresh air, thinking, thank Lord the rain stopped. He's lost the lead, lost the door, lost almost everything. Comes to the line. So Victor Johansson it is who leads. Simon Engsvik with the air-conditioned Polo runs second. And what about third? The battle of the BMWs. It's still Enland ahead of Wallach, but only just.
Enland's dropped out of this battle a bit, hasn't he? Again, Johansson locks the inside wheels. Does that a lot of the time, especially when he's on a big charge. Wallach is not quite there with this top 3, is he? He's learned a lot this weekend.
Where's his door? How'd he lose the passenger door? He's not been in a battle with anybody to generate contact. Has it just dropped off on landing? Let's find out. Here he comes, Simon Engsvik then, over the jump.
The worst thing will be if he runs it over himself later in the next lap and destroys it. But they're fiberglass composite doors on the passenger side of these vehicles. Quite often they take them off between the sessions in the paddock. None of that's troubling Victor Johansson up front, though.
No, he's on target, isn't he? Victor Johansson in the Mercedes to win semi-final 2 in the 2-wheel drive open class. So Victor Johansson comes through to take the win. It's very, very close for second, though. Simon Engsvik does hang on from Timmy Enland. And then Slavomir Volok falling away in 4th place with 5th going the way of Raivis Galvins. So Victor Johansson we have going through, along with Simon Engsvik, and then in 3rd place, Timmy Enland. Anybody seen a door? Let's have a look at the start of the race. There was nothing there to suggest it was about to come loose. Simon Engsvik leading into turn 1, and Johansson and Enland together. Enland just skimming off the tyre barrier. That damaged the front of the white BMW, but Victor Johansson hung on to 2nd place.
Great first corner from Johansson. Really had to make the move stick, and ultimately that's what... Oh, there's the door going. David, on jump landing, as you suggested. That shows just how much energy dissipates through the body shell, that it's moved around that much for the door to come off. I really hope no one did run over it. Well, maybe one of the very, very good marshals here in Riga picked it up, because he won't be allowed to start unless they can attach a door to it.
Well, there's a course car there that's gone out, which possibly is to retrieve the door. The marshal that will have gone to collect that potentially got a wheel yesterday, so he's building a car gradually over the course of the weekend. Victor Johansson wins semi-final 2 from Simon Engsvik, and then 3rd Timmy Enland. They go through. Slavomir Volok misses out, as also does Raivis Galvins. Right, Supercar Light coming up. This promises to be a really good race. Again, we take the top 3 out of these 2 semi-finals. Martin Expiath there is the man on pole position. He had a really impressive day on Friday, and it's going to be Isaac Schukvist with him at the front of the grid. Mattis Jansson on row 2 with Jimmy Walfridsson alongside, and then the back row, Mats Oskarsson and Lars-Erik Haug. But we'd had Martin Expiath getting 2nd place on Friday. He'd never been in a final up till that point this season, so he really did turn around his weekend, and he should be in a final again if all is well. He's got another bit of tyre barrier repair work going on, I understand, before we can go racing. And let's rejoin Molly, who's been busy catching up with drivers pre-race.
Isaac lining up on the front row for the semi-final. Big smile on your face there, looking forward to it.
Yeah, for sure. It's semi-final, it's always fun. So yeah, feel satisfied with the track condition as well. So it's my type of driving now. So yeah, big smile on the face.
Lining up against Martin, he's been very quick here in Riga. How tough do you think your semi is going to be?
Yeah, I mean, he's been really really fast this weekend. So I'm trying just to keep up with his pace, and we showed it actually in Q2 that we are also a guy in the front. So I think maybe now and during these conditions, which I'm very satisfied with, I think I can give him a match.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to come to Isaac Schrockvist in a moment, because there he is, look, lined up, ready to go, alongside Martin Expius, who's the man on pole position. In the background, you can see Jimmy Alfredsson, who's tried some really imaginative lines and pulled a really good overtake in the final on Friday. He, perhaps more than many, is able to get his car rotated and really go darting from one side of the road to the other, and it could prove crucial right now as we get set for Supercar Light semi-final 1. It's blast off, good getaway from the second roller by Mathias Janssen. Good start, though, by Expius to convert pole into the lead. And look at Walfridsson on the outside line. Couldn't quite get into the traffic. He's lost out this time. Tries to fight back. Whoops, there's drama for second. Away up onto two wheels there goes Jimmy Walfridsson. Got away with that, but only just as they dive down towards turn 4. And look now, Expius away and gone.
Walfridsson both lucky and unlucky in those first couple of corners. Unlucky that it didn't quite work out for him, and then, well, unlucky and lucky that he got pitched up on two wheels and landed again. But he goes for the outside, going into this long, loose corner. That's not going to work for him. He's going to go all the way round.
Walfridsson spins, and that undoes all the good work. He can't come back from that. He put himself on the outside line. He was trying to go for a place, but just lost traction, lost the back of the car. Expius away and gone. Look at him, he's on standard lap, as there for the Joker goes Haug. But as the cars come through at the end of the opening lap of the race, Martin Expius building that lead, and Jimmy Walfridsson will be absolutely furious with himself.
This is perfect for Expius, like you said. What a performance on Friday. Mats Oskarsson, his form is coming back as well. He's going with these guys at the front of the order. Haug is out of the picture, having jokered. Walfridsson has also jokered at the back of the pack, but those two having been in really allows these leading contenders to mix up the strategy. But at the moment, whatever Schrockvist does with the Joker, he's not close enough to challenge Expius for the lead. Almost 2 seconds behind now.
So the cars come across this loose section of the circuit then once more, and as they dive down to the hairpin, Martin Expius building that lead as best he can from Schrockvist. Out wide there goes Mats Oskarsson. That should bring Mathias Janssen back into the picture, but now this time around Oskarsson goes Joker. Expius led at the end of the first lap by 1.6 seconds from Isaac Schrockvist, who is to the eye a little bit closer. Here they come on standard lap up towards the end of it. Over the timing line goes Expius. There is Schrockvist in second place. Third now on the Joker cycle is Janssen. The gap between the race leaders is down because Schrockvist has just done the fastest lap of the race.
He was great through the latter part of the lap there, wasn't he? Through the loose section hairpin and the couple of corners inside the Joker lap. Losing out a little bit in this first few corners as well, but now comes back over the loose, which for a driver from karting is remarkable, but the grip is high on the loose when it's not soaking wet.
Schrockvist, though, is certainly taking the battle to the leader as Expius throws it into the hairpin, then looks for some grip. Powers out the other side. He's going to go Joker, is he this time? No, feinting towards it, but then darts back to standard lap. So it's Schrockvist who goes Joker this time around. This is lap 3. 1 to go at the end of this. Here comes Mathias Janssen up the inside. Janssen, remember, has not yet jokered, so that's a phony fight in a way for position. Janssen moves himself ahead, but Schrockvist will come out ahead of all those that have jokered, and that's absolutely key to this.
Yep, secured himself in a final at the moment, a place in the final at the moment, but really he wants to be challenged. Expius. Janssen's not far enough. He's far enough ahead that he won't be holding up Schrockvist. This is ideal if Schrockvist can put in another fast lap. Mathias Janssen actually went fastest of all last time around, so he's definitely not going to be holding him up. This is all about how fast Expius can get in and out of the compulsory extra route.
So Martin Expius leads the way. Last lap, this is the first semi-final for Supercar Light. Everybody remember, in the same type of car, run by different teams, but it's all about the team engineering level and your driver ability to get the most out of this combination. For the last time, Martin Expius then serves his Joker lap. Coming back at him is Isaac Schrockvist. How close is it going to be as they come Joker lap on the inside, standard lap on the outside? It's not close enough really to give Schrockvist a chance at a win, but it puts him in the final. The race win goes to Martin Expius. Second is Isaac Schrockvist, and look at that for third. Mathias Janssen just did it on the line. by 12 thousandths of a second. Mathias Jansen qualifies, Oskarsson does not, but it was oh so close. 5th, Lars-Erik Haug, and Jimmy Valfridsson after his spin will be a red-faced 6th.
Good start across the grid for almost everybody. Not great for Haug at the back. This is Valfridsson, who went for the outside. The pack arrived very quickly from the inside. He got out of the throttle, trying to avoid the action, and then just clipped the barrier on the inside, popped the car up on 2 wheels. Didn't really turn into it that much either, so had good confidence it was going to come back down. That's such a split-second reaction. Great awareness there to get up the inside of Jansen when he and Oskarsson had contact on the inside, but then Valfridsson just got sideways on the gravel. It's so slippery out there, and there was nothing he could do to save that. Damage-free based on how he got on later in the race, but unfortunately the time lost had proved too costly by then. Schuckvist was fast in the middle of the race, wasn't he? But it was the battle between this pair at the finish line. Oskarsson just getting pipped by Jansen at the end.
It was oh so close. 12 thousandths between those two. Mathias Jansen doing the fastest lap of the race. So he will go through, and we'll find out the other 3 that will go to the final in a moment, because Kasper Jansen, Ole Henry Steinsholt are on the front row. Simon Olofsson, the championship leader, has Martin Jonsson 4th in the championship alongside him. Martin Enlund, seen his brother Timmy in the 2-wheel drive semi-final, a race or 2 back, and Erik Berget are on the back row of the grid. So the results just being confirmed from the most recent race, that now done, and so we can go with Martin Expieth as the winner. Isaac Schuckvist and Mathias Jansen go through into the final. Mats Oskarsson missing out by 12 thousandths. Lars-Erik Haug didn't get through, nor did Jimmy Valfridsson after a busy first lap up onto 2 wheels and then a spin. So the next 3 drivers will go through out of this 6, and you put your money on Simon Olofsson making it, but is it going to be as straightforward as that? Simon Olofsson on the second row of the grid. Look for the light to go green. Blast off, good getaway by Olofsson. Is there a gap between the front row cars? Not quite. On the outside line, Ole Henry Steinsholt is going to have to cede the place, because through into the lead goes Kasper Jansen. Good getaway also by Martin Enlund there, who gets up the inside of Olofsson, roughs him up. Olofsson's going to get mugged down a 4th if he's not careful. He's got the inside line into turn 4. Olofsson brakes late, dives up the inside, gets it sideways. Enlund's off the road, just bounces off the barriers, does it? He's back on the road, he's down in 5th. Jonsson moves ahead of him.
Olofsson, great car positioning there into turn 4 to keep his position. This is absolutely job critical, I think, for Martin Enlund to make it through into the final. I'm notoriously poor at maths, but I think the gap between Olofsson and Enlund in the championship is 25 points going into this race during the day. If Enlund can't get into the final, and Olofsson can outscore him in these latter stages by 5 points, the title is going to go to Olofsson ahead of the final round. So Enlund really, really needs to get the hammer down.
OK, and at the end of lap 1, Kasper Jansen leads on the track, but of course then you've got to factor in the joker. There is Olofsson. He's running 3rd on the road at the moment, and Martin Jonsson was the one that jokered. Martin Enlund has gone through now. He is 4th ahead of Erik Berget. So yeah, Enlund is charging along behind Olofsson. He's about 1.4 seconds off, so he's got a lot of work to do. There, look, is the yellow and white car. Now remember, he lost a bit of time on the first lap by going off the road, but he's going to have to push like mad to get back onto terms with Olofsson.
So difficult exploring the limits when you don't really know where the grip is. Okay, well, they know where the grip is on the racing line, but pushing that little bit more and risking getting that little bit offline makes it very difficult. Enlund just hasn't been on the pace we're used to seeing him on this weekend. Usually he is a victory contender everywhere we go. Olofsson not really troubling the back of Steinsholt either in this race.
Nobody jokers this time, incidentally, or do they? Yes, Erik Berget jokers. He was a little bit further back in the pack. As through goes Kasper Jansen then. Ole Henry Steinsholt 2nd. Simon Olofsson is 3rd. And is Olofsson getting away from Enlund? The answer is yes. That was a slow lap by Enlund that time through, relatively speaking. Also another 10th. As the cars then work their way up towards turn 5. There is Kasper Jansen, the race leader. Look at the way that Olofsson is closing back in. He's 3rd. That gets him through, but he wants to be even further up the order if he can be. That protects him against Enlund.
Enlund's a bit wild in the background. I wonder if he's really run out of tyres through the efforts they've been making this weekend to find more time. Heavy landing from Simon Olofsson. Following Steinsholt. Will Olofsson peel off this time? Yes, he does. He's into the joker on the penultimate lap. This is to cover off Jonsson. Enlund may well go again.
Heavy nose first landing there from Simon Olofsson. avoids the tyres, comes up now towards the end of the Joker lap on the inside. It's that tighter run then onto the straight. He's up the curb, he's over the curb, and now lines it up for turn 1, 2, 3. The left, right, left flick. So this puts us onto the last lap. Casper Janssen, who has yet to Joker, has done another fastest lap of the race. Ole Henry Steinsholt is there in second place. And then you've got the best of those that have jokered. It's Olofsson. He is keeping Enlund at bay, and Enlund again runs really wide coming out of turn 4 there. He's trying everything, but as you say, he's looking ragged.
If I was Enlund's spotter, I'd have left him out when Olofsson went in, just because you might force Olofsson to fall back into the traffic. You're not necessarily going to do anything untoward, but just force him to have to race for it, rather than just letting him go. This is the final lap. The leading pair will go in. The teammates from OMSE have driven very neat and tidy through these 4 laps.
Over the jump, then comes Casper Janssen. Ole Henry Steinsholt follows him down towards the end of the lap. And in the background, there is Olofsson, but he's too far back. It's the top 3 that are going to go through, and they're going to be headed home by Casper Janssen, who wins semi-final 2, and he wins it in style. Ole Henry Steinsholt second. Third is Simon Olofsson. And then those that miss out headed home by Martin Enlund up from the back row. He was ahead in turn of Martin Jonsson, who's had a bit of an average weekend, really. And then Erik Berget in 6th place. But Casper Janssen drove very, very well indeed there. He takes the win by very nearly 2 seconds, and a lot of that hard work was done into the first corner.
Very composed by the entire pack. Olofsson was so determined to keep track position. Ran the outside of Steinsholt here in turn 2. Watch Enlund in the white and yellow car in 4th. Gets a good run up the inside of Olofsson. Olofsson's in all that horrible gravel, which was soaking wet and is now dusty from just a few hours ago, but forceful back up the inside of Enlund. Enlund spent half of that race on that bit of grass, didn't he? Jonsson also made it through. There's a great view of the forest that we're in the Bicky-Nicky circuit. But Casper Janssen, who's blown hot and cold this year in Rallyx, absolutely dominated, didn't he? Here he is leading his teammate through the Joker on the final lap to secure himself a front row grid slot for the final.
Good drive, and that sorts out the 6 that go through into Supercar Lights final coming up soon. Casper Janssen wins semi-final 2 from Ole Henry Steinsholt, and then Simon Olofsson in 3rd place. Martin Enlund taking 4th from Martin Jonsson, and Erik Berget in 6th place. So now we get to the Supercars. The first of the 2 semi-finals is about to get underway. Enzo Ede lines up on pole position, and with him at the front, it is Sondre Evjen. On the 2nd row, OC Veiby, alongside is Victor Vranckx, and then the 3rd row, Eddie Os and Sven Oras. 4 laps about to be underway. Good start by Ede, really good start by Veiby, but again the front row squeeze him out and he can't find a way through. Vranckx gets all crossed up and controls the electric RX2E, but look what's happened for the race lead. Evjen has done it, he's moved ahead of Ede as they come down to turn 4.
Evjen on brand new tyres for this race. I believe Enzo Ede's only on new tyres on the front axle, and that must have made all the difference because Evjen had a great run around the outside. No altercation between the Audi drivers in turn 2 as we saw earlier on in Q3 today, but it is all over the back now with Sondre Evjen.
So Enzo Ede with lots of air under the Audi as they come down towards the hairpin, looks for a way to unsettle the leading JC driver, and as they come up towards the end of lap 1, the top 3 all stay on standard lap, the tail wagging out of Evjen's car. Enzo Ede looking a little bit tidier, and that brings him even closer as he rides the curb. Look, he's hustling, he's right there on the back of Evjen. He's being caught in turn by Veiby as they come over the line. Enzo Ede goes a little bit wider, but he brings it back to the apex for turn 1. Sondre Evjen leads the way, but he's feeling the pressure. Enzo Ede is right there behind him.
Headache for the spotters though, David, because we've got these local drivers and Victor Vranckx in the RX2E car in the background. You can't afford to joker and drop into them. Nobody jokered on the opening lap. Although I see that Oras has dropped off the bottom of the timing screens. Can't really see where he is in the shot as well. Vranckx is getting a bit wild, isn't he, in the RX2E car, learning all the time though for when they come back here with the World Championship later in the year. Up front, Ede is really piling the pressure onto the back of the similar car of Evjen.
And now Enzo Ede goes for that joker lap, so there's that little strip of tarmac. He slides though, and that is Oras, who's got smoke coming out of the back of it. He's out of the car quickly. I have a horrible feeling that might have a fire, but in the meantime the leaders battle their way up towards the end of lap number 2, and as they do so, Sondre Evjen leads from OC Veiby, and then 3rd, having jokered, is Enzo Ede. Next up is Vranckx, then it is Eddie Os. We've lost Sven Oras. We're on to now lap number 3, and Evjen is leading the way by 1.7 seconds, and he's 3.6 up on Ede.
Great spotting by Enzo Ede's spotter, Sebastian Eriksson, former World Rallycross Championship event winner, former Rallyx champion himself, getting Ede into the clear air. Now he can get the hammer down, now having to look at the back
of this car right here. Yet again, OC Baby made a brilliant start, didn't he? But just hasn't had exactly the same ultimate pace as his teammate by a couple of tenths. Will Evian Joker this time around and respond, or will he go to the end?
Let's find out, because there is Sondre Evian on Joker lap this time then. Straightens it up. OC Baby will go ahead of him for the moment on standard lap, and he rides the curve. But what about Ede? We need to see where the blue and white Audi is. There, look, as they get to the end of the lap, he tries to get the undercut, but he gets a face full of Evian, who hangs on to position, therefore. So Sondre Evian keeps Enzo Ede behind him, but he gets sideways, and Ede might get the run on him down towards turn 4. But no, again, Evian is able to consolidate his pace and keep the position.
Great that by Evian. Using those 4 tyres to really good effect. The 4 new tyres, those front new tyres on Ede's car will have helped massively on the first lap, but having that new rubber, of course we don't know how old the used rubber is on Ede's machine. We also of course don't know whether he saved 2 new tyres for the final in just a few minutes time this afternoon. Oh, Evian runs that little bit wide, but gets back to the apex to cover it off. His teammate Baby's into the Joker for the final time of asking, but these two are easily going to clear him.
They are indeed, and Enzo Ede still applying the pressure to Sondre Evian, but he's not going to be able to dive bomb him at the last corner, or is he? Thinks about it, because Evian left the door half open, but Sondre Evian is going to win the first semi-final from Enzo Ede, and then OC Baby in 3rd place. For 4th, it is going to be Victor Vranckx then, and he will miss out, as also will Eddie Oss. And you see the marshals attending to Sven Orres' car. Great drive by Sondre Evian then. He takes the win from Enzo Ede and Ola Christian Veiby at the end of a really dramatic first semi-final for the Supercars.
Ede just didn't get as good a launch as Evian did. It was the Veiby that made the best launch. Sorry, I got confused between the 2 blue JC machines. It was Veiby who made the best initial launch, got in the side of Ede there in turn 2, but backed out of the throttle to stop rotating the white Audi, and then it was all about these 3 going it alone up front, as the guys behind just didn't have the pace, as we would expect. Ede just touching the rear of Evian down in the hairpin. If you stop the car on the apex, you're not going to get force wide, and it leaves everybody else with nowhere to go. That does look like a fire, as you said, David, but it looks like it had gone out pretty quickly. This is the final corner. Ede has a look to the inside, but can't quite get the traction to out-drag the other Audi to the finish line, and Baby crosses the line in 3rd.
Let's go to Molly with Joel Kristoffersson.
Yeah, as the cars are doing a bit of tyre cleaning here, it's going to be quite loud in a second. But Joel, that is a semi-final win for Evian. Veiby in 3rd. You look very happy as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, I'm very happy for Sondre. He have been fighting hard this weekend, and he had the speed all the time, but they have been in some wrong positions into the first corner. But now he had a good start and finally showed the pace. So really looking forward for the final now.
And it looked like a bit of strategy came into play there, because both of your guys on 4 new tyres, and Enzo just with you on the front.
Yeah, I think we want to put all on one car and have the pole position for the semi. Depends on who wins this semi, but now we are in the first row, so that's the important thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, there is the sorry sight of Sven Orres' Ford car being retrieved. And the next semi-final is going to be another interesting one, partly to see what pace Juri Belewski has got, but also to see whether the engine dramas for Thomas Brinterson continue. Sondre Evian then confirmed as the winner of semi-final 1 from Enzo Ede and Ola Christian Veiby in 3rd. Victor Vranckx 4th from Eddie Oss, and Sven Orres the one that did not make it to the finish. Evian, Ede, Veiby, they go through. Victor Vranckx and then also from that race, Eddie Oss miss out. So there is Thomas Brinterson. He's had those turbo pipe problems earlier on in the day, but he's on the front row alongside Juri Belewski. And don't forget, 2 wins for Brinterson. He's 3rd in the championship, and he is desperate for a big bag full of points with which to go home. 2nd row of the grid, Philip Gehrmann and Hans-Joran Ostring, whose Hyundai had problems at the end of Q3. And it's Andre Un who will complete the grid as the cars now are brought forward. So Belewski on their pole position, accelerates from the dummy grid to the grid itself, slots into position. The marshal will tell him exactly where he needs to be, and then Thomas Brinterson's car is going to be brought forward. There it is on the outside of the row. Thomas Brinterson for the TBRX team in the polo and the Gulf colours. Does his practice start? Does he launch? Get some warmth into the tyres, cleans the tyres also, and then the second row of the grid will be Philip Gehrmann and Hans-Göran Ostreng, and it's going to be Andre Unn at the back. In a sense here, the question mark is going to be over who is third, but I suspect Gehrmann should have the pace to do it.
Yeah, based on previous form, he should do, if he can get off the line, okay. Be interesting if he can get a clear run, because that he hasn't really had much of this weekend. This delay that has kept the entire paddock waiting to go racing in the semi-final may well have helped Brindison's team. His partner was talking about the issues they'd had. He was talking to Molly about needing as much time as possible to repair what he was talking about in the engine bay, and maybe, just maybe, they have managed to do that with this extra time available if they weren't busy sweeping water out of the awning.
Yeah, quite. Philip Gehrmann there in another of the JC cars, his Audi, the S1 on the second row of the grid, as now Andre Unn makes his way up to the line. Philip Gehrmann we've seen in the past driving for Per Eklund's team, but now part of JC, and the second semi-final is set to get underway. Front row, remember, Juri Belewski and Thomas Brintersen. The second row is Philip Gehrmann and Hans-Göran Ostreng, and Andre Unn on his own on the back row of this 5-strong grid. So everybody is in place. It's another 4 laps ahead of us. 5 when we get to the finals, don't forget. And we are, of course, this our last race before the finals are in business, and all the junior cross cars there in the background ready to go for theirs. So the deciding semi-final, 3 drivers out of the 5 will progress. Juri Belewski, Thomas Brintersen the front row. Engine notes rise, the lights go green, it's blast off, good getaway by Belewski. Brintersen tries to out-drag him, and he's just got the pace to match him, at least on the way down towards turn 1. But Juri Belewski takes over the race lead. Brintersen is second, third is Gehrmann as they make that run now down towards turn 4. Belewski is away and gone, really good start this time.
I would suggest that Brintersen's mechanics have solved whatever's wrong with his car, because he matched the yellow squad machine inch for inch into the first corner. Brintersen going with the Peugeot that has set the pace so far today. You were right that Gehrmann is comfortably in third at the moment. Ostreng just hanging on to his coattails, but now will we see Belewski set these clean laps that he's been craving. We saw it in Q3 earlier on to great effect when he set the fastest time. Now he wants to do that through this entire semi-final to give himself pole position for the final later on this afternoon.
Top 3 go through, doesn't matter about time, he just got to get into the leading 3 places. And look at Philip Gehrmann now, he's coming back as best he can at Brintersen. Belewski leads over the line, Brintersen is second, Gehrmann is third, and Belewski, well, okay, he leads and he's got a decent margin, but what can Brintersen do about him? Or is Brintersen just being careful and making sure he gets through?
Critical for him to be in the final to score as many points as he possibly can, but the difference between a win and a second place here is another point, so he really could do with being at the front of the order if he can manage it at all. Belewski though stretching the legs of the Peugeot, looks like he's got this well under control. There's dust on the loose surfaces now, how bizarre considering the position we were in not very long ago at all. Brintersen jokers, so this is to cover off the possibility of getting bettered by anybody behind. They've got a good enough margin to Andre Unn, so it's not a concern that he's going to fall into the traffic, and even better for him, he's followed by Philip Gehrmann as well. So both of these guys have ensured their place in the final. There is Unn, who has spun at the loose surface hairpin. This is all about now whether Belewski can maintain the pace, take the joker and continue in the lead.
The evidence would suggest he can, because he's done the fastest lap of the race last time through. So Juri Belewski leads the way. There's the man that's second. That is Thomas Brintersen, who needs and really desperately wants points out of this to put him very much into the mix for the championship with 1 more round to go. Over the jump there goes Juri Belewski, down to the hairpin. Turns it in, almost skims the Armco there on the inside line. He's yet to joker. He jokers this time with a lap to play with at the end of it. Gets the nose turned in, the back wags a little bit, but he powers out the other side. Over the jump on the joker lap, lands back again, threads it now between the tyres up towards the merge, and where in relation is Brintersen? He's closer, but he's still going to be behind him.
Very sensible from Kenneth Hansen and Eric Ferrin on the radio to Juri Belewski. When you've got that margin, it is a good idea to joker and get back out in front, because if you pick up a puncture now, you can defend your position on track. If you have a puncture and then still need to take the joker, there's no way of holding someone back. So a good call by them. It's still a reasonably comfortable margin. Now it's about managing the tyre wear to the end of the race. You don't want to burn your tyres out unnecessarily now when you've still got 5 more laps to do in the final.
And Brintersen certainly is not getting close enough, is he? So you can see the way that even with the joker now applied, that gap has widened over the course of the race. So Juri Belewski has done enough to get himself into the final and potentially to right the wrongs of Friday evening when he tangled with Nicholas Gronholm and then got excluded, so he is going to be the winner of semi-final 2 as he comes up towards the line. Checker flag at the ready. Yuri Bolesky is going to beat Thomas Brinterson to the line. Yuri Bolesky takes the win in semi-final 2. There is Brinterson in the background. He is second, and it's Philip German for finishing in third. Fourth is Hans-Göran Ostrang, and if he gets to the end, he should do. Andre Un, despite his spin, finishing in 5th place. Kenneth Hansen then makes his way off the spotter's tower, pleased with his charge, who has come through them to take the victory from Thomas Brinterson, and then Philip German in 3rd place.
Brinterson made a great initial launch, didn't he? Which suggests to me that they have solved those problems, or maybe they came back during the race when he lost that little bit of pace. Bolewski careful through turn 2. It is bone dry through there now, albeit the track is probably a bit greener than it was earlier on. German did well to get the car stopped in the apex here. Got a nudge from Ostrang. Took his joker a little later on following Brinterson. That was Andre Un, who spun at his most local of the Rallyx circuits, the Estonian driver. But there was nothing to trouble this man up front. Yuri Bolewski on the front row for the final. I believe he'll take pole position and put himself in the best possible position to try and claim a maiden Rallyx win.
So it is Yuri Bolewski who takes honours in Supercar semi-final 2 from Thomas Brinterson and Philip German, and they will go through. Hans-Göran Ostrang misses out, as also does Andre Un. And we get next then to the junior cross cars, where there Jonathan Ylälami is going to line up on pole position, and with him at the front Carl Peder Nordstrand. Then on the second row of the grid there is Lucas Andersson and the man that's got 3 wins to his name, Mikael Uito. The back row is 57, that's Lauri Halonen, and alongside him is Rasmus Persson. Remember that Uito is the man that leads the championship. Ylälami is currently 4th in the championship. We are good for 5 laps of racing. As the lights go to green, they blast away from the line, and Ylälami converts pole into the lead as they head now down towards turn 1. On the outside line is the blue car of Uito. He goes 3rd then as they thread their way out of the turn 2 right-hander. Kink left at 3, and it's game on for the race lead. Ylälami leads, but he's not getting away. Nose to tail as they turn into the left-hander there. Nordstrand is right with him.
Great car positioning from Uito to not make any contact, but gain those places in the first couple of corners. Halonen fighting hard with Persson in the back. Persson runs wide, just misses the wall on the exit of the hairpin. Halonen really needs to find a way past these guys if he wants to take another win this afternoon. It's so close in this junior category. Halonen gets so out of shape on the way into the hairpin. Is anyone to peel off on the first time? Lucas Andersson, I think that was, that did go in. Uito just dropping back off the leading pair that little bit, but by no means out of contention.
Big slide for Ylälami. That opens the door for Nordstrand to get up the inside of him, go for the lead, and he goes through. Good move that by Carl Peder Nordstrand. He goes through, takes over the lead. Ylälami drops back into 2nd place. Nordstrand missed out on the final on Friday afternoon. Here he leads the final, and in 3rd place it is Uito. So Nordstrand doing a good job. He's not had a win in a final yet, and that could all change here. 5 laps, and this is turn 5. He goes from the tight left onto the loose.
Playing into Lucas Andersson's hands a little bit at the back of the field. And I think Rasmus Persson just hit the wall on the inside, ran to the outside. Has he cost a lot of time there? Uito's all over the back of Ylälami now. Looks to the inside, going into the hairpin, gets on the brakes earlier. Doesn't manage to get up the inside, but doesn't make contact either. Will he joker this time around? Yes, he does. He dives out. Didn't want to let Ylälami know that was his plan. This is all to try and get the overcut on the Finnish driver.
So there is Ylälami, makes his way now up towards the timing line. It remains Carl Peder Nordstrand up front, and he's getting away. Look at the gap that he's built. Ylälami is just not being able to stay with him. Lauri Halonen is in 3rd. Then it's Uito, who has jokered ahead of Andersson, ahead of Rasmus Persson. But Carl Peder Nordstrand has got great speed, goes wide, goes over the curb, but that doesn't really affect him too much. He's still able to get the car turned in there for turn 5, and Ylälami's got no answer.
Ylälami, I wondered if he had a problem, but it's quite hard to see visibly when you go from watching Supercar and then watching the junior cross cars on the corner exit. You just wonder whether it's a bit deceptive. Not concerning Nordstrand though. He's carrying great mid-corner speed, isn't he? Very neat and tidy. Goes wide as if he's going to take the joker, but he's just opening up turn 10. That really nice line. Now attacking the curbs. They attack them just like the Supercars. They are enormous, those curbs, but these drivers so neat, tidy and committed. Bit of understeer through the final corner. Couple of laps to go. Girolami dropping off a little bit more. The gap is now up to 2.5 seconds. Halonen has been in the Joker though, and he's fighting back in the background.
Yeah, so Mikael Uito, I should say, is the best of the Joker drivers. He's in third ahead of Lucas Andersson. Remember that it is Uito from Andersson 1 and 2 in the championship, and there they are in the background, absolutely as one. Uito just being able to hang on to the place. Now, don't forget, he is now 3.8 seconds behind Girolami. That's not enough to clear him on the Joker, and he is 6 seconds behind Nordstrand, who is absolutely flying. There he is. This is lap 4, 1 to go at the end of it. The top 2 come out of the hairpin, and Nordstrand again avoids the Joker, so does Girolami. But because Mikael Uito is busy defending, there's nothing he can do to bring down his lap times to go after these two.
These three have been the class of the field today, at least. A fastest time each in qualifying. I actually thought Halonen was further up the order last time around, but the Joker indicator updated before the timing screen put the drivers back in the correct order. Uito, though, has the hammer down. I'm pretty sure he's going to clear Girolami. Girolami's on a bit more of a charge now. Nordstrand, though, still setting the pace. Only a few tenths off his personal best lap, which is also the fastest lap of the race up front. Girolami's got no answer.
And Uito is 4 seconds back from Girolami, which I don't think is enough, is it, to clear him? So it's going to be Carl-Petter Nordstrand for the first time then, who is set for a win as he comes down to the hairpin. He gets the car turned in. Accelerates now towards the Joker lap, which he will do by blending off to the left, then has to set the car up for this sharp right, but he powers out the other side. Jonathan Girolami behind him in second spot, might be in jeopardy, but I'm not convinced. But certainly Carl-Petter Nordstrand has driven absolutely superbly here. This car looks absolutely mighty. Car control superb, checkered flag at the ready, and it will be a win for Carl-Petter Nordstrand. He celebrates and look for second place as they come across the line. Uito just did it on the line by 72 thousandths of a second. Mikael Uito did get ahead of Jonathan Girolami. Fourth was Lucas Andersson, and fifth, Lauri Halonen, with Rasmus Persson set to be sixth. So somehow, as there Carl-Petter Nordstrand celebrates, Jonathan Girolami contrived to lose a big margin to Uito. He might have made a mistake on that Joker lap, but Carl-Petter Nordstrand is celebrating in style. It's been a long time coming, this first win of the year, and he's making the most of it.
What a drive. He's been brilliant today and absolutely deserves to enjoy celebrating that in front of the home Latvian crowd. Girolami made a brilliant start, was well ahead at the first corner. This is Uito, who is so aware in these close battles. He could have gone some way to wrapping up the title today, but I think the points have just been too close for that to be the case. Nordstrand was great in this fight, wasn't he?
Yeah. With
Girolami earlier on, and that made all the difference. Ran as far as he could out to the outside of the circuit to cross the finish line. Nip and tuck between Uito and Girolami. Uito just pipping his countryman for second.
And Carl-Petter Nordstrand just delighted, isn't he? Look at that. You can see how much it means to him. But a long time coming, he's finally done it. What a drive, and he won by 2.7 seconds. Carl-Petter Nordstrand is our first winner out of the finals. The junior cross car final goes the way of a very happy Carl-Petter Nordstrand.
Carl-Petter, it's so easy to see how much this means to you finally, and what incredible pace you had in the final.
Thanks. No, I just drive as normal, and it was the best. But it feels so good to win here in Riga in front of so many people. It's a good feeling, and now we maybe are in the championship again. So we're looking forward.
Enjoy the feeling.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Do you think he's happy? How about that? Carl-Petter Nordstrand, the winner, and if the drive wasn't good enough, the celebrations were worthy of people at least twice his age. So Carl-Petter Nordstrand takes our first final victory then, and it's been a long day for the teams with that hour or so lost because of the weather, but still great racing is delivered. And look at the celebrations. They started as soon as he took the checkered flag.
Sure his team won't be too delighted at the extra work put through the car with the donuts, but I'm sure he'll be forgiven. Oh, a bit of a water left from earlier, helping with the rotation in the donuts. Now he's struggling to get the steering wheel back on. The most simple things, he's just hustled it around for 5 brilliant laps. What a drive.
So this then is the way that they looked prior to the final, and Mikael Uito, of course, had done a good job on the points going into the semi-finals, but in terms of the championship, maintains his advantage over Ylilami, Lari Halonen third, then Lucas Andersson and Carl-Petter Nordstrand fifth from Oliver Solli. And of course, the championship has the 7 rounds, but you drop 1 score, so you count your best 6, and these are with that drop score taken into account. So even if you have one bad day, then it still doesn't affect you necessarily. Now let's turn to the cross-car final, where Elias Svensson is on pole position. He's had a win this year. Oscar Andersson is alongside, second in the championship, and he's been a winner. Second row, Patrick Hallberg, championship leader, but yet to win, and Jimmy Osterberg, yet to win, is alongside him. Then it's Ronald Baldins, who hasn't taken a win, and Reinis Nittis, who has. Every final has been won by a different driver. Can we make that 6 out of 6? Here as the lights go to green, Hallberg makes a good start. Svensson blocks him on the way down to the first corner, and Svensson in the white car has the advantage. And look at Osterberg getting up into third place. Nittis gets up the inside of Hallberg as well, but that doesn't work for him. He gets jumped by Ronald Baldins as they go down towards turn 4 now.
Big rivalry between the 2 Latvian drivers, but they're both at the back of the pack at the moment. Hallberg runs out wide, he's completely on the grass. Osterberg moving around in the background. Oh, he's got the inside of Hallberg. He's had a contact with Baldins. Baldins has also made up 2 places in that corner. You can hear the crowd. They love seeing their Latvian drivers do well. Osterberg's coming back at Baldins now.
Indeed so, over the jump, down to the hairpin there. He's not as slippery as it was for the start of the semi-finals. Reinis Nittis has got a lot of work to do, though. He's still trapped down in 6th place. Ahead of him, Hallberg goes for the joker lap. So, by the look of it, does Osterberg, and the leaders on standard lap come up towards the end of that 1 of 5. So a good first lap being put in here by Svensson and Andersson up front. There is Ronald Baldins, who now becomes perhaps the best hope that the home fans have got of a win. So Svensson to Andersson, 6/10 at the end of the opening lap. Baldins is 3rd, Nittis is 4th, Osterberg 5th, and Hallberg is down in 6th, having jokered.
Svensson's been so good today, getting that bit of extra rotation done in the middle of turn 4. Neat and tidy on the way into 5. Pitches the car in on the brakes, picks up the throttle, gets the rear sliding. There is Reinis Nittis. I don't think it's going to be a triple win for him this weekend. I'm sure he won't be too disappointed looking back at it, because it's been such a good return to top flight rallycross for the former World Championship event winner. But up front, Svensson is driving beautifully.
Absolutely right. As now, for the joker goes Oscar Andersson, so Ronald Baldins goes through. Reinis Nittis is picking his way up the order, but I'm not sure there's a win on the cards here, because he just lost out too much on the first lap. But now you've got Baldins running 2nd on the road, you've got Nittis running 3rd, and Elias Svensson, who's taken a victory this year, looks to be the first double winner of the championship. He goes through. He's 1.8 seconds up on Baldins then. And Nittis still there in 3rd and getting better and better. Remember, he won on Friday in this championship. He won in the local championship yesterday. But for the first day of 3, it might be that Reinis Nittis doesn't take a victory.
Reinis has had the fastest lap of the race so far last time around, but it was only 1/10 better than that being set by Svensson up front. Of course, these guys do have spotters. They'll be keeping an eye on the gaps and the overall lap times. Nittis' brake lights just flickering on there. He told me, didn't he, that he wasn't braking at all in the final on Friday afternoon.
Top 2 go joker. Nittis gets a clear ride for the moment, but he's still going to have to do his own joker. So although he's got the lead now, he's not necessarily going to be able to keep it, especially given the pace of Elias Svensson, who is going to rejoin the road in 2nd. But the best of those that have jokered, Ronald Baldins there behind him, and the rest of the pack headed by Oscar Andersson. Then it is Jimmy Osterberg and Patrick Hallberg. Hallberg is not really being able to do much in way of response. Nittis has now done the fastest lap of the race, but as he gets down to turn 4 and turns into that left-hander, there's no way, surely he can pull out 3 seconds plus over Svensson.
He would rely on a problem now, I think, for Svensson, but if I was Nittis and his spotter, I would definitely go to the end. No point jokering this time around, because if Svensson does fall into some sort of plight like he's nearly did there, running very wide, getting sideways, he's only going to fall into the clutches of those behind. Nittis should go again. I don't think he's so bothered about finishing on the podium. He just wants to win. To give himself the best hope of that, he's going to go again.
Yeah, so another lap completed by Reinis Nittis without going joker. This lap 4, there's 1 to go at the end of this. Elias Svensson is still chasing after him. Then it's Ronald Baldins in 3rd. There's only Nittis yet to joker. And there, Svensson, who's taken a win this year, as has Nittis, comes through 2nd on the road. The gap between them, though, is 1.2 seconds. It needs to be at least 3 times that, really, for Nittis to be safe.
But he is 3.1 up on Baldins. If Nittis can do another stonking lap, this is going to be a fight to the line between the Latvian drivers. I'm sure they both want bragging rights at home. Reinis has lost a bit of front bodywork on his machine somewhere. I'm sure it won't be slowing him down too much, at least keeping his feet cool for the time being. But this is going to be very close between the two home heroes.
Over the jump goes Nittis, flat out again. And is that bravery going to be rewarded? Not with a win, unless that's going to scrub lots of time off Svensson. He certainly lost a little bit of time, but not enough, as Nittis now goes Joker. There he is, heading up towards the Joker lap jump. Parallel to him is going to be Elias Svensson. And here comes Rallyx Nittis then. He's lost the race lead, so Elias Svensson is going to do it. Then as he comes up towards the line, Svensson wins for the second time this year. Nittis will take second ahead of Baldins in third. Behind that, for fourth place, Oscar Andersson comes through. Fifth is Jimmy Osterberg and Patrick Hallberg. Another frustrating day for him because he still hasn't taken a win. And not only that, he ends up last. He ends up sixth after all the hard work.
Talking about hard work, Rallyx Nittis was last after this first couple of corners. Great start by Svensson. The gap Nittis lost the race by is the gap they're separated by now on track. What a great job Nittis did. There is Svensson up front. Baldin's got a great drive out of turn 2, went round the outside of Nittis as Hallberg looked to the inside in 4, then ran it all the way down the grass on the way to 5. Osterberg getting well stuck into the side of Baldins. Wonder if that might get looked at afterwards, because he did force the Latvian driver wide, although Baldins did maintain the position. This is on the final lap. Nittis saved his Joker until the end, but hadn't quite done enough to take a third win in 3 days. Still, a massive recovery to get back on the podium after a pretty difficult day.
So a great job done by Elias Svensson to take a second win of the year from Rallyx Nittis. Ronald Baldins on the podium for third. Oscar Andersson in fourth place from Jimmy Osterberg, and Patrick Hallberg in sixth place. So big drama as we expected in cross car. Next we go to the two-wheel drive open final. There's Ronald Baldins then celebrating a third place. But as far as the points are concerned, in the championship, it is now Oscar Andersson who moves himself for that fourth in the final ahead of Patrick Hallberg. So the championship lead, when it came here, was that of Thomas Murstadt. Then it went to Patrick Hallberg, and it's passed on again to Oscar Andersson by the end of the weekend. Elias Svensson fourth for Ronald Baldins, and Joni-Pekka Raila in sixth place. Great stuff by the cross cars. Really good drive by Elias Svensson in the Kazmat chassis to take the win from Rallyx Nittis and then Ronald Baldins. So the Latvian drivers second and third. So we go to two-wheel drive, where there's a championship to ponder as well, because ideally Victor Johansson needs to be clear of Raila come the end of this race, but the grid quickly has Joni-Pekka Raila then on pole position. Victor Johansson is with him at the front. The second row, Simon Engsvik and Kristaps Grunter, Timmy Enlund and Ralf Agavens on that back row of the grid. Johansson is the only previous winner on this grid, and the way that the Mercedes has been going, well, let's see. The championship is getting closer to him, but he's got to make sure he outscores Raila.
Certainly does. Raila has been fast though, hasn't he, and dominated his semi-final in the end. This is going to be a good race.
It is indeed. It was Victor Johansson who took the win on Friday. Raila got a third, and Timmy Enlund, who's on the back row of the grid, got a second. So those are the drivers to look for as we are about to go racing. 5 laps for the two-wheel drive open final. Wait for the green light to come on now. Good getaway by Engsvik on the second row. Good start also by Enlund, but he can't find a gap. Raila doesn't know who to block, whether it's going to be the Mercedes or the Polo. In the end, he keeps the lead. Engsvik to the outside of Johansson. Here comes Enlund up the inside. That's the outside though for the kick and through, and he can't do it. So down to turn 4, it is Joni-Pekka Raila in the venerable Datsun that leads. He's up the curve, so is Johansson, so is Enlund, and here they come to the loose for the first time.
That hybrid propulsion from Johansson's Mercedes gives him such good drive out of turn 2. There was no answer from Enlund's BMW to that power. Raila, though, out front. We heard from Engsvik earlier on, was struggling with the setup of the car. Now he's got the door attached, so that is an advantage over his semi-final run. At least it wasn't raining at that time. The leading trio go for the standard lap. I think that was Grunter in the background going for the Joker.
So that's the leader, that's Raila ahead of Engsvik, but the championship leader, so that's in the Mercedes, is Victor Johansson. Hasn't yet been able to clear Engsvik, and therefore can't think about outscoring Raila. That's what he needs to do for the championship. Now Raila is getting away, isn't he? Here comes Johansson right onto the tail of Engsvik in the Polo. That car has been getting better and better over the course of the weekend. Johansson looks for a Mercedes-sized gap on the inside, can't do it going into turn 5. Raila, though, is absolutely on a mission. foot nailed to the boards then as he makes his way now up towards the jump, which he's going to hit now. Launches himself over it. Engsvik second, Johansson third. Then crash land back down to earth into the hairpin. Turn through the corner now.
Johansson needs to be careful, doesn't he? I know he's desperate to gain a position. I would suspect he'll joker now. He doesn't. He could risk. He could afford to risk falling behind Enland, but he needs to get good points here. He needs to take it to the final round of the series in Stranglass, which is just a single header event. He can't afford to make a mistake trying to make an optimistic move past Engsvik and throw it all away at this stage of the weekend.
Ryler, for all his commitment of doing 2 categories, he's done a lot of miles. He is perhaps deserving of a win here just to round out the weekend. There he comes towards us, really sideways behind is Engsvik. Again, Johansson looks that little bit nearer, but he just can't find a way through. Behind them, Grunter has jokered, and he's fourth. Enland has jokered. Egervans has jokered. These 3 yet to serve it. This is lap 3. Here comes Ryler over the jump, launches himself higher than the front row at a Bob Marley concert there. Behind him is Engsvik. Johansson is third as they get to the hairpin. That Addison still leads the way comfortably now.
Yep, pulling at an even bigger margin. Engsvik's going to joker this time around. This is to cover off Grunter behind, which I think he's going to do reasonably comfortably. Ryler's car looks so beautifully set up, really suits his very tidy driving style. Johansson momentarily moves up to second, but barring disaster for Engsvik, I think he'll probably get it back unless Johansson can deliver 2 very quick laps this time around, but Ryler is the one setting the pace.
But I think Johansson might be able to deliver because now the road is clear ahead of him. He is pushing on. So his last lap was only a 10th down on Ryler. There he is. So now the road is clear. He can push. He might just be able to jump ahead of Engsvik. It's going to be close. They are both potentially going to have to joker this time. We'll see what the strategies are. But look, Johansson now is bringing down that gap, no question. And on the landing there, the Datsun squirms. Look at the way the Mercedes is gobbling up the gap between the 2 of them. Fantastic. Ryder's got a problem. Something broken on landing, hasn't it? You saw the car bouncing. He's lost the lead, and suddenly it's a completely different complexion of the race. Victor Johansson versus Simon Engsvik for the win. There's the Polo. There's 1 more lap to run at the end of this. Here's the Mercedes on the joker lap. On standard lap is the Polo of Simon Engsvik. Johansson's on the inside. Engsvik's going to get run out wide. Big slide for the Mercedes. Engsvik's back ahead of him.
Oh, that was almost a nightmare for Engsvik because he was stuck on the outside, but Johansson just lit the throttle up. He was so frustrated. A bit more patience, just burying the throttle didn't help in that scenario. Now he's all over the back of the Polo. Now any hope of wondering about the championship could well go out the window because he can taste victory from here.
But so too can Simon Engsvik. That car did not look all that sparkling on Friday, the white Polo, but it's gone really well today. Victor Johansson second, and Johnny-Pekka Ryler has parked it, so I said he was deserving of a win. Real shame for him as again Johansson closes right up down to the hairpin. Look at Grunter there in third place as well. His speed is good, but this is the last lap. There are about 2 corners to go, and unless Engsvik throws it at the scenery, then Johansson can't find a way past him. Simon Engsvik then goes up the curb, sets the car up for the last corner. It's going to have to be a full send here by Johansson, but Engsvik covers him across the line. Here they come, flag at the ready, and so Simon Engsvik wins the 2-wheel drive open final from in second place, taking the flag. Victor Johansson. Third was Kristaps Grunter, and then fourth to Timmy Enland, who's rather struggled today. And then for 5th place, it's going to be Ralph Eigervans with Johnny-Pekka Ryler, the 1 retirement from that race.
Enland's pace picked up through that race, didn't it? Came right back out the leaders towards the end. Johansson wasn't really sure, as you said, during the race, what to do in the first corner. He then decided to do nothing, didn't really challenge Ryler, and didn't shut the door on Engsvik either. Enland running third. Ryler had done all of the hard work, hadn't he? But there was a bit of a problem on the way up to the jump, and then landed poorly. Whether that increased the issues or was a result of them, we don't know, but definitely lost a lot of pace. Johansson had no option but to go for the joker at that time because Ryler was in the way. Great to have the local drivers racing with their BMWs this weekend. And Johansson just got in way too hard in the throttle when they met at the merge. I guess he'll be pretty disappointed with that, but great points, especially with Ryler not finishing towards his title challenge.
And it's going to be a very happy Simon Engsvik, no question about that. In the moment he will be able to tell all, but yeah, he was pretty chuffed, wasn't he, after his earlier race win. How about that? A good job done as Simon Engsvik is about to clamber out of the car.
Simen, vi tar det på norsk. Ja, det mye lettere. Gratulerer så mye. Altså, hvor hard var den finalen?
Det var veldig tett hele veien, så det var veldig moro.
Hvordan føles det å vinne her i Riga?
Det veldig tøft. Dra så langt og få en ordentlig god tur med mange kompiser og familie, og det drittøft.
Ja, hva tenker du om mesterskapet nå?
Nei, jeg har bare kjørt høljes her bare for moro, litt i tillegg til NM.
Hvordan skal det feires?
Nei, det blir en tur til Riga i kveld, full fart der.
Gratulerer.
Jo, tusen takk.
So that's Seaman talking about it being a very, very close final. He was only in Höljes and then here in Riga. He's pretty much just with family and friends enjoying himself. And of course that victory tasted very good.
Great stuff from Simon Engsvik. Thanks, Molly. Just going back a few races, remember we were watching in one of the semi-finals for cross-car, Martin Juger having problems. That was a weld that broke on the left front steering rod that caused him to retire, he tells us. Simon Engsvik wins the Open two-wheel drive final from Victor Johansson, Kristaps Grunter third, Timmy Enlund fourth ahead of Ralf Eigervens, and the one retirement, Joni-Pekka Raila. Factor all that into the championship. Victor Johansson is now 13 points up on Raila, not quite enough. Engsvik is third, and Simon Tiger and then Timmy Enlund in fifth, with the absent Jonas Dahlseth Jakobsen next. So the two races that remain are Supercars and Supercar Lights. We're going to go to the Supercars first, in fact, and there, as the drivers are set, you can see the grid which has formed up with, on pole position then, Yuri Belewski. With him at the front row is Sondra Evian. Second row is Enzo Eid and Thomas Brinterson. Third row, Ole Christian Baby, Philip German. We are ready to go racing the Supercar final here in Riga. He's go, and a good getaway by Belewski. Is it good enough to clear Evian on the run down towards the first corner? Baby makes his move around the outside there of Eid. Also, Brinterson tries to get in on the act as well. Baby clatters off Eid. Eid gets run out wide, and that means Brinterson gets up past him for fourth place. But it is Belewski that leads the way. Eid back up the inside of Brinterson. Contact between the two. Brinterson hangs onto the push and the slide. Corrects it, but he's fourth. Eid is only fifth, and Belewski leads the way.
Perfect for Belewski. Eid is still into the back of Brinterson. Really frustrating first couple of corners there for the Belgian driver. Just didn't go his way at all. Finally, for Ozzy Baby, things went his way a little bit. Managed to hustle his way through the first couple of corners. Again, Eid looks to the inside of Brinterson. Surely Enzo will have to joke it this time around if Brinterson doesn't. Brinterson goes in to the left-hand side. That's going to release Enzo too close on the back of OC Baby. It's an Audi 2, 3, 4 at the moment, but Yuri Belewski being spotted by that man, 14-time European Rallycross champion Kenneth Hansen, is exactly where he's wanting to be all weekend.
And that was Eid getting into the back of Baby in no uncertain terms. Enzo Eid is getting very, very frustrated, and a big push then into the back of Baby. But Belewski leads Evian. The margin was just under a second as again Eid tries to hustle his way up alongside. He can't do it there because everywhere he needs to be, the back of Baby's sideways Audi blocks him out. Here they come up towards the jump. Lap 2 out of 5. Over it goes Belewski in the lead. Evian is second. Third is Baby. Fourth is Eid. Still stuck in the traffic. The only one that's Joker was Brinterson. Eid again tries to squirt up the inside, can't do it, so he goes Joker this time.
Very different driving styles from OC Baby and Enzo Eid. See the rear wheels lock mid-corner on several occasions that time around from OC Baby's Audi S1, pulling the handbrake just that little bit. Enzo Eid much more neat and tidy on the apex. Philip German must have a problem in the background because he's dropped off that little bit of pace. I didn't expect him to do that at this stage in the race, but up front Yuri Belewski is driving beautifully.
He is indeed. Evian is throwing everything at this to try to bring down that gap, but it's up to 1.3 seconds. There is Baby. Kenneth Hansen watches. He calls what's going on to his driver Yuri Belewski, excluded on Friday, dominating on Sunday. Over the jump they go. Evian is there in second place, but there's just no answer to the charging Peugeot that's up the road. Peugeot versus Audi. They stay on standard lap this time. This is lap 3, and Enzo Eid, having jokered, has dropped back behind Brinterson.
Not ideal for the Belgian driver. Philip German will get beaten by both of those at the Joker merge when he takes those, if the gaps remain the same as they did last time around. OC Baby doing his utmost to close on his teammate. There is Enzo Eid. Frustrating afternoon for the Belgian driver, but Brinterson problems, maybe they're still there a little bit, but they've definitely solved the car from the issues he had earlier on.
Well, he's going to score points, that's the main thing. He goes wide and deep into the corner, but Eid not quite able to capitalise on that. Belewski had pulled the gap another 3/10 over Sondra Evian then last time around. It's still Weber running in third. Over the jump goes Belewski. Evian behind him, doing his absolute level best. Down to the hairpin, flicks it sideways, powers out the other side, but there's nothing he can do. Belevsky looking so settled, so strong up front. And Sondre Evian in the Audi hangs on a second. As for fourth, Brinderson versus Eid. They are nose to tail, but Eid absolutely frustrated in this. Every time he wants to do something, there's a car ahead of him and he can't get by.
Eid was saying earlier on today, wasn't he, about the respect between him and Brinderson, not wanting to nudge the rear of the Polo too much, but they're dropping off the back of this race, aren't they? So maybe Brinderson is carrying a bit of a small issue that's not hampering him just so much. Belevsky again gets near his ultimate best time, just a few tenths off. There is the battle between Brinderson and Eid. Has Brinderson got a puncture? I think he might do, left rear.
It's either puncture or the bodywork's been pushed against the tyre. Look, the bodywork's a little bit damaged, isn't it? I think there's been contact and it's folded the bodywork up against the rubber. Having said all of that, there's no such dramas other than the need to take the Joker now for Yuri Belevsky, who will go to Joker lap ahead of Sondre Evian in second place, OC Baby for third. But what a drive by Belevsky. He might have been a bit wild on Friday, but this has been absolutely inch perfect. The Peugeot 208 comes out of the last corner on Joker lap. It's going to be a first win in Rallyx this season for Yuri Belevsky, who comes across the line to win in Riga. Brilliant drive by Yuri Belevsky, and look in the background because there's more drama there. It was Baby. Baby has a drama. He goes out wide on the Joker lap merge, and so Sondre Evian takes second. Brinderson gets a podium out of all of that ahead of Eden. Baby falls to fifth ahead of Philip Gammon.
Glasses come off for Kenneth Hansen. Job done. Interesting how much information he was giving his driver through the course of that race, talking to Belevsky all of the time. But that was a pretty faultless performance for the reigning RX3 champion from the European Rallycross Championship. This was a great start from Belevsky. 4 wide almost going into turn 1 behind. That was Baby running wide, then got the nose back up the inside. Oh, just touched the tyre wall in turn 2. Rub wheels with Ida. That dropped Enzo back. Then he's fighting back with Brinderson. That isn't dissimilar to the nudge that Belevsky gave to Gronholm yesterday, but with much better effect because the conditions are so dry and Brinderson was able to continue on his way. Was the rear of the car on fire? Yeah, I think the brakes were on fire. There's Eric Fahren congratulating Belevsky. There's Kenneth Hansen.
Belevsky's driven really well today. Yes, okay, on Friday he might have had that wild man image, but today he's not put a wheel wrong, and that was a really nice control drive.
Whilst there's Joel, Graham Rodemark from the Yellow Squad team. They've all worked together a long time, and working with a new driver to the team for this year, imparting all of that experience. Belevsky's been like a sponge in the last few rounds, trying to learn how to drive this Peugeot 208. It looks like he's well on top of it now.
Absolutely right, yeah. Put a wheel out of line, did he? Not only in that race, but pretty much all day. You can see what that means to him. He thought he'd done it on Friday, only to be told post-race he'd been excluded. But a great drive by Yuri Belevsky to win the Supercar final.
Yuri, it's a completely different story today. It's a win here in Riga, your first of the season. How does it feel?
Yes, it feels amazing actually. This year we haven't been on a podium for a while and haven't collected any trophies. So I'm super pleased with the win today. I was of course looking very much forward to the win on Friday, you know, but I respect Stuart's decision, you know, and yeah, it didn't mean to happen, but today we are finally here and proved that we deserve the win with our pace. And I'm additionally happy because today my father has a birthday, and I think that's an amazing gift. He's here watching, and yeah, I think he'll be super pleased.
Big celebrations tonight then?
Big celebrations, definitely, definitely. So pleased to be finally with a strong crowd, you know, and winning with a supercar. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent job by Yuri Belevsky. He takes the win. Now he'll take the car to the scrutineering area, and this was the incident between the JC Audi being given a bit of a hurry up by Enzo Eid, straight into the back there, wasn't he, of Baby, and not much love lost across the day between JC and Enzo Eid, and then Eid got into Brinderson. That's where the bodywork ended up being forced towards the tyre, I suspect, and then there was going to be another touch afterwards. So, yeah, Eid getting a bit physical in that race.
What happened in the last corner? Because OC Baby lost out badly, didn't he?
He was on the Joker. He was forced out wide, I think, and Brinderson got the undercut. Just saw it in the background of that previous shot. So, yeah, big drama in the supercars. Yuri Belevsky takes a first win of the year from Sondre Evian, and Thomas Brinderson third. Didn't look as though that was going to happen off the line. Enzo Eid ends up fourth, and Ole Christian Veiby, again, just gets no luck, does he? Down in fifth ahead of Philip Gehrmann. And for the championship, this is how we look with 1 round to go. It's all teed up nicely, look, because you got Kristoffersson and Gronholm tied on points. Bryntesson is a little bit closer, and in turn, he's only 4 up on Sondre Evian. Don't forget there's the drop scores to take into account of that as well. So, yeah, depending on who does enter for that final round in Stringas, it's going to be a very, very good end to the season. And it's going to be a good end to today for the Rallyx visit to Latvia, because we've got 1 more race to go. The Supercar Lights just switching order with the Supercars. They're ready to go with Martin Expieth on pole position. Kasper Janssen is with him at the front. Isaac Sjokkvist on the 2nd row. Ole Henry Steinsholt for company. Matthias Janssen on the 3rd row with Simon Olofsson alongside him. Olofsson, the championship leader, last on the grid. 3 wins to his name. Lights go green. Good start made by Sjokkvist, but again the road narrows ahead of him. Olofsson on the outside line tries to work out what he can do to dive up the order as they turn into turn 1. Then it's going to be Expieth that leads the way, and it's all kicking off for 2nd place as now Olofsson tries to get to the outside line there of Steinsholt, but he can't do it, and at the inside comes Matthias Janssen, so Olofsson gets mugged and gets pushed down to last.
Classic scenario with a driver leading the championship by a comfortable margin, not wanting to get involved in the fight, trying to place the car in the right position. Really difficult for Simon Olofsson. He's running 6th, but that was the perfect start, wasn't it, for Expieth? Executed brilliantly. He's so keen to win a final after his great performance on Friday.
Nose to tail for the lead then. Expieth it is. He leads the way, but only just as the cars accelerate then up towards the completion of lap 1. The top 2 nose to tail stay on that standard lap. Expieth 2nd on Friday, 1st visit to a final. Now he leads and he was on pole position. Is this going to be the perfect way to round out the weekend? Not if Kasper Janssen has any say in it, but he goes wide then. And drama for the leader. Front left corner is broken, and Expieth's going to struggle to get the car turned here. That's it, he's done, he's out of the race.
What a shame. He did everything right in the first couple of corners. There's Simon Olofsson just passing him now. Ole Henry Steinholt out of shot, went into the Joker, and there is his teammate Kasper Janssen, who just like Expieth has woken up this weekend. Been a great performance so far today from Janssen, and now he's in the pound seat with the leader going out.
You've got a feel for Expieth though. That was a great drive up until that mechanical failure. So now Kasper Janssen it is who is going to be clear of Isaac Sjokkvist in 2nd place, Matthias Janssen 3rd, and Simon Olofsson is starting to chip his way up the order then. There's only been Steinsholt that has jokered. We've lost Expieth from the battle, and the 3 leaders stay on standard lap, looking to see where Olofsson is. There he is, he's on standard lap as well. Up to the end of lap 2 of 5 they come. They're 2nd. Sjokkvist getting a bit sideways. That brings Janssen almost up the inside of him, not quite.
Sjokkvist on a bit of a charge. Janssen couldn't find a way through, just couldn't get the traction down through that final corner. Sjokkvist is race sharp, been racing every weekend for a little while now, under big pressure from Janssen. Kasper Janssen, meanwhile, he's not getting away massively, but he's doing a good job to maintain that margin.
Indeed so, and that's all he needs to do now. It doesn't matter about the time, you can only have to win by 1,000th of a second as long as you win. So Kasper Janssen leads the way. Fastest laps at Ole Henry Steinsholt, who's the only one that's jokered, and he's chipping his way back onto the tail, isn't he, of Olofsson, who is in 4th. Janssen, of course, a bit delayed by squabbling with Sjokkvist. And this time, Janssen from 3rd. Matthias Janssen does go joker. Kasper Janssen hangs onto his lead. Now let's see what this is going to do for Steinsholt, who was the first one to joker relative to Matthias Janssen. Up to the end of the lap they will come. Now they're all sideways is Matthias Janssen. So Kasper Janssen leads Sjokkvist, Olofsson is 3rd, and Steinsholt goes back ahead of Matthias Janssen on the joker.
Steinsholt's been on a big charge, had done the fastest lap of the race so far last time around. That's now been taken by Sjokkvist, who went just a couple of thousandths faster than the race leader. Janssen also on a push. Will be giving the hurry up by his OMSE spotters, saying Isaac's on a charge. Sjokkvist's been run by the Hedgesons Motorsport team this year. Not been going odd. Has he done something over the jump there? Looks like a lot of steam came out of the engine bay as he landed, but hasn't lost pace as yet.
I think it's bodywork on a tyre, isn't it? It just looked as though in the compression, unless it's a suspension
I think he's broken
drama.
the damper. Look at the wheel moving around in the arch. It looks like the damper's collapsed, or he's lost all of its pressure.
Let's have a look. It's okay on the tarmac, and the pace is still reasonable. Kasper Janssen leads the way. Isaac Sjokkvist then in 2nd place. There's the best of the joker drivers, which is Steinsholt, but he's too far back to take the race lead on the joker lap. He's ahead of Matthias Janssen. Simon Olofsson are a bit disappointing in 5th place. That's last at the moment. Here are the race leaders. The gap between them was only 1.2 seconds, but Sjokkvist's car now is not as happy as it was at the start of the lap, but the smoke's gone for the moment.
Olofsson must have an issue because he's dropped right off the back of the field. I'm a bit disappointed because I spent so long working out the drop score maths and where he needed to be
to seal the championship, but it's not going to be this weekend, especially with Steinsholt doing such a good job to claw himself back into the title fight with 1 round to go.
So, last lap, and it's going to be the Joker lap this time. It has to be for Kasper Janssen and Isaac Schrockvist in the last race of the weekend. And Kasper Janssen is set for a maiden victory within Supercar Lights this year. He makes his way now through that last corner for second place. Steinsholt tries to jump ahead of Schrockvist. They're side by side. Kasper Janssen wins, and second across the line is Steinsholt. Down to third is Schrockvist. Fourth, Mathias Janssen. Simon Olofsson is fifth. A very happy Andreas Eriksson then looks on from the spotters tower, but Kasper Janssen has done it. The Swedish driver takes honours then, and that was a really impressive drive. He didn't even qualify for the final on Friday, and he wins it on Sunday.
1-2 for the OMSE squad. They haven't had the easiest of seasons in Supercar Lights. The cars that they created in the first place, they'll be delighted. You saw the Eriksson father and son duo in the spotters tower celebrating there. Schrockvist got forced out wide quite firmly by Steinsholt in turn 2. Did well to come back from that. That was Janssen dive-bombing Olofsson into 4. Janssen then ran wide on the exit. This is when XPF's car gave up. Such a shame for him. He'd done everything right. Okay, maybe he touched having to break the suspension. Maybe it was fatigue and just broke anyway, but he'd done such a good job this weekend. He can leave here on a massive high. Kasper Janssen, though, turned his season around this weekend. There was a lot of smoke and or steam or something at the back of the car, and it looked like, yeah, the wheel is moving around a lot in the wheel arch of Schrockvist's car. Did salvage a podium in the end, though. So close with Steinsholt at the Joker merge. But what a good job from Kasper Janssen.
Let's go to Molly.
Kasper, incredible, well done. That looked like a very tough final as well, but you did it. First win of the season.
Yeah, it's really nice, and it's first win of the season in Nordic, and that's really nice.
Talk us through the final, because there was so much going on there.
Yeah, it was so much, and he did a little mistake and drove into the barrier, and yeah, it was a good final for me, and yeah, he takes it from there. Good speed. Thank you.
Well, a really, really good drive by Kasper Janssen to round out a great weekend of racing here at this Pinkaniki circuit. And Kasper Janssen's winning margin 1.6 seconds over Ola Henry Steinsholt. Isaac Schrockvist in third from Mathias Janssen. Simon Olofsson only fifth, possibly with a problem. And you've got a feel for Martin Expiev, who was leading and looked like he could be on for his first victory. And then it turned out to be a retirement with broken suspension. Big, big drama right at the very end. In the championship, it is then Simon Olofsson that has the advantage over Martin Enlund, with Steinsholt in third. Mathias Janssen ahead of Kasper Janssen, fourth and fifth, and Martin Jonsson now is down in sixth. But that, again, is also going to make a really interesting end to the season, with, of course, just one more round still to come. So lots of celebrations then in the paddock, and good to see good racing all the way through the weekend. So it is a first victory for Kasper Janssen. It's a first victory for Yuri Belevsky as well, if you take Supercar Lights and Supercars. First of all, both very deserving winners, and it was worth the wait, wasn't it, before we got to the semi-finals? That long, long weather-induced break. Well, we've got some good racing the other side of it. Yeah,
how bizarre. You know, we had dry racing all day, thunderstorm in the middle of it with some massive rainfall, and then dry, very fast, very competitive racing at the end. I think we were treated to maybe not the most dramatic finals ever, but the racing's been really good. The tactics have been interesting. I think it's been great.
Absolutely right. And I think Yuri Belevsky would certainly agree. That first victory in Supercar rights all the wrongs of 2 days ago. And, of course, the Supercars will go to the final round at Strängnäs with Johan Kristoffersson and Niklas Gronholm tied on points. Thomas Brinterson getting closer. It promises to be quite a final. But for now, from Latvia, for Molly Pettit and Hal Ridge, and from me, David Addison, thanks for your company these last few days. And now that we've all dried out, it's time to say goodbye.